and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're having an absolutely lovely, lovely day. It's Monday. I love cats like it's raining, so, you know, it's great that we've got a great show lined up for you as well. The rain has been horrific, hasn't it? I have to say, driving yesterday was not the nicest, or this morning. Now, I will give you a quick rundown with what we've got, of course, coming up on today's show. So we are kicking off, you see Rob's here, so we have got Add Some Sparkles starting the show, and we've got 3 brand new paper embroidery kits to share with you. We've also got some stunning new embellishments as well, as lots of other bits as well. So do have a look at the website and you can kind of shop ahead with them. We know how popular these shows always are. Then 2 o'clock is actually going to... Yes, that's right, you've done it, Kat. Oh, well done. I did not know you'd flip that in that time. So we've changed the order of our shows, so I thought it was going to be the wrong way around, but it's not. So we've got Sharon joining us now at 2 o'clock, and she is bringing us something brand new, which is the Ranger Tim Holtz alcohol inks, and more from PI as well. Then 3 o'clock, we've got the We Are Makers Lilac Works all-in-one tool. It's back in stock. We've also got loads of other bits in that hour as well. Sue Smith joining us at 4. We've got the Zila deals. We've got so much there. A lot of last in stock as well, so you will want to be quick to get involved. Then at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, you have got Carla there joining you as well with last chances to buy and returning favourites of the Singe Quill Kit. 7 o'clock, we're going to be back having a second look at personal impressions, and then at 8 o'clock, you've got exclusive HobbyMaker deals that are coming up. So a really fabulous show all the way until 9 o'clock. Well, I am really excited about this, Rob. Lovely to have you here.
Nice to be here.
First time, obviously, I've had the opportunity to work with you.
Yeah.
We have to start by looking at what is here, because they are absolutely mesmerising. When I saw that they were embroidery kits, I was really kind of intrigued to see how you'd created a mandala, you know, how you've created these kind of images. They're just outstanding. I mean, the roses as well, phenomenal.
It's something a little different. Everybody looks and goes, paper embroidery. What's paper embroidery? How do you do this? Definitely. Is this really difficult? It's actually really not. It's really easy. It's really stunning.
Yeah.
And it makes the sort of cards or gifts you want to give to someone, and they'll keep them.
Definitely. I feel sort of like you'd have that, you'd get it gifted to you, and you'd think, wow. You'd have it right in the centre of your mantelpiece, then I'd frame it and I'd put it up.
Then they go in a frame.
Absolutely,
Definitely.
because they are just the most beautiful, beautiful artworks. Now, we have got new for you, these 3 kits. So we have got the Yuletide mandalas, so you can see those just there first. We're going to kick off with that in a second, but I'll just introduce all the kits to you. So if you want to jump on the website, you can shop ahead, of course, on all of them. So with the Yuletide mandalas, you can see you've got the 4 different card designs. You will get 2 of each of those as well. So in each of these kits, you are able to create 4 cards. We've then also got 8 cards, I should say. So yes, 2 of each of those 4. We've then got, if you move across with this as well, you can see we've got the festive roses, which the way you've actually managed to create all the petals in that is just outstanding.
The designers that we work with are absolutely fantastic. This one's by a Dutch designer called Laura.
Okay.
Her artwork is absolutely gorgeous.
Isn't it just? And again, I would say you could have that all year round. You know, it's lovely for the festive season, but I think all year round with that as well. Great for sort of love anniversaries as well. And then we've also got here, again, another 4 designs, 2 of each of these once again. And this is your Merry Christmas that we've got there. So you can see you've got them gorgeous baubles, you've got the candles, and you have got those lovely bells that we're seeing. Now, we have to start with the Yuletide mandalas. I do need to let you know that we have a limited amount of these. We've got 50 chances. Once they've gone, they've gone. Obviously, the first question we ask you before the show is, are we able to do extended dispatch? Can we bring more? Because we know how popular everything is. This is it, isn't it, for now? We've only got those 50 chances. So if you want them, do be very, very quick to get it. Now, what is amazing, of course, as well, with these kits, we've got, of course, the kit just in front of us just here, is they have everything in it, don't they, that you actually need?
Pretty much everything. The only thing you need to add is some double-sided tape and a pair of scissors.
Which everyone
has in their craft room,
don't they?
If you're anything like my wife's craft room, there's got lots and lots of tape.
I can imagine.
And lots of scissors.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So if you just talk through a little bit for anybody who hasn't kind of come across Add Some Sparkle before, about what you actually get in the kit, and then we'll see how to sort of put them together in a moment.
We get 4 patterns in there.
Lovely.
And you're going to use those patterns. You pierce through them. So you're actually piercing through the patterns into the topper cards.
Yes, yeah,
So you've got those 4 topper cards as well, all with a linen finish on them, pre-sized, ready to go.
Super, yeah.
You've then got the backing cards. You've got the 8 different backing cards, 4 green, 4 red.
Lovely.
Right size, all you have to do is put a fold, and they're the topper on
Really
them,
nice
so all ready
and
to
easy,
go.
yeah.
We put the envelopes in.
Okay, so you've got
Because
that as well.
I got fed up with looking at kits that didn't have the envelopes, and you had to go and get them
And if you don't
separately.
have the perfect size, it's so annoying with a
it's not
card,
right.
isn't it?
So they're 14 centimetre square envelopes, sorry, the cards are slightly smaller.
Okay.
So we wanted to make sure we got the right envelopes. So the envelopes are in the kit.
Brilliant, okay.
You get the thread.
Yes.
This one uses a variegated thread. It goes across the 3 colours, red, green and gold.
Okay.
Absolutely beautiful bit of thread in there. You've got more thread than you need.
Oh, okay.
There's
brilliant.
a 200-metre spool there.
Oh, really?
You're not going to use all that to make these, so you'll have thread left over at the end.
Super, even better. We all love that.
You've got the beads that you need to stitch on there, and again, you've got more than you need. I think we've gone around about a third as much to a half as much again.
Okay, well.
Just to make sure that the ones that got the vacuum cleaner,
Yes, of course.
you've still got enough. Yeah, because I'm always dropping little bits like that.
It's very easy to do,
So
isn't it?
there's enough in there to keep going afterwards.
Super. Yeah.
You've got a needle to sew with, and
Amazing.
we even give you a pin to do the piercing with.
gosh.
So you've got everything you need to get going. So
Okay.
a bit of double-sided tape, a pair of scissors, and you're flying.
Wow, so you have literally got absolutely everything, of course, that you would be wanting to kind of get with this. All you need is your tape and your scissors, like you said, so it's brilliant to make all 4 of those designs. Remember that you can make 2 of each of these with everything in this, but I believe you can photocopy the designs, you've said before, to actually make this as many times as you want with your own stock at home.
Once you've got the patterns, as long as you're copying them for your own use and not selling the patterns, we're more than happy for people to copy them and use them again and again.
And there's the patterns.
Because you're piercing through them, you're going to do everything that's in the kit, and then they'll be good for probably another couple of patterns after that.
Okay.
Then you might need to replace them.
Yes.
So we do suggest photocopying before you start.
Okay, because then you've got
then
them
you've got
perfect,
it, and you've got that.
Like that.
You can also use small elements of it as well.
Oh, that's a really
You don't
nice
have to
idea.
use the whole pattern. So if you were doing scrapbooking, say, and you wanted to put a little swirl in a corner on the scrapbook page, you could use one of the little swirls, one of the elements.
Yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? And you can really see that as kind of looking across this about using those smaller elements as well. So all of that is coming in this kit. 20% of the stock has gone already. Do you remember when this has gone with the mandala? That is it. It's gone. There is only the 50 chances. If you've never sort of done embroidery before, you've maybe never done any sewing or anything like that, does it matter?
No.
Can you be any level with this?
You can be any level with this.
Oh, brilliant.
It's not technically really difficult.
Okay.
It takes time, a little bit of practice, but it's not impossible.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea, when we started, and I think I've told this story before, when we started doing this, we made a kit up, and I gave it to a friend who was an engineer.
Right,
He's not a crafter.
Yes.
He doesn't sew. He doesn't do anything. He's an engineer. And I said, make that. Off you go.
Yeah.
No instruction other than what was in the kit.
Yes,
About 3 weeks, and a lot of swearing later, and he'd produced one.
So if he
can do it,
that's amazing.
complete novice, never crafted or anything.
And he's literally managed to create. And how
then
proud would you
anyone can
feel
do
as
it.
well, you know, because they are a masterpiece when you actually see them, and then you're able to, of course, you know, gift these to people, and then they can pop them into frames as well. Now, we will see, of course, how to put these together. So I just want to introduce the other kits to you before we have a little look, because we have got the Roses kit as well. It comes, of course, in the same way, so it comes gorgeously kind of boxed and packaged like this that you can see. Already, a big chunk of this has been allocated, £19.99 again. And remember, as we said, that is to create all 4 of these designs, 2 of each of these. But if you do photocopy those bits before, then it does mean, of course, that you will then be able to use them as templates to keep making and making and making. Yeah. Are you okay to make and sell as well?
Yes,
with these?
you can make and sell. The other thing you can do if you're photocopying is you can enlarge them. So if you wanted wall art, you could go up from this little sort of 5-inch square, you could go up to a lot bigger, as long as you've got a bit of card or a bit of paper you can copy onto.
Yeah, then
big enough, you can go bigger for wall art.
I mean, I'm looking, you know, at some of these roses particularly, say like that large one at the top, it kind of reminds me of like Beauty and the Beast or something like that.
Yeah,
Imagine having that as your wall art, and you've managed to create this for this price, just from this kit. That would just be magic, wouldn't it?
We did a Christmas tree that we had A3 size. We used to do workshops at the big shows.
Oh, lovely.
I think we left it at a show somewhere, so I have no idea where it went.
Somebody's got it.
Someone's very proud of this A3, but it was an A3 size stitched Christmas.
My,
We did it with wool,
yes.
so it stood out more. Use a thicker thread.
Yes,
and it'll stand out.
Yeah, great idea. Yeah, the bigger sort of sizes. So many of you coming through with this, and remember, of course, once again, the same as what we sort of said with the last kit. They come lovely in these boxes, I have to say, as well.
Boxes are just our transport ones to bring to the show. Yeah, right, they don't come to the customer.
Okay,
that's so I don't lose all the bits.
Well, it's a good idea, isn't
here.
it? You don't want to. But as we say, so everything you want, and I love that you've got, you know, your little, obviously you've got your little needles that you can see there. Look at the difference of the beads in this kit as well to the other kits.
These are down to the little seed beads in this one.
Yeah. Beautiful colours, of course, that we're seeing in that. Then all your threads, of course, that are coming with this to be able to use. And then you've got all of your card blanks, your envelopes, haven't you, that you've got there.
Again.
Your
patterns
are there.
Everything all in there.
You need. Third kit, let's introduce that as well to you. I know most of you are going to be coming through for all three of these kits. Now, already a lot of you have been buying this one. I think what's so fab about this, once again, is that all four of those cards, to me, are so different to each other. To just have the candles, to have the bells, and then those two different baubles.
And again, they'd make some lovely elements of them. I mean, if you're decorating your Christmas table for Christmas Day, what we did one year, my wife Jackie, she's part of the business, but she goes a bit over the top on some of the stitching things. She used, I think it was a small Santa we had, but she made place settings stitched on the corner. She did toppers for the crackers. Stitched and stuck on, so you could do the whole thing. You could use the little candle on there at the edge of a place setting for your Christmas table.
Yeah, definitely. So it just shows you can think outside the box. You don't need to just kind of even create the cards.
Yeah,
you know, there's
flexible.
so much more you can do.
Once you've got the pattern, you can use it with so many different things.
Wow, honestly, I think it's amazing. Shall we have a little look at how we do this? Because people might be sitting there thinking, can I actually do this? Yes, you can, and Rob is going to show you how.
Yeah, it's one of those you think it looks really, really difficult and technical, but it's not. It is really straightforward.
Lovely.
What I've done to start with is, assuming we've photocopied it, I've cut the pattern down and I've just clipped it onto one of the topper squares that comes in the kit. Now, I'm going to use a piercing tool. We do have a tool and accessory kit that's on the website. These are in it, and so is the mat that I'm using as well. Just makes life a little easier. But what we're going to do is, everywhere you've got a dot on the pattern, we're going to pierce a hole through it. It's as simple as that. Now, in the kit, you've got a pin to work with for this. So if you're using the pin, you can just really do one at a time. If you're using the piercing tool like I've got in our hand at the moment, you could actually pierce two cards. So you could put two pieces of card topper behind the pattern and pierce both in one hit.
Oh, that's clever, isn't it?
It's just if you're doing it with the pin, it's a little bit too much to hold and push. But doing it this way, because you've got two of each design to make in the kit, you could, if you wanted, pierce them both. Or if you were batch making for your Christmas cards.
You're wanting to speed sort of like through that process a bit, and that would be a really good idea, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's a very restful bit of the process, this. It's probably not that exciting to watch, but it's very restful to do.
I always get mesmerised because I'm just like, you know, we trust in the process.
But you can see quite quickly that starts to build up the design on there.
Definitely.
There just about to see that.
Okay.
So once you pierce the whole thing, I'm not going to stand and do it. As restful it is for me, that'll be it. There's our hour gone. That's the rest of the pattern there, and then we've got the whole thing
take it off, you can see.
all stitched in together there.
Perfect.
Now there's two basic bits of technique for this. You always stitch it an element at a time, and you could treat, there's one element, that little piece, or this swirl here around the centre is an element. Each one of these little triangles is an element on it. So you could do either one of those, and the pattern actually shows you that you're literally stitching across the ends on those. Or I'll show the other bit. This is a slightly more complicated bit. This is where we get into what they call a ratio on it. And it sounds really scary and mathematical, but again, it's not. We're going to stitch this swell in a ratio of 1 to 8. So we start at one end. We'll start in there. Always start on the back. Come up from the back of the card. And this is where the double-sided tape comes in. We'll just put a little tiny piece of tape just on the back. So if you were sewing onto fabric, you'd be putting a knot in it. Doesn't work on the card.
That's a nice good tip.
The knot will pull through, hence the tape.
A lot of people would have probably sit there doing a knot, then doing another knot on top, trying to make it bigger. And
now, we use double-sided because when you come to layer it up, it gives you extra strength, and it doesn't dry out like clear tape does.
Very true,
So we've come up from the back there. The ratio we said was 1 to 8 on this, because that's printed just next to that swell on the pattern, so you know. So we've come up to the first one, we count that as hole number 1, and we're going to count round to the 8th hole. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back down the 8th hole.
Okay.
That's the only time you need to count it.
Oh, okay.
Once you've done that once, you're on the back, you move along 1 hole as a short stitch.
Yeah.
Then on the front, back to the hole after the one you started in.
Oh, how clever. Okay.
So you're keeping that same spacing. You're still keeping the 8-hole spacing.
Yes, yeah.
But you're just moving along 1 on the back.
Yeah, because you know now exactly where you're going. I was thinking you were going to have to count 8, then 8, then 8,
once
then
you've
8.
counted, the ratios change depending on the pattern. This is 1 to 8, 1 to 6 and 1 to 5 are very popular.
Okay.
We do have one of our patterns with the squirrel with a huge bushy tail on it that's got a ratio of 1 to 30.
Oh, wow, okay.
But you count it once, and once it's counted, that's it. You don't need to do it again. You literally just keep coming back to the next hole after the one you used before. And it's as easy as that.
It feels quite mindful to me as well. I mean, as it's, you know, getting colder, we're kind of going into autumn, into winter, it's nice to have things to be able to do in the evening.
Something to sit down in front of the fire.
Isn't it?
Sit down in front of the television.
Yeah. And the other thing I'm thinking as well is it's really expensive now. Do you know, to go to, say, like wreath-making workshops or craft workshops at Christmas to, like, create Christmas cards, you could run your own. You could literally have these here, couldn't you, at home? You could have 8 your friends round and you could all create your own one in the evening. It'd be just lovely.
The other good thing with this as a craft is it's really portable. You don't need a lot of equipment.
Yes,
the kit's a small A4 envelope.
Definitely.
And you've got everything you need. So if you're going away,
Yeah.
If you're lucky enough to have a couple of days away at Christmas or something
Yeah,
like that, and
yeah,
the weather's not going to be so great, you're looking for something to sit in and
just
do.
take it with you.
Take a small one with you.
Yeah, it's a lovely idea. Over half the stock of this one has gone now. Do remember that once it sells out, we're not able to bring you any more of these. It is what is here today is what we have available. So there's a lot of you with this still in your basket, so make sure that you are checking out. That's for your mandala paper embroidery kit, where it is enough to make 2 of each of the cards. So that is 4 different designs. That's 8 altogether. But remember, if you just photocopy properly those initial templates, then of course you continuously kind of use them and make more, which I have to say, very generous of you to enable people and tell them that they can actually do that as well.
One of the things we like to do is to keep this craft going.
Yes,
It started to die out in the sort of mid-80s.
Okay,
and
right.
then it died down a bit. We're pushing hard to bring it back, and it's working.
That's good.
It's working.
I'm
We're
glad.
coming back.
Yeah.
So once you've got your stitching on, you can see we've built up that bit of stitching around there quite well. The other bit that people ask is adding beads.
Yes, of course. How do you do that? Yeah.
The beads, really, really simple. Beads all come in your kit. Let's just get a few beads out. Let's put a little green bead on there.
Yeah.
You come up from the back with where you're going to put your bead.
Okay.
Put the needle through the bead, let him down the thread, and then stitch back down again.
Okay. If you were photocopying it and then you went on to make more after you've run out of the thread, would you need to buy a certain type of thread to do this, or can it be anything?
It doesn't have to be a certain type of thread. All we say is it needs to be a good quality thread.
Right, yeah.
We've tried, believe me, we've tried lots and lots of different threads in the past.
I bet.
We've tried some of the cheaper threads, and we tend to find that some of the cheap ones don't have the same strength in the thread. And because you're going through card, and card edges are sharp, it'll strip the outer off the thread and you can see the core.
Yeah, which is not really what you want, is it? Take away the beauty of it.
This one's, it's a Gutermann, it's a machine embroidery thread.
Oh, right,
so it's built to be strong, and it works really, really well with this. It tends not to tangle as well, which is nice. Some of the other kits have got threads in, the ones on the cards, like the one next to us there.
Yes.
They're designed purely for paper embroidery.
Oh, right.
So they've got the extra strength in them.
For it as well.
Yeah. But as long as it's a good quality thread, you'll be fine with it.
It's the colour of this one I love as well, this particular one.
It's where it runs through the red, gold and green.
I think
it's beautiful. But that's how easy the beads are to add.
Really easy.
And as you hold the tension on it, it keeps putting them on.
Yeah.
When you hit the point where you want to stop, really, really simple.
Okay.
Small bit of tape.
Yeah.
Tape down the thread you were working with. Just be careful not to tape it over any of the holes.
Okay, and that's it, and that's perfect.
And then snip it off, and then go on to the next bit. So we put a couple of beads on and one small
so you can actually take sort of as many kind of times as you want to actually work on this. You can do it in as many goes
It's easy to do it an element at a time.
I bet, yeah.
So
like
if we finish that swell, then stop, and then you move on to the next one.
Yeah.
It also means you're not working with too long a piece of thread.
Yeah, where you're sort of getting it all everywhere wrapped around you.
I mean, most people work with sort of 3 feet or a metre, roughly. I work with less when I'm demoing.
Yes, yeah.
Purely because the first time I ever did this for telly, I had the full length thread. And you know what we all do as sewers? You do that. And there's nothing on camera. I've got something in each hand and there's nothing in the middle. So I now work really short. It was a bit embarrassing. I was like, there's nothing there.
It was your moment that people will remember you for.
Yeah.
It's always those things and you think, oh, what have I done that for?
Why did I? Yeah.
You learn from it and now you've got shorter bits.
We work with shorter thread.
Hello, Deborah. She said, I love ads and sparkle. I sit and do them on a night whilst watching TV. Got my order in. Thank you for some amazing kits.
Thank you.
That's lovely, and that's what we were saying in the evening. It'd be great to do that. Now, there are some additional beads, aren't there, as well? So these are the shapes that we've just seen, obviously, being used just there. So you've got your rice beads. I mean, that is a humongous bag that you've got there.
That's a lot of beads in that. From memory, I think that's about 4,000.
Wow, OK. Lovely mix of colours again as well, where you're seeing the pinks, you know, the lovely sort of baby pinks. We've got the yellows, the greens in there, almost little violet sort of hints as well. £13.99, that is for 4,000 roughly of those rice beads. And I suppose then if you're wanting to kind of make more and keep making more, you need to have the extra beads to be able to do that, don't you?
Yeah, I mean the mandala designs, they look good as they are,
but
the beads take them from good to great. They really do look stunning with the beads on them.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, with stuff like this, if you like to do other things as well, like you want to do sort of like your jewellery design and things, it's always nice to have things like this where you can kind of thread it through and work with it on things like that.
They'll do anything with these little rice beads. You can put them on anything. So
they're super,
fabric sewing as well.
Yeah, it's very, very glamorous. You might on another card just want to add a little bit of an embroidery design onto like a corner of a card and, you know, anything like that. So you can kind of really let your imagination run a bit wild with these. They're £13.99 for around 4,000. We've got another option for you as well. So, again, you can feel the weight of this one.
These are heavy. These are glass seed beads.
Okay.
So that's a little bit more weight in them.
Yeah, you can feel that, can't you? Definitely, when you sort of pick those up. Around the same amount, or?
I think they're 5,000
even
in that
more.
one. Little bit more because they're smaller.
Yes,
a little bit more in the bag.
Yeah, and again, as you sort of move through that, you can see the incredible mix of colours, of course, that we're seeing. Matching that price, £13.99 for you to be able to get that, which is brilliant. Now, the other thing I want to introduce to you, which we mentioned just at the top of the show, is the essential toolkit that we've got, because this will just sort of really help you, won't it, with every single one of these cards that you make.
It does. It makes life a lot easier. The piercing mat is a neoprene self-healing mat, so you can keep piercing and keep piercing.
Okay.
Gives you a nice firm background, so you're making a clean pierced hole through the card.
Yeah, which you'd want, wouldn't you?
And it's about the right size without going too big.
Yes, definitely. So that will just kind of form your area, so you've got that ready to go. Then this is the tool that you've been using, isn't it, to actually be able to pierce? So you can see that there, you're embossing it in your pricking tool and really got such a fabulous sort of end on that to be able to get that
just about precision. Right. It's the right thickness on the piercing end with the needles that are in the kit as well, so it all works together. Yes,
it's all been thought out. Some additional needles as well, if you wanted those. And would that be sort of used if you wanted sort of different thicknesses or anything? Or?
You can do. We put tapestry needles in purely because they're not such sharp tips.
Oh, I see.
You're going through a card, it's very easy with a sharp tip to snag the edge of the card.
Yes.
Or snag your fingers if you like me.
Either or.
But these as tapestry, they're slightly blunter tips, so it works a little better with the paper.
Yeah. You see, it's all those little things that go into it, and the thought process of knowing what's perfect.
We tried a few needles before we settled on these.
20% of the stock of this has gone already. And then finally, what's this?
Little needle threader.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen that before, you know. Does this just make it easier then to be able to thread your needles?
Yeah, you pop that through the eye of the needle, put the thread in the little sort of V shape there and just pull it back.
How have I never heard of this? Because I am terrible at threading needles.
So
I can stand there for
why
ages.
we have these.
Honestly, that would be quite a life-changing thing for me. And I love the little image as well that we've got on there. So you've got that also to be able to get. So really, really handy. I mean, this is a kit that sells every single time you're on because it just makes the process easier because you've got really all of those additional tools to be able to go with, of course, the kits that you have. And once you've got it, you're ready to make as much as you
always
want,
got it. Yeah.
So welcome to the show, Lonia. Nice name, that. I've not heard that before. Jane, Suzanne as well, Christina, Rosemary. We've got Lynn and Audrey, New Crafters, Kaz. It is fabulous price there as well, £11.99 for you to be able to get all of that today and to be able to, of course, take advantage of that. Now, we've also got some embellishments and sort of shiny detailed extras, haven't we, that we can see
I
here.
absolutely love this little kit.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
It is, isn't it? And it's so different to sort of anything else that obviously we're able to offer you at the moment. Have a look. When we talk about shiny stuff, it is going to dazzle you as soon as we actually come to this on the camera. It's just magic.
It is. It's lovely. They're a peel-off sticker.
Yeah.
And they're gold or silver edged with clear in the centre.
Love that, okay.
So on the little shapes there, you've got the corners, you've got some circles, you've got some stars, you've got some lines.
Amazing.
But they've got the gilt-coloured edge and the clear centre on it, so it'll really accent whatever you're doing.
Yeah. And would you sort of have the tendency to add them onto these cards as well as anything else really that you've got at home?
Yeah, you could add them. We add them to some of these. You could put them in the mandalas in between the different,
that would look nice.
Different corners.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, and you can see as we kind of get in really close on these, you get to see the detail of those corners that we've got there. Look at those as well, the amount of stars, the different sizes that we can see, those circles, those strips that we've got. I mean, the glitter that's kind of dancing out of those is just magical. So you've got all of those. Of course, they're adhesive backed as well as your stickers, so that it's very easy to be able to obviously pop onto your cards. And then we've also got these here. We've got some holographic opportunities to be able to see. And, I mean, this.
There we are. These are self-adhesive sheets.
Right,
so these
okay,
peel and stick as well. So you could, if you've got dies or punches, you could die cut into them, peel them off, and stick them onto whatever you're doing.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
But I just love the holographic colours on those.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
People multi-buying on this, massive well done to you. It is £14.99 for you to be able to get all of that. First time, of course, that we've been able to offer you this as well. So it is brand new today. Really is going to enable you, of course, to be able to just add something really special with this. Now, don't forget, we've also got those 3 brand new kits today, all of them proving very popular. 70% of the mandalas have gone. We've actually got more of you with this sitting in your baskets now than we actually have left and available. Do remember, in fact, we're almost into single figures now. We've got 11 final chances with this. We're not able to bring you any more at the moment because everything that you have available right now is on the show. So if you want it, one of those final 11 chances, then you have got to be really quick. Gorgeous, all 4 of those designs that, of course, we are getting to see there. The fact that you have enough to create 2 of these as well. So you've got everything you need. You've got obviously you have got the opportunity to get your needle there. You've got the opportunity to get your beads, to be able to get the beautiful thread, and this is spectacular. It's got those different colours that are running through this. You've also, of course, got the card. You've got the backing card there. You've got the envelopes to be able to go with this. So it's really making everything up. Just remember, all you need is a pair of scissors and some double-sided tape, and you are ready to go with this. Plus, that little tip that obviously Rob given you about photocopying before you start pricking into it, and then you'll be able to create as many of these as you would want to as well. And I think once you've done one, you're going to be like, I want to do another, I want to do another.
It's very addictive.
Definitely.
It really is very addictive.
It looks like it, just as you're kind of working on it. And also, if these were on your craft store, I'm thinking about the amount of money you could actually charge for something like this. You could make a really nice return on them.
To make and sell with these, we're more than happy for people making and selling for themselves, to raise money for their own craft stash, to buy more, charities, anything at all, no problem.
So go and sell them on to your heart's content. Single figures available now of that one. That is £19.99. We've also got the rose. I can't choose a favourite. This is the problem, because when you first mentioned mandalas, I was like, I know they'll be my favourite. Then I saw the roses and I was like, no, it's got to be the roses. And then I look at the other ones with the Christmas. I think, oh wait, there's 4 different. So you can't decide.
It is difficult.
You just want them all, don't you? Well over half of this stock has gone as well. Again, you can see the difference of those 4 designs. I love that you've got that really large rose in that first design. The heart kind of surrounding those is just beautiful.
Because you could use that later on in the year and just change the thread colour.
Yes, I was thinking
you change the colours, it'd have a completely different look.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, Valentine's, you could, change it to something different, couldn't you? It'd be great for an anniversary card or a wedding card, anything like that. And then, of course, coming down, you've got those beautiful different kind of opennesses of the roses that you can see as well. Say if it was the first time you got a kit and you got these home, would you sort of tell people to start with one of those designs particularly, or are they all kind of as easy as each other? It wouldn't matter.
This doesn't really come in difficulty levels.
No.
It just more comes in, right way to describe it, time levels.
Yes.
So rather than being more difficult, it'll take you more time to do the more involved ones.
Okay.
And the 2 roses in the heart, that's going to take you longer than one of the bigger single roses because there's more sitting on it.
Yeah.
But it's no more difficult It's just if you gift that to someone, they know you're giving them something special, and they know you've invested your time into it.
Yeah, very, very true, definitely. Yeah, you can see that because the amount of beads on it and everything like that as well. So we are there $19.99. Remember, there is the final new kit as well, which is the Merry Christmas paper embroidery kit. And just to remind you, just obviously you will get, you can see your designs that are kind of popped on there, so you've got the idea of those. It then comes, of course, and the stock, I think, as well, that linen kind of effect. It's just lovely, isn't it?
All got linen effect. So we've gone for the same match. The green and red and the white squares have all got the linen finish on them.
Super.
And obviously all the envelopes to match in the right shapes.
Yeah, definitely. So you can see, of course, that linen finish on that. There's the green, there's the red that you can see, of course, with this as well. Like you said, the perfect sizes of envelopes that we've got. You're also getting, of course, all the thread that you would need. Then, as we come to your templates that you've got those there, so you know exactly how to follow it. You've got those numbers that you were talking about, the 1 to 8 or the 1 to 7, the 1 to 5. So it's really just following what's written there. You can't go wrong, can you?
It's like stitched by numbers almost.
Yes, yeah.
Once you've got the hang of following the ratio, and I mean, what I would suggest is if you're really new to it and this is the first time, don't go straight into the nice card in the kit. Get a bit of scrap card and a bit of scrap thread from your stash, because everybody's got a bit of scrap card in the stash.
Have a little bit of go.
Pierce some holes in it, just even if you just pierce holes in a curve without following the pattern, and just practice stitching 1 to 8 just on a scrap piece.
Really
and
nice
when you've got
idea.
that, then go into the kit.
Yes, and then you don't have to waste any of the best stuff, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Julie said, I've had to have the roses. I need to make a start on my previous purchases too. Love this unusual craft, yeah?
Thank
you said, it's lovely that we've been able to bring something like this that we don't see from anybody else as well. I'm really excited to see them, Julie, so please send in your pictures when you have done them, because we always love to see what you have created. Plus you might win £100, which is always a win-win as well. So this one, again, has those 4 completely different designs that you're getting, so what's your favourite? Is it one of the baubles, or is it the candle, or is it the bells? There might be one that's calling out to you, but of course you can create all 4 of these and 2 of each of them. Again, if it's sitting in your basket with any of these, it isn't yours until you've checked out, so do make sure that you are, because all of them, over half of the stock, has now gone. Should we have a look at a little bit more?
Yeah, love to. Let's go for the little candles.
Okie dokie.
I'm just thinking, you were saying about the baubles on the bauble one. There's nothing to stop you stitching that twice, cutting around them, sticking them back to back and hanging it on the tree.
Oh, how nice would that be?
Tree decorations.
Yes,
there we are. Instant tree decorations.
Yeah.
So, as we did before, we're going to pierce 1 hole through every little dot on there,
Okay.
which just gives us the overall shape on it. Let's go down the side of this little short candle. Of course, it'd be quite nice to use the candles separately for something else
Wouldn't
as well.
it? Like christening, something like that.
I think they're a lovely couple of little candles.
They are. And I think that's what's great. Like you say, you can just pierce through the bits that you want if you don't want to kind of have the rest of what's surrounding it.
If you just wanted the candle, you don't have to worry about all the rest.
No.
You just pierce out the candle. And it's small and portable. I had a friend who was going in for a brief hospital stay, and she took one of the kits with her.
Yes, that's
Gave
really
her something
nice
to
idea.
do. She said it beats that watching the hospital telly all the time.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just sit and sew.
It's not the most interesting of places, is it? You wouldn't really want to be there. So if you've got something you're enjoying doing, then it's really nice.
Takes your mind off everything else. But that quickly builds up. I've missed one side of the candle. What we do suggest as well with this is when you're done, hold it up to the light.
Okay.
And then you'll see if you've missed any holes.
Yeah.
So before you take the template off, hold the whole thing up to the light. You'll see if you've missed any. Better to find out then than when you're stitching and you're thinking,
Very true.
where am I going here? It's not there. There we are. That's better. So we've got the basics of the candle there, pierced out. So let's just take that one out.
Super.
And bring in one that's all pierced out and ready to go.
Yes. Yeah.
Now if we do, let's do the flame
Okay.
on the top. Let's do the flame on the top one. So going on the pattern, that's a ratio of 1 to 7 around the outside of the flame. So any element, so the flame's an element, the candle's an element, you always start on one end. So we'll start on the top, come up from the back at the start, and then a small piece of tape.
Yeah, pop that on. I love that colour of the gold thread as well.
It's beautiful, the thread on this. Just avoid the holes when you're taping on.
Oh, yes, of course, or you wouldn't be able to get it through.
I have done that while I was demoing on a show.
Okay.
And then I'm wondering why the needle wouldn't go through the double-sided tape. So a ratio 1 to 7 on this one. So we've come up for the first hole. So that's 1. You count the one you've come up through as hole number 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and down the 7th hole.
Okay.
Then move on 1 short stitch on the back. And then all the way across the front, back to the hole after the one you started in. So if you were still counting, that would be hole number 2. You don't need to count on there. Once you've counted it once, keep following the same pattern, move along 1 on the back, show a short stitch on the back, a long stitch on the front. The only time you might need to count more than once is if you're doing, like I've got here, you're going down a bit of a long line rather than around a real swirl.
Oh, I see, yes.
And you might not be able to see exactly where the last hole you used was.
Yes, that makes sense.
So you can just sneak it to one side. There we are. It's going to be in there. Or you can just count again.
Yeah.
Personally, I just tend to push it to one side with the needle and see where you're going.
Lovely.
And that very, very quickly
doesn't it?
builds up round our design.
Yeah. I think it's so clever. I'd not even ever heard of something like this before until you brought it to us here at HobbyMaker, and I just thought, on one of the shows I've watched you doing before, I thought, this is just brilliant.
See, all the work's done for you.
Exactly.
All the working out, the calculating and the sort of designing the ratios and stuff, all done by the designers. They do all the hard work. You get to do the enjoyable bit at the end of it.
Exactly.
And it is very enjoyable, very restful.
Yeah. You know, if you did blow them up like you mentioned, would you need to put more holes into it?
No,
no, just be exactly the same?
The holes will stay exactly the same. The ratios will stay the same.
Okay.
The only thing we would suggest is using a thicker thread.
Yes.
So it stands out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Tapestry wool or embroidery silks, depending on how big you've gone, you could use normal knitting wool.
Yeah.
Because that at least then gives you plenty of visibility on your design.
100%, yeah.
There we go. That's how easy you're building up the design on it.
Yeah.
But there's another couple of techniques, or another technique. Tell you what, let's just go into the back of that one and show you one of the other techniques. And I know really I should change colour on thread, but while we're demoing, while it's on.
It's fine, yeah.
So let's do one of these little crow's feet, if you like.
Yes, okay.
Just to show how the leaves work on there.
Yeah.
We'll come up from the back and we'll come up at one end of that little triangle there. And this is almost a ratio 1 to 1, because you're coming up on the corner and you're not counting around, you're just going to go across the shape.
Yeah.
And the lines are drawn on the pattern to see them.
Yeah, they are.
When you've gone across the shape, you move up one on the back of the shape.
Okay.
And then across to the opposite hole down. So what you're doing effectively is like we used to do at school. You drew dots on a corner and you're making a curve out of a square.
Yes.
So you've taken from the square of the pattern and you're going to stitch across that, which will bring the curve into the stitched effect eventually. And that really is the only 2 techniques you need.
Wow, okay. So then
follow the numbers on a ratio and across the corners. And once you've mastered those 2 techniques...
It's really good. I just think it looks magical as well. Like, I can't imagine anybody getting one of these and it not being their favourite card of the whole year, you know, of what they've had.
Yeah, it's definitely what we call a wow card.
You
open the envelope and it's like, oh my, look at that, look what I've got.
Definitely. And I don't think you expect it either, because you don't see cards like this, really.
No, not very often.
No.
Now, something else that's useful to note, I've done that wrong.
Okay.
I've got that bit right, and then I've come up to the wrong hole in that corner, so I should have started at that end, but I've come up here.
Right.
So if you do make a mistake, really, really easy, you just take the needle out, find the last stitch you did.
Oh, and just pull it out. Oh, fine. So it actually doesn't matter if you go wrong.
If you go wrong, this is what people ask a lot. They say, what do I do if I get it wrong? Just pull the stitches out.
Because imagine if you was right near the end and there was no going back, you'd be like, no, wouldn't you? But instead, easy.
You could quite comfortably, if you want, take out everything that we've just put in there.
Okay.
Just by pulling the thread through.
Yeah.
Because the holes were there to start.
Yeah, it's just like straight back out.
It takes it all straight back out again.
Brilliant.
Easy
Okay,
as that.
yeah. So you don't need to worry about going wrong or anything. It's very easy to be able to correct if you do.
Anything you do wrong.
What else I think is really nice as well with these is because you do get, of course, the designs that you can see on here, it's very easy to be able to follow the colours, isn't it, and know where to put the colours. You can do it different if you want to, of course, it's not a problem, but it's the inspiration is there of kind of, I suppose, with the threads that you've got, with how to create exactly what's there if you want to kind of follow the original patterns.
We find we've got two types of crafter that produce these.
Have you?
We've got the person who wants to go completely off-piste and do their own thing, and they'll take the red, green and gold and they'll do them in a completely different layout of pictures. Yeah. And then we've got somebody else who has to have it exactly.
Yeah. Stick to it.
I like both ways.
Yeah, I don't think
like both
it matters.
It's nice to see what people do with them.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see people send in pictures where they're finished and it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And you think, that's a mirror.
Yeah,
of
you've
what
actually
we've done.
managed to recreate that perfect.
And then somebody else will put their own take on it and it looks so different. Yeah. Same pattern, but it looks so,
you're almost
different.
thinking, gosh, how have you managed to do that?
Yeah.
Now, I am going to come back across to the mandalas. We have got, as I say, single figures left now with this. When it's gone, it's gone. We can't do any kind of extended delivery or anything like that. We've got everything that we can have at the moment with this kit. There is 6 chances left. That is all. We've currently got more brand new crafters looking at it than even that 6, as well as everybody else who has this in their basket at the moment as well. So if you want it, there's over 30 of you still looking at this, and there is 5 chances now, 5 final chances to get it. £19.99, of course, for all 4 of those amazing designs. And it does mean that you can create 2 of each of these, so 8 cards, where you've got kind of everything to create them. So you've got the card blanks, you've got that lovely cardstock, of course, that linen effect at the front, you've got the beads, you've got the needle, you've also got the thread to go with this. You'll just need, of course, to use some of your own double-sided tape and also your scissors, which you're going to have in your craft stash or just in your kitchen drawer, to be honest, even if you're not a crafter. It's the sort of thing I've got and I'm not.
As long as it'll cut thread, you're fine.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it'd be a great one to do with friends as well. So if you wanted to invite a few people round, maybe have a glass of mulled wine, something like that, you could let them choose which design they wanted and all create it together. And of course, don't just think cards. Think about kind of putting this in frames. Think about wall art. As you were saying, you could make these bigger if you wanted to as well, which would be absolutely amazing. So there's so much you can do with them. And remember that when you initially get them templates, if you want to, you can photocopy them before, which will give you and enable you to make many more of these with what you already have in your stash as well. So £19.99, as expected, very, very popular. Also, yeah, they are about to go now. We also have the roses that are available. Totally different to the mandalas, which is what I love. All of these kits are completely different, aren't they?
Same craft, same technique, really different result.
Again, loads of you coming in for these. How could you sort of not? We are down to the final 25%. We've got 20% left now, so loads of you, of course, have got them as well. Well done. You've got that really large rose that's a showstopper. You've got them beautiful double roses in the heart as well. Then you've got the sort of really open rose that I kind of think you think of with the petals that we're seeing sort of lower there. And then, the fourth one, I would almost say you could do it in different colours and it could almost become a different flower. When you're looking at that. Could be a carnation, for example.
If you
did it
did
different
that in
colours.
a blue. Yes. Yeah.
And that's nice to be able to do that if you know somebody with their favourite sort of colour of flower. So that again is £19.99, 4 different designs and 2 of each. Plus we have the kit that we've just seen Rob working with just there, which is where you are getting those sort of Christmas-inspired ones. You've got the bells, you've got the candle, you've also got those 2 baubles. But as we were saying, if you just want to take certain areas of this, then suddenly those candles could be for a christening. It could be for a wedding, anything like that as well. So you can use things for different things. I mean, you've got those bows, which would just be great on their own, wouldn't they?
Yeah, a bow. You could almost do the bow, cut that out and stick it on a present.
You could, couldn't you? Yeah.
If it was a special gift, put that on there.
Or on a box, on the top of a box. That would look amazing, wouldn't it, on a box you'd made? Margot has said, top tip, periodically let the needle hang free. It stops the thread from kinking. That's a good little tip. Yeah, beautiful work. Lovely. Yeah, always share anything that you've done from finding out, any extra tips as well of what you've done, because we love to hear from you, of course. So again, £19.99. Plus there is this as well, which is our little helpful kit that you've got, which of course is going to be super, super useful for you to be able to take advantage advantage of. It's your essential tools that you've got here. So you have got your tool to be able to prick the holes. You've also got your mat there. You've got your needles, tapestry ones, not quite as sharp, so it does mean, of course, that, you know, it's better, like you said, for cardstock. And then this, which I think is brilliant. I don't know why my mum has never told me about this, because I feel like she would know from being good at sewing. It makes it easier to thread a needle, which is just going to make everything that you do a bit easier as well. I think my talk back's gone, so I've got zero clue in terms of where you want me to go next, just to let you know. Would you like to show us something else next? Yes, great.
Why not? Let's do a demo. Because you were talking about putting things in frames as well.
Yes,
Anything you can put a photo in, you can put this in. So if you go to your local discount store...
And frames are really cheap, aren't
coasters,
they? Oh, coasters.
Paperweights, fridge magnets, key rings, anything you can put a photo in, as long as you don't stitch the beads on it. If you put the beads on, you're not going to get it in the frame.
You're going to have that extra height, aren't you?
Anything else that's designed for a photo.
That's a really lovely idea.
You can even get, what was it we had there? Like little snow globes. That you can put a photo in.
Yes,
it was a vertical one. We put stitching in the back and let all the Christmassy colour. It was lovely.
And you'd almost see like the kind of snow sort of falling down over them. So we're having a look at the rose.
So let's do a little bit of our rose. So if we go, this one's a little bit longer to stitch. So it's not more difficult. It's just a bit more to it.
Yeah, you can see.
So if we do, let's do one of these. What have I got? I've got red thread. So let's go round in the centre with one of these sections in the centre. So if we pick an element and we come up from one end of it, we always start on one end. Everything in the whole, oops, wrong, not quite, everything in the whole craft is built on starting at one end of an element and working along from there.
Lovely.
There we go, put the thread in.
Super.
And then we'll just put a little bit of double-sided tape on that just to hold it in place. There we go, let's get that on. Oops. That should then keep us going on there quite nicely.
That's on.
Because when you mount this on the backing cards, on the red and green cards, you tape around the corner edges, and then you could also lift the backing off the double-sided on all the little pieces you've done. Gives it a little bit of extra strength and stability. Right, so if we go from there, this one we're running on a ratio of 1 to 5. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, into the 5th hole along.
Super.
And then again, short stitch on the back. So you move along, 1 stitch hole on the back of the card, and then all the way back to the 2nd hole along.
There's a strong red, isn't it, there as well?
It's a beautiful red in this. These threads in this kit are designed purely for paper embroidery, the Dutch. Paper embroidery in the Netherlands is really, really big.
Yeah.
I mean, it's growing and becoming bigger in the UK, but the Netherlands at the moment is the home of it.
Okay. So is that sort of where you get these threads from then?
Yeah, we source the threads from the Netherlands. The designers that have produced the kits, or produce the designs for us, we're using the kits, they're all Dutch.
Okay. Yes.
We did have a UK designer we worked with, but she changed careers, unfortunately. She went from designing to... I don't know what she did, went off to something else.
But you found other people.
We found others that we're working with.
Yeah, 7 final chances now on this Roses paper embroidery kit that we've got available at the moment. Again, loads of you with this in your basket, so it is all about the first people to check out.
So you can see a shorter ratio, being 1 to 5, actually creates quite a solid stitch block on there, on the straight bit. And then as you start to go round the corner, it'll start to have more of a swirl effect. So that first piece is quite solid. And then further up we get, it'll swirl out a little bit more. Okay. But another little tip, while we're looking at top tips as well, is when you've done the stitching, before you put the beads on it, it's worth, turn it over face down, protect your work surface, bit of blank paper I tend to use, and then you want something like the handle of a pair of scissors or a large head embossing tool, and just give it a firm rub all over.
Okay.
Because what that does is it closes up the holes. Because obviously you've pierced the holes, you've then stitched through them. Sometimes you'll go through the same hole a couple of times. Opens them up.
Okay.
If you rub it over, closes the holes, just makes it look a little bit neater.
Okay, yeah. See, it's all those little tips I think that you want and you need as well, because else you'd have to do quite a few to work that out yourself. So it's great that you can kind of just share, that expertise.
Being able to share this is lovely, because that tip about the closing the holes actually came from a customer at a workshop at the NEC.
Oh, okay.
Jackie was doing the workshop, and this lady said, well, why don't you rub them?
And you're like,
and she sort of said,
I
what
like
do you mean rub them? She did say that do protect your work surface.
Yes,
because
of course. Yeah.
she told us about one that she'd done, and she didn't, first one time she did it, she was given the tip, didn't protect the work surface, rubbed it on a French polished wooden table.
Oh, okay.
Lifted the polish off the table onto the card, ruined the card.
No.
We didn't dare ask about
the
the table.
table.
I didn't have the courage to ask about the table. But it didn't do the card any good.
No.
So do protect your work surface when you rub them. There you are. You can see we've stitched that around there quite
really
nicely.
lovely.
Now, from what you can see on that, you can still see the holes. If I just get a piece of, let's use a spare piece of pattern.
Yeah, okay.
To use the handle on the scissors.
Yeah.
I'm using these because they're not rubber, they're a plastic handle.
Okay.
I'll do a few holes that we haven't stitched as well, so you can see the difference. Yeah, let's bring that back in so you can see.
Yeah.
So you can see there, it closes up the holes.
It does, doesn't it?
And where the thread is, you can't see the holes at all.
No, it just joins it completely, doesn't it? Oh, really clever.
So
I mean,
something
that's
so
such a simple little thing, and
makes
just
such a big difference.
Yeah, I love a little tip like this. Oh, you're going to get the...
We're going to get some of these out.
embellishments out. I
think
these.
probably not at their best on the roses. Should we pinch one of the cards over there?
Yeah, of course. Which one would you...
we've got a bauble.
Yes.
A bauble, if we can reach a bauble.
Whereabouts?
Somewhere around here.
We can grab one. Are they at the bottom of the bauble
One
ones?
of those
I think
two.
Kat's going to come and grab us one. So yeah, she'll pass it over.
It doesn't matter.
Here we go. Thank you very much.
Lovely.
Lovely. Which one would you
Okay,
like?
well, let's go for that one.
Yeah, the big
That's got the gold on it.
Perfect.
If we then put... So you can use your piercing tool to lift these. And we could put a line of those around there. So you've got
I
so
think
many.
my only problem would be, I'd be like, when do I stop putting these on? I'd almost be covering my whole designs.
So you can see what I was saying earlier. You've got the gold outline and the clear, slightly sparkly
really nice,
centre in there. But you've also got the silver versions the same. So it depends on what you're stitching or what you're embellishing.
Yep.
Doesn't have to go on stitching. Could go on to anything with these. You've got the circles, you've got stars.
I know.
Got so many to go at. And it's so easy to apply. Use the tool.
Yeah, because you've got the tool again, obviously, in that kit.
Tool.
To be able to
if you've not got the tool kit, in your kit you've got the needle and the pin. Use the needle or the pin to put them on.
Yeah.
And it just works on around there.
Lovely. Just wanted to give you a close-up look of like these embellishments that we're getting, because it's the way that you need to be able to see this sparkle that we're seeing. Just look at how much you're getting. All of these sort of different sizes, different shapes that we've got that you can see with these. Now that is just one sheet of it. You've then got that, of course, in the gold as well. So that's what we're just seeing Rob using at the moment. So you can choose which colour you want. Then you've got these absolutely fabulous corners. Can you just imagine kind of popping those onto different cards as well, embellishing them? You know, they just look so designer, so boutique, don't they? Then you've got more, of course, with those lovely stars that we have. You might just want one or two. Again, would go across so many different celebration cards, Christmas cards, New Year cards. Going to last you absolutely ages, aren't they? We've got your strips that you can see there as well, with the glitter, with the gold and the silver. Then you've got your adhesive back sheets where... as you move that is where you can just see it's like a full rainbow effect of colour, isn't it? Look at that as well, in that colour. I love holographic bits. Then we've got the red that we can see, of course, in this as well, and we've got the gold. And I have to say, they'd be brilliant with the kits that we've got here, but this, for me, very much feels like it would go with anything that's in your stash, any brand. You know, they're just lovely to kind of add on.
You could die cut those, you could punch them. Anything you want with them.
So all of that coming to you today for £14.99, which is fabulous. Now, I think I think that the mandala has completely sold out, so we can't offer any additional on that. Very, very limited on the other kits as well, so if you do want the final couple of chances, take advantage on that as well. Remember that, of course, with each of these kits, all you need, and that is what I absolutely love, is that you just need some of your double-sided tape and your scissors, and everything else is coming in the kit. Now, you are going to, of course, get with these 4 different designs in each kit, you get enough, sorry, I've just moved them, there's 2 baubles that we can kind of pop here, and you can see how that looks, those embellishments on as well, so those 2 and those that we can see there as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And then, if you want to, of course, photocopy that template, then it does mean you can use that to create as many more as you want as well. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be able to have a show with you. I'm happy about that. Do you know when you're back? Is it next...
end of October.
Oh, yes, you said earlier. Yes, end of October.
29th, I think.
Amazing. And we were talking about this show because there's a few bits that were going to be in this show, haven't quite arrived on time, so it will all be kind of coming into that show. So it's going to be a really, really superb show. So keep an eye on our social media for when that is as well. Make sure if you want any of this, you're checking out right now. I don't want you to miss out on them. Have you got social media yourself? Or... Yes. Is it just the name, Add Some Sparkle?
Add Some Sparkle Craft.
Lovely. Add Some Sparkle Craft. So have a little look on there as well if you want to get extra inspiration. And Julie has just sent in these pictures, which is so lovely to be able to see, saying, love these kits. I purchased the Christmas kit today. Oh, great. Latest mate was for mum-in-law's birthday and niece's birthday. I mean, they're superb, aren't
beautiful. They're beautiful. It's nice to see them done.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Yeah, gorgeous. Well done. And thank you, Julie, for sending them in and sharing them. You're now in the competition to win £100. I'll be back in a moment. We have got Sharon here. We've got some fabulous products from Tim Holtz. So we'll be back with personal impressions right after this. See you in a moment.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax. Rubik's Cubes released. Perms, mullets, crimping. Standing up to change TV channels. But relax. Now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels. And we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month. And we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello, right, Sharon's here.
I am.
As always. You're really excited about this show, aren't you?
I am. I love alcohol inks. They're just such a cool thing to play with.
Yes, definitely.
And the good thing about them is there's no right or wrong with them.
Okay, yeah.
It's one of those things that you can just play.
Yeah.
You never get the same result twice, so you've just got to go with what you get.
Yes,
and that's the fun part, really.
Yeah, which is amazing. And we've got such a lovely sort of array of products on this. We've got some starter kits, we've got some bigger kits as well. So it's really about sort of what you want to go for. We've got metallics as well with that glow.
Yes.
We've got the pearl finish. So there's something really for absolutely everybody. Now, shall we start with the standard alcohol ink?
Yes,
Because
with the... I
Well,
don't
not
want to say
standard,
plain or
yes,
standard,
yeah,
but the pure alcohol colours, basically.
yeah. When I saw this, though, this morning, which you actually showed me, I was like, whoa. I mean, they are incredible. The intensity and almost like this sort of shine you get off them is just amazing.
Yes, it's really cool because they're alcohol inks.
Yeah.
It means you're going to be using them on more of a coated cardstock or a shiny surface.
Okay.
You can use them on glass, you can use them on acetate. Now the colours here, I've literally just put the inks onto the cardstock and moved them about a bit with my blower. That's it. I haven't added any alcohol or blending solution to these because I wanted you to see the colours kind of as pure as they are.
Which is great, yeah. We've just had a message just there. Oh my gosh, love alcohol inks. Yeah, absolutely, I know. Now, we are doing a deal on these as well, and they are, of course, your Tim Holtz, so you know the quality. So we are doing one, if you just want one, £5.99. But if you would like to get 3 of these, then we are going to take them down and discount them to £12.93. So you are looking at basically buying 2 and getting the third one for just about 93p. That you've got just there, 95p. So a really, really superb deal to be able to jump in and get that. Now, as you look at the colours, I mean, there's your botanical, that aqua. I've never seen something like that.
They're beautiful colours, aren't they? And of course, you know, you're probably going to be mixing them together to get different effects.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, we've got a beautiful rainbow for you to choose from today. Really
Denim,
lovely colours.
amethyst, you've got your cool perry that we can see there. You've also got your pink sherbet, and then of course that top row is where you're seeing your crimson, your raspberry that you've got there, the sunset orange. You've also got your sunshine yellow, and you have got your lime as well. So have a look at those colours. Which one is calling out to you? There's 13 different colours to be able to pick from. If you just want one, that is £5.99. If you want to go for a couple, that's that's fine. If you want to go for 3, you get a saving on that, and 3 is for £12.93. So just over the price you should be paying for 2 of them. Do you have to use much of this? Like, do those bottles last quite a long time?
They will last a long time. I've never replaced them.
Oh, have
basically.
you not?
I've got bottles from when they first came out, which is quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
The original colours came out. And I haven't run out of a bottle yet, because you are just putting a couple of drops in at a time.
Yeah, which is lovely and easy. So they are there. They are available, of course, at that fabulous price. Already, Cool Perry is limited. Also, your Pink Sherbet is limited. So they are the 2 most popular at the moment. All Crimson now as well, probably because Christmas is coming up soon.
Yes.
Luckily, we do have good quantities available, but they are the most limited at the moment that we have. So it's up to you which ones you want to see. Now, I want to introduce all of them. Obviously, if you add 3 to your basket, it will automatically give you that discount. When you talk about your alcohol pearl, it's completely different to what we saw with the alcohol inks.
Yeah. Now these, I have added a little drop of the alcohol blending solution.
Okay. Yeah, which we've got available.
Because with the pearls and the alloys, which we're going to look at in a second, they've got pigment in them, which is what gives them the pearl or the metallic. And you do need something for that pigment to stick to your cardstock, because the alcohol will automatically stick to your cards. But when you start introducing pigment and pearls and mica, you almost need like a bonding solution, really. So, so all I've done here is I've added a tiny drop of that blending solution and then a drop of the colour. So you can see you've got a lovely pearlescent finish to all of these. And again, beautiful colours.
Amazing, isn't it? It just feels like you've transformed your cardstock into, into that kind of finish of pearl, which you've got there. Lovely mix of colours. So you've got your Scorch, you've got Deception, Enchanted, Splendour. You've also got your Radiant, your Alchemy, your Sublime, and your Envy. Great names as well. Tranquil, Celestial, your Villainous, and your Opulent that we can see there. A couple of them, like your Deception and your Sublime, we've only got 20 chances available on those. So if you do want those ones, get in very quickly. One of these is £7.30. But again, if you want to do a pick and mix, you can get 3 of the same colour. You get 3 different colours, depending on what you know you'll use. You can then go for £15.98 to be able to get those. So again, it's just over the price of paying for a couple of them. So a really, really good opportunity on these as well to get them at the best price, depending on which colours you want to get, because there'll be some that obviously I'm sure are shouting out to you as soon as you see them.
Yeah, everyone's got their sort of go-to colours, haven't they, that they're drawn to.
Yeah, and I imagine you know as well whether you create, say, more like birthday-inspired cards. Do you go for rainbow? Do you kind of do more male cards or female cards? But, it's all different things, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely, lovely colours. Now, if you wanted to go for them all, instead of £87.60, you could, and you'd be paying just over £65. So it's a really good discount, again, if you wanted to go for them in that way. Now, we've also got these, which are your alloys, where they just have this amazing sort of metallic finish.
They've got such a shine to them.
Haven't they?
They're really beautiful. And of course, I've put them on here neat, but the idea really is that you put these over your colours and you get lovely little specks of gold, or the rose gold's quite unique, actually. It's called rose, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually more sort of rose and silver. It's a unique colour.
Yeah, really different.
And the foundry has got such a high shine. It is stunning.
Yeah, so you've got Statue, Gilded, Rose, Sterling and Foundry. And once again, when you actually get these home, you're getting to see that colour here, but I think it's even more intense actually on these than what we can do with our cameras and the lights in the studio.
Yeah, yes it is, yeah, it really is.
Another nice saving on these again, so £8 if you want one, but if you want to go for a couple of colours of these, then you can for £12.47, so you get 2 of them for that price instead of paying £16 for 2. We also have a mini little bundle. So if you're kind of thinking, well, I'd like to go for a starter, then you can do with what we have got just here. Now, this has a lovely mix that has, of course, been chosen for you. So you have got your alcohol inks in this. You have got your Sailboat, you've got your Crimson, and you've got your Sunshine. You've then got one of your alloys in there as well, which is your Gilded colour. You then are getting some of your Yupo paper selection. So you're getting 20 sheets of your A6. You're also getting 10 sheets of your A4 and your A5, and we'll speak about that a little bit more. You're then going to, 6x6 that was, and then you're also going to get your blending solution and your tools as part of this. So it's a really fabulous kit, but also it's a nice starter if you haven't maybe used alcohol inks
if you're not sure, if you've never tried these before, you don't want to dive in and buy everything.
Yeah.
this is a good little starter kit.
Isn't it?
You will go on to buy more colours.
Yeah,
you've
you'll
tried
be like,
them,
I love this.
You'll be hooked. But this is a good introduction to them.
Definitely. And in terms of that paper, because I know we've also got the Yupo paper available individually, can you explain what it is for anybody else who's come across it before?
You do need, with alcohol, a coated cardstock.
Okay, yes.
Alcohol will kind of evaporate on the surface.
Yes.
So you do need basically a shiny sort of paper.
Okay.
So you need something that's coated, or you can use them. The other thing that these are great for is all your metal embellishments, anything like acetate, your lights. You know, if you've got any of the little lights that you're going to put in projects, you can colour them because they're plastic. Yeah. So these will stick to non-porous, which most crafting products don't.
No, exactly. Yes, so that's what
they're great. I do tend to grab them for the weirdest of sort of things. When I want to colour something like a metal embellishment, you can go in with these and colour them. Yeah. You can colour glitter cardstock with them. Okay. Because it will stick. Yes. So so the Yupo cardstock is just the perfect surface to work on. Absolutely. With them.
So that comes as part of this deal, but we have also got it on its own as well. If you want to go for it on its own, we're very limited. I will just let you know. But there are 23 chances, I think, that is available with the Yupo paper on its own. If you want to jump in, you can get that on the website. And we've also got the blending solution that is available for you to be able to get as well. And you were saying that you need this, don't you, really, to work with these products?
If you are using the pearls or the alloys, because they've got pigment in them. Yes. If you think about the fact that you're working on a sort of non-porous surface, a slick surface, the mica and the pearl in these will brush off your cardstock if you don't have something to sort of bond it to the card. So there is like a resin in this alcohol blending solution that will make sure they stay put. So if you're using the pearls and the alloys, you've got to be using the blending solution with them.
Perfect. So that's why it's here and available in the show. And it's nice that it's available as an extra as well as in the bundle. So if you want to get that, then you can do for a great price, of course, of £7.49. It might be that you've already got some bits like this at home and you just need a more blending solution. You can then top up and add it on as well, which is great. And we have got big quantities, of course, that are available today for this show as well. So it's a great opportunity to be able to kind of shop across and take advantage of the one-off postage and packaging fee. There's a lot of other bits coming up in the show. We've popped them all onto the website, so have a look, shop ahead, and then we can, of course, come across to them. Tracy, hello, just taking as a message. So excited to watch these shows and Sharon's amazing demos. I need some inspirations. I want to start using alcohol inks in my crafting and I've forgotten how to get the best results. Well, Tracy, you're watching the right show.
Yeah, we're ready for that.
It's great. Jennifer's also said, can they be used on mat board and with jelly plates? Do you know?
I wouldn't say so, no, really, because mat board is a bit too porous. They're just going to sink in. Almost, They're just going to soak it in, and you're not. The idea with them is that you move the colour around. Yes. Jelly plates, again, they're not really going to move around. You need the colour to flow about. So I wouldn't use it for either of those things.
But we'll see things and ways that you can, so we're going to be able to get to see them techniques. So that will, of course, inspire you. Did you want to set up for a demo? Yeah, lovely. So do remember, we've got those 3 pick and mix options available. So we have got the chance, of course, for the alcohol inks. You can see the amazing mix of colours that we've got with these, which are absolutely beautiful. We've also got the chance, of course, for those fabulous alcohol pearls. And then finally, there is also a pick and mix deal on the alcohol alloys as well. So all of those are there and available for you to be able to get and shop with, getting a great discount if you want multiples. What are you going to work with first?
I'm going to start with the alcohol inks.
Okay, great.
So I'm going to save the pearls and the alloys for the next demo.
Yes.
Because if you're new to this, you might want to just be having a play first of all with the straightforward colours. But I'm going to explain to you about the equipment and things that we're going to be using.
Great.
So I've got all my colours there. I've got a piece of the Yupo cardstock. And I would say we've got some fantastic surfaces, like substrates, on the show for you to use.
Yes, we have, yeah.
When you start, use your cardstock first.
Okay.
Because save your lovely, these are almost like canvases, save those for when you're happy with
your effect,
your techniques and your effect, because you're probably going to want to actually use these for displaying or making coasters or something.
Coasters, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. So I'm going to start off with the Yupo cardstock.
Okay.
Now I'm going to talk about the alcohol blending solution and something that you can pick up really cheaply to use with these, and that is isopropanol alcohol.
Yep.
Now, in the UK, this is just called surgical spirit. You can pick
really?
it up in
any
the chemist.
DIY shops then, yeah.
Yeah, you can pick it up in the chemist.
Yeah, yeah.
I bought this online. I bought this huge bottle for about £5.
Oh, right, yes. It's not
It's
expensive.
really cheap. So I'd highly recommend getting this because, first of all, it's cheaper than your blending solution.
Right.
So you're going to save yourself some money. Secondly, because the alcohol blending solution has got a resin in it that is ideal for making the pearls stick to your cardstock.
Yeah.
That resin means that you don't want to be breathing that in.
Okay.
So we don't advise you taking this blending solution out of this bottle. You're going to be dripping it on with that fine nozzle, so you're not really going to be breathing it in.
Yeah.
Open a window in your room when you're using it, but you're not really going to be spraying it around.
No, yes, okay.
But there are some cool techniques you can do by putting alcohol or surgical spirits.
I see.
In
You could put that into the spritzer, but you couldn't
Yes.
put the blending solution. Yeah.
Don't ever put that in any other bottle. Keep
Yeah.
it in there because you don't want to be breathing that in
Okay.
particularly. Whereas this is fine to, spray around, do what you want.
Not just sit
This
breathing
is
it.
this is used for cleaning cuts and things. So,
Yes,
it's not something that's going to harm you in the same way. So if you want to start playing around with techniques, you can put this in the mini mister. You can put it in a spray bottle.
Okay.
You can use it with water brushes.
Yeah.
I keep separate ones for using with this. So that's my top tip. I bought this online. This was about £5. You basically want isopropanol and you want it to be over 91% alcohol.
Okay.
So it's a great thing. So I've put some in a spray bottle. Now, when I'm using just the normal colours, I can use this instead of my blending solution, which is going to make that last a lot longer.
Yeah, which is great. Yeah.
So the first thing I'm going to do is put some. I thought if I do a rainbow, you're going to get to see a few different colours.
Lovely.
So I'm going to start at the top of my cardstock and I'm just going to spray some of that alcohol down. And then I'm going to start with the red and I'm going to drop. So this is what I mean about these lasting you a long while. So I'm just going to put a few drops along the top.
Lovely and vivid, isn't it?
It's lovely, yeah, really rich colour. And then we've got this on the show. This is a must-have, in my opinion, because with this, you can start to move that ink around. But you've got quite a lot of control with this, because you're just putting tiny puffs of air. Now, when I first got alcohol inks, it was before they came up with this. And I bought a really cheap, similar one. I think the idea. They're for cleaning like camera lenses and stuff originally. That was, and I bought one and it is so rubbish compared to this one. Because the one I've got is tiny, so this is fantastic.
It's a good size. That.
And you can go quite gentle with it, just giving it a gentle squeeze. You can come in from one direction and move the ink. You can come in from above and you'll get kind of a circle with the colour moving out. So you can create designs with this. I've seen beautiful art with this where they've kind of made flowers with it. Have a play around with it. And this is why I say use your cardstock first before you start on your substrates, because you want to get a feel for this and the different looks you get. And depending on how much ink you add, you can get really wispy, delicate looks with very little ink. So you can see I've got some really nice movement going on there.
Fabulous.
It doesn't take long to dry because basically the alcohol just evaporates. So it's quite quick. So now I can add a little bit more to the next. And then we'll go in with a bit of, yellow. And the colours will sort of blend together nicely. And move that around. Isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
Now, if you give it a real blast, you'll get like almost like fingers coming out. So if you did want to create like a flower or something, you can do that. So as I say, there's no right or wrong with this. You can't get the same result twice. So if you like something, you wouldn't be able to replicate it anyway. So just play around when you get them. And
that makes me think of lava at the moment.
It does, doesn't it? And can you see I've got all these little dots here? That's where the spray has landed on the alcohol ink.
It's so fun, isn't it, this as well, actually creating like backgrounds.
It is. Now, if you've got any of the mini misters, you will get even more little dots like that if you perhaps spray some of the alcohol with the mister. See how it sort of separates out? So you can play around with the techniques and you get really cool effects. You can see how it kind of separates out.
Yeah.
So let's pop a little bit more. And we'll go with a green next. So this is Limeade.
Kat was saying it reminds her of a lava lamp, and I can see what she means.
It is, isn't it? The way it sort of separates. Yeah. It is such a fun thing to play around with.
Yeah.
So, of course, this can be the background for a card, or it can be a piece of art in itself, really.
Yeah, of course it can.
And you can move that around. If you feel it's not moving around enough, you can always just add in a little bit more, either with the mister or the spray.
Yes, yeah.
Get it moving around a bit more if you want to. And then let's pop some more down the bottom there. And we'll come in with another colour. Now, while you're working, I keep putting the lids back on mine, but actually you don't need to, because while you've got them open, there will be a drop in the nozzle.
Yeah.
It's not going to evaporate. You're not going to lose it, by leaving the lid off.
No.
So if you're working with tons of colours, you don't have to keep putting the lids on and off. You can leave them. The other thing to talk about, actually talking about that, is Tim Holtz himself.
Yeah.
He did a Facebook Live, it was either last Saturday or the one before, on techniques with these.
Oh, fabulous.
So he goes through all of the things I'm telling you now, basically.
Yeah, great to watch that there.
He explains about the alcohol blending solution.
Yeah.
He talks about the alcohol, although they call it, what do they call it in America? They call surgical spirit rubbing alcohol.
Yes, they do, don't they?
So, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
got a question that's just come through as well, saying, loving the alcohol inks, can they be used to colour UV resin?
Yes, they can. And actually, resin's quite a good thing to put over the top of this.
I bet.
Because it doesn't sort of move it around. Because obviously, if you're making coasters or something with the...
you need that, don't you?
You want something to seal it. So, yes, you could use it.
Perfect.
There is, I've noticed there's a few, actually, Facebook groups for alcohol ink art.
Okay.
And if you go on those groups, you'll see all sorts of cool techniques and things that you can try.
Yeah.
So,
always send them your questions, because obviously if we can answer them, we always will do as well.
Yes.
Tina, hello. Tina's just said you can use alcohol inks on a jelly plate. You get wonderful results when used with stencils. Oh, there you go.
Well.
Tina's had a go. You know what? It's always worth doing, I think, sometimes as well, is just have a little play, try it, and then if you think, oh, actually, it doesn't work, you won't do it again, will you?
No, exactly.
Here's in cardstock, because you're getting a lot in the bottles anyway.
That's handy to know, because I've never tried it. It's not something I've ever thought to try.
So it's great to know from you, Tina, so thank you.
So I'm quite happy with that. And it doesn't take long at all to dry. Now, in terms of clean-up, I'm working on a glass mat. A great thing to have when you're working with these is hand sanitizer.
Okay.
Because obviously it's alcohol cleaner.
Yes, of course it is.
You can pop some, if you get it on your hands, it's great for cleaning off. Or you can just use your alcohol.
Okay.
Put a bit on a cloth.
Straight on. Yeah.
Put that straight on. Another handy thing to have is one of these little pipettes. But you can put a bit of that on your mat, wipe it off, and it'll clean it for you. So so that's the sort of basics of using the colours on their own.
So this is the alcohol air blower that we have just seen Sharon use, and it is, of course, available today for £11.99 for you to be able to get this. Should be £17.50, so we have done that at a great price today. Absolutely ideal for moving your fluid inks around. And I think it's, it's very, very comfortable, of course, to be able to hold as well, which is fabulous. And like you said, people have had the smaller ones and everything like that, but it's actually what this does and how much you get that movement to create the most incredible effects.
Yeah, it's the control you get with that one, actually, because you can really do the lightest puff with it, or you can really give it a good blast if you want it moving. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and of course, if you are buying it for somebody else, it's got all the instructions on the back of how to use it as well and how to kind of manipulate them inks across the surfaces. So a great price at £11.99. Now, you did mention the art panels that I know we're going to kind of be looking forward to. Now, they do come as a bundle where you are going to get a huge amount, actually. So you can see that you get these, which is what we just mentioned a moment ago, if you wanted to make your coasters or anything like that. So you're going to get 3 of those that come to you. You're then also going to get your panels. So this is, you've got 3 of these. These are your 5 by 7 inch panels that you've got with those sizes. Then also we have got your other art panels, which where you're going to get your 8 by 8, your 6 by 6 and your 4 by 4. So you're going to get 1 of each size of those with your squares. Then your rectangles will come to you, which is your 8 by 10s, your 5 by 7 and your 4 by 6s. So you've basically got loads and loads of panels, as you can see, and then you've also got those lovely hexagonal ones as well, which is absolutely brilliant. So 12 different ones all together. Should be looking at £20.45 if you wanted to get these, but we are of course going to be taking this price down, and instead today you can get all 12 of these at £16.99, which is absolutely super. And I bet you get such fabulous effects, don't you, on these?
You can, yeah. They really, they're a lovely surface to work on.
Yeah, I bet.
That with the blower, the ink moves beautifully across them. So you really, you know, you're creating your piece of art with these. Because it means you can display them and keep them. And yeah.
And I'm thinking, you're okay to sort of sell on, is that all right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Because obviously I'm thinking, you know, once you kind of do coasters or you do kind of panels or anything like this, your price can kind of go up on these sort of materials, can't
Very
it?
much so, yeah. And I think that the hexagonal...
That keeps falling off,
arrived.
don't worry. It's not even, I mean, Carla's here, but it wasn't even Carla. We've had it, Jimmy walked past it, Kat walked past it. It just keeps falling off. Jimmy's like, wasn't me this time. Was last time, but not this time. She likes to make an entrance. We'll just blame Jimmy. We always blame Jimmy. So we'll just go with that anyway. Now, a few of you coming through and taking advantage of the Yupo papers on their own as well. As Sharon sort of mentioned earlier, they've got that shiny surface. So absolutely perfect, of course, for your alcohol inks. And you get 3 different sizes within these. And you can see just there how you've got all of those, which are absolutely perfect. So it is your 6 by 6, your A4 and your A5. You're going to get 20 of your A6, 10 of your A4 and 10 of your A5 there for £7.49. It's a really good price, isn't it?
It's a great price because you're probably going to cut some of those down anyway.
Yes.
The mid-size ones, if you chop them in half, they're kind of a small card size. So that's what I do with them.
Yes.
But I would recommend getting these because these are great for practising on. Don't go straight onto your art panels because you might not be happy with some of your first results. Yes. And the good thing about when you're doing backgrounds on paper, you can cut a section out of it. If you don't like all of it, you can choose your favourite bit, chop it out, use it on a card front.
Really good. So they are there, but there's only 20 chances available now on that. So if you want them, you've got to be quick with that. Now, we've also got your archival ink that's available on the show. I feel like this jet black one, we talk about loads, but we very rarely actually get to bring it to air.
Yes. Now, this is an essential, if you're creating backgrounds with your alcohol inks, but then you want to stamp on top.
Yep.
This works on top of the alcohol inks. Because obviously they're quite a slick surface.
Yes.
You need an oil-based ink that will dry on it.
Okay.
Now, it will take a little while to dry because it is oil-based and you're basically stamping on a shiny surface. You can heat set it. Don't go mad with your heat gun on the Yupo paper because it will really buckle and warp. Go gentle, but you can heat set it. The other thing is if you're quick, you can heat emboss with this.
Yeah.
But you have to be quite quick because it's not really meant to be heat embossed, but you can.
Perfect. £7.49 today as well, so we are taking it down to that price instead of that £10.33 price tag. Now, just to give you a reminder of these amazing deals that we've got on the alcohol inks today. So if you are wanting your alcohol inks, then you have got this lovely mix of colours that we can see. So you've got from your botanical to your aquamarine, you've got your sailboat, crimson, raspberry, sunset orange, sunshine yellow. We've got your limeade, we've got denim, amethyst, we've got your cool perry and your pink sherbet. Now, you can get, of course, one of these for £5.99, which is brilliant in itself, or you can get 3 of these for £12.93, which does take them down to about £4.31. So really, really good price tag to be able to get those down to if you want to go for the pick and mix and you get 3 different colours, 3 the same. It is completely up to you, but just by putting 3 into your baskets, you will get that discount. We have the second set that is available, which is your alcohol pearls, where you really get that wonderful, wonderful shimmer that comes off this, that gorgeous pearl finish that we can see. You've got your Scorch, your Deception, Enchanted, Splendour. We've got Radiant, Alchemy, Sublime, Envy, Tranquil, Celestial, Villainous and Opulent. And it's always, which one's your favourite? How do you choose? I look at that Villainous and think, oh, I love that. And yet I wouldn't normally go for a purple necessarily. So.
No. And of course, I feel you need all of them.
Well, yeah.
Because you've got a lovely rainbow there.
Absolutely, and the way the light stands off that is fabulous. So they're £7.30 individually, so we should be looking at £21.60 if you wanted to go for 3 of them, but instead of £21.60 you can get all 3 of them for £15.98. That is an absolutely superb price point to be able to jump in and get them. Finally, I want to come across to these, which is where we can see those lovely, almost metallic finish with the alcohol alloys. You've got your statue, your gilded, you've got your rose. That one is very limited. As we mentioned before, it's a colour that you don't really tend to see. Sterling and your foundry also. One of these, £8, so 2, of course, we should be looking at just under £16, but you can actually get 2 for £12.47 if you want to today. So again, really dropping that price down to less than £6.25 for you to be able to get them instead of £7.99. So do jump in, of course, and get those whilst you can. Should we have a look at something else?
Yes, shall we use one of those
definitely.
art panels?
Yeah.
And we haven't looked at the pearls and the lovely gilded, the alloys yet either, have we?
Nope.
So let's talk about those. So this is one I did earlier where I used some nice greens and blues and added in some gold.
That's really nice.
And the kind of bronzy colour, which is really effective. Now, you could put resin over the top of this if you wanted to sort of seal it and use it as a coaster.
And the great thing, if you're gifting that to someone, think of their favourite colours, and then that can inspire you, can't it?
Yes, very much so. And you get a lovely effect. So you don't have to do anything to these to sort of prepare them. They're good to go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the alcohol inks just to lay down a bit of colour first before I bring in the pearls. So let's do a different colourway. Tell you what, let's go with some pinks and purples this time, shall we? So, yeah, let's go with raspberry and cool pink. Now, because I'm just using the normal inks at this point, I can use just my cheaper Surgical Spirit. So I'm going to pop a load of that down. I've gone in quite heavy with that because I want the colours to move around. And I'm not going to put tons of ink on because I want quite a sort of a wispy effect for this first coat, because we're going to come in with a lot more yet. So I love the fact that there's no right or wrong with this. You just sort of throw it on and play around with it really and see what happens. So these are going to move around beautifully because I've got quite a lot of alcohol on here. And you'll really get the feel for this blower quite quickly, and how much to squeeze it, how much pressure. And you do have quite a lot of control. Now, I feel with this it's looking a bit too pink. That pink is really quite dominating. But the beauty is you can literally brush it off the edge if you feel you've gone too deep with something. There we go. I want a little bit. I want a lighter effect. So because I feel I've got too much pink there, I'm going to just add another drop more of that lovely purple.
Yeah, and you can keep adding, can't you, until you're happy.
Yeah, you can really play around with it. And you can even wipe it off. And start again if you really hated it. But I don't think you'd ever be at that point. You just keep going until you're happy with it, really. Because this is just my first layer, but I kind of want a wispy sort of pastel look for this first coat because I'm going for a different look. So I'm happy with that. So let's bring in some of the pearls. Now we've got some gorgeous colours here, and if I want to sort of stick with the same sort of family, I could stick with purples. We've got that villainous that you like.
Do they all dry quite quickly, or is it different between the pearls to the alcohol inks?
They do all dry fairly quickly because it is alcohol. It basically sort of evaporates, really. So, yeah, they don't take long at all. Now, both the pearls and the alloys have got a ball bearing in there because you do need to give them a shake. You can see the mica or the pearl settles at the bottom. What's a good tip, which I picked up from watching Tim the other day, before you start to work, lay them on their sides because then the powder will sort of go along the whole length rather than just at the bottom. But you do want to give them a really good shake. So I'm going to go with these purples and pinks. So I'm going to give them all, and you can hear the ball bearing in there. So we'll start with this one. Give it a good shake. You really want that powder to mix in. and get them all ready to go before you drop your blending. So this one you can't even hear the ball bearing yet, so it needs a good old shake. And I'll do this one at the same time.
Yeah, there you go, you might as well.
Multitasking.
You've got two hands.
This one's not getting moving. Here we go.
There you go, you can hear it now, can't you?
Yeah. There we go. So those are ready to go. So now I'm going to bring in my blending solution. Okay. So we've got 2 different sizes on the show. And you just want a few drops of this where you're going to pop your pearls, basically.
Okay.
Because you need this for them to stick to. Now, it will move the ink underneath around a bit, but that's fine. And you're just going to drop it in, and it spreads out, and look how you can see that shimmer.
Yeah.
Kind of exploding. It's really,
it's really cool, isn't it?
Really pretty. And let's go in with a bit of the pink. And you can add the colours on top of each other, and they'll kind of push each other out.
Yeah.
It's cool, isn't it? There we go. And with the blower, you can move them around, get the effects you want. You can come in above and kind of move them out in a circle.
Yeah.
Or you can move them around. And as they dry, that pearly shimmer will just really show. So that looks lovely.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe we'll add a little bit of blue as well, I think. Let's have a blue one. Give that a good shake.
Yeah.
And this is Tranquil, so this is a nice sort of aqua blue. And let's just pop a few dots. So don't forget, you do need the alcohol blending solution with these, or the powder won't stick.
Okay.
The pearl just will brush off. So it's a must-have with these. And then I can move those around.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'm leaving that is a bit of a big area of blue, but I think that's going to be the perfect spot to add some of the metallics now.
Okay, yes.
So I'm not worried about that being quite a big area. And as it dries, you can see you get almost like watercolour, where you get hard lines.
Or it looks a bit like tie-dye, you know.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. So the alloys work in exactly the same way. So we've got some really cool colours here. So we've got Statue, I would say, is like a bronze.
Okay.
Then Gilded is the lovely gold. Then Rose.
Yeah, that one's been very popular.
Is a silvery rose rather than a rose gold, which is quite cool, a bit different. Then you've got Foundry and Sterling, which are both silvers. Yeah. But I think the Foundry's got more of a sort of platinum shine to it, I guess.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But yeah, they're all really cool, and I think I'm going to go with the gold. So again, give it a good shake. Okay. Get the metallic nicely mixed in with the alcohol ink. And then, as before, you definitely want to be using your alcohol blending solution.
Yes.
And just put a few dots where you're going to drop your metallic. And then drop it in, and the shine on this.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that. It's really beautiful.
That is magic, isn't it?
And when you move this around, it kind of goes into little bits.
Yeah, it almost looks like leaf gold, you know?
It does. It's got that shine, hasn't it, of gold leaf. It's or gold foiling. It's that higher shine. But it's really cool.
Really nice. And it's great that goes on top of the colours as well.
Yes.
It kind of gives that gold, finish, but you can still sort of see that undertone of the colour coming through.
Yes. The other thing you can do, when you've been using, say, maybe the pearls, when it dries, let me bring back in this one that I did first of all, actually. Okay. When it all dries, if you see areas where it looks a little bit tacky and sticky, you can come in with your gold foils, dab them on, and it'll stick in areas. So that's another cool thing you can experiment with.
Yeah.
But that gold just really...
fab. Really finished it off.
It looks like marble almost.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it shows as well, of course, how all of those different sort of versions of the alcohol inks work so well together.
Yes, yeah, they are designed to to all work together.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give you a reminder, now they were these ones, which you can see just there, your alloys that we've just seen. Now just to go through those colours as well, when you're kind of seeing them on this lovely little painted out board, we've got your statue that you can see there, which almost has that kind of bronze effect coming out. You've got your gilded, that gorgeous gold. Then the rose, very individual and very different to what we normally see with kind of silver popping through it. Then you've got that sterling, that kind of standard metallic silver, and then the foundry, as Sharon said, more of that platinum type of look that we've got there. £7.99 each, all of them brand new to us here today, or you can go for two for £12.47 if you want to. So if you want that discount on these, then do obviously pop two into your baskets and you will automatically get that discount. Now the pearls, a great kind of mix of colours that we can see here, you know, from those sort of reds to the greens to the yellows, the purples, the kind of deeper gorgeous sort of rich opulent purples. We've also got the blues there. Very, very pretty these, because they have such a lovely little effect there. With every movement it's like you've got that kind of pearlised finish that you can kind of create onto any of these cards. £7.30 for one, but again if you would like to get three of these, rather than paying over £21, you can pay £15.98, so a lovely discount on those. Then finally we have got your alcohol inks, where you have got the most fantastic sort of pop of colour. I have to say, it just feels vivid, it's deep, you know, great saturation of course that you can see with this as well. And these are Tim Holtz, so you know the standard and the quality that you'd expect of course from him with his alcohol ink. So your crimsons, your raspberries, you've got your oranges, your yellows and beautiful greens. The aqua for me, my favourite. I've not seen a colour like that before. Has been very popular and being bought as well. Aquamarine and your sailboats, you've got them vivid deep blues, you've also got those purples coming through, and then the pink sherbet, again a really unique colour that we can see on that one. They're £5.99 each, or you can go for three at £12.93. So again, a lovely saving, of course, that you can get on that also. Now, we do also have a starter bundle, so if you're thinking, well, I'd like to have a little play around with some of these, then you can do that. Now, this is where you are going to get three of your alcohol inks that you can see there. You've got your crimson, you've got your sailboat and your sunshine. You're then going to get one of your alloys, so you've got the gilded colour in that. You're also going to get some of your UPO paper, so you've got 20 of your 6x6s in terms of the sheets, 10 of the A4 and 10 of the A5. You'll get your small blending solution there, and you'll get those blending tools as well. So all of that coming to you with a little extra discount at £39.99, which is absolutely brilliant. Of course, if you want to get the larger blending solution to be able to use with these, we do have that available. Again, at a really good price for you to be able to get this, because we are looking at just over £7, because we have discounted this from £10.19 to £7.49 today. So that is your 2 ounce, that bigger bottle of blending solution that you have at that brilliant low price for you to be able to get today, which is absolutely superb. Now, I do also have your alcohol lifter, the ink and the refill. So what exactly is that?
It's basically, well, as it says, it lifts the ink.
Does it go wrong?
So
no?
It will almost like bleach the ink.
It? Yeah.
So with the ink pad,
okay,
you can use your rubber stamps. You can stamp.
I see.
So you can do a background. Let me find one I've done. You can do yourself a background, and then you stamp your image with the ink. You can see I've done a flower here, and it just lifts it. It's quite
clever,
subtle.
isn't it? Yeah.
So with the ink pad, you'd be using it with your stamps.
Okay.
With the refill, of course you can refill your ink pad when it goes dry,
yes,
but you can also do techniques with this. So if you want to, you can put a bit of this on your mat, pick it up with the blending tools, which we're going to look at in a second, and then you can apply it through a stencil if you want to.
Okay.
And that will lift the colour out through the stencil. So that's what I've done with this card here.
Oh, that's
so
really
I've
good.
just popped one of my stencils over my background, dabbed the lift ink through, and it's lifted that colour. And what's cool is it doesn't lift it straight back to sort of the colour of the card. No. It's more subtle than that.
Because I'd almost thought, looking at that you'd sort of put like a light grey kind of dab
like you've gone through. But yeah, it's actually where
it's off rather
it's
than
taken away some of the red.
That's really good.
Yeah,
Wow.
So many cool techniques you can do with those.
And both of those today, so the ink pad as well as the refill at £10.99. So a really, really great deal price on those to be able to do some more really great techniques. Now, in terms of the applicators that we've got here as well, we do have them in your circles that you can see here. And it comes with your brushes, and then you've also got so many refills in this. I mean, you've got 10 felts in the pack anyway, and then you've got another 50 here. So you're looking at 60 of the...
You've got a lot, but you will get through them. I'm going to show you next actually using these, because these are an alternative to using the blower.
Okay.
For putting your alcohol inks onto your cardstock and having a little bit of control over what goes where.
Yes.
So they're another cool way to use it. We've got two different ones on the show. Actually, we've got the round and we've got the rectangle.
Yeah, we've got these ones as well. So there's your rectangle ones.
I would say get the extra felt pads.
Right, okay.
When you're in a background making frenzy, you're going to get through these.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got them there, so you can see again it comes with 10 felts, one applicator, and then you get 50 extra felts with this as well. £11.99, so a really good price. Quite a large surface area on those ones as well, which is absolutely super for you to be able to get those. Should we have a look at them then? How to use them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've cut one of my pieces of Yupo paper in half just to give me two card backgrounds, so we'll just use one. Now you've got two different options. The rectangle one is actually the original. The idea of the alcohol inks came out a long time ago. I've got some of my original bottles for a long time, and I've got my original applicator from them.
But that's great that you get something with quality and then it lasts, doesn't it?
Because, you know, this is something you can use for years and years and years. It doesn't wear out. You just need to add more felts to it. So it's kind of, there isn't a better one than the other. The rounder one is a newer one. Obviously, it's a smaller area, so it kind of depends what sort of background you want to create as to which you prefer. We'll use the round one this time just because it's the newer one to me.
Okay.
So all you do, it's got Velcro on it, so you just pop one of your felt pads on it. Now this time, if you think about before I put some of the alcohol or blending solution onto my card, dropped the ink in, you can do it that way. And actually I should mention, you can put the ink on and then add the alcohol and move it around that way. There's no right or wrong way for that. But with the felt pads, what you're going to do is add a little bit of your blending solution to the pad. Yeah. Just a little drop. And then you're going to take your alcohol ink, and you can use the pearls or the normal ink or the alloys. And you can mix and match all of them. So we'll do a bit of everything. Yeah. So let's go with Limeade. And all you're going to do is pop it on and just give it a little squeeze. So you're just squeezing a drop onto there. And you can add a few colours. So let's do a bit of a mix and match between, let's give this a shake. We'll do a yellow pearl. We'll go with a green and yellow kind of colour scheme. Give it a good shake.
Great.
And we'll add a bit of yellow. You can add, oops, I've just dropped that on my paper. You can do more than one drop of each. And let's go with another pearl. Let's go with a darker green in pearl. Give it a shake.
This was quite satisfying, I think, when you've just got a shake there.
It is.
You can hear that ball there.
You can see that pearl just, there we go. So we'll have a few drops of that. And then let's add in a gold. I think gold and green together is one of my favourite combos.
Is it?
Yeah, I do love a bit of gold and green. So let's pop a bit of that there. Now that will be my first sort of go. Doesn't matter that I've got a bit of yellow on there already. And you'll see, when you drop it on, you get a really nice mix and the colour starts to spread.
It's really good, isn't it?
So it doesn't stay that kind of dotty.
Yeah.
And you're just going to cover. So you've got quite a lot of control here. And you can cover your background and it gives you a lovely mottled effect. Now for me that looks a bit yellow, so I can add a bit more green. Yeah. And you can keep adding and playing around, adding more ink.
You've got it exactly as you want.
You can add a bit more alcohol blending solution if you feel it needs it.
Yeah. And why would you be adding more at that point then?
Just to keep it moving around on your cardstock.
Yeah.
There we go. And you'll see the gold starts to sort of move and you get a lovely
almost looks like that marble effect, doesn't it, that comes through with the gold?
It does. It really gives you, the look of marble.
Really nice.
So it's quite subtle. Yeah. Again, it'll dry really quickly because you've only put quite a thin layer on.
Yes.
But you can see you've got sort of more of a uniform Let me bring this earlier one in. With the blower, you get more of the sort of the wispiness to it.
Yeah.
This is a little bit more controlled, and you get more of a uniform colour. Now, at any point, you can keep adding to this. Shall we put in a bit more of the... Let's go with the bronzy colour as well as the gold.
Okay.
So I can take that statue, give that a shake. And you don't have to replace your felt. You can just keep adding to it. The only time really while you're working is you'd want to replace your felt is if I felt I didn't want any more yellow and green and I wanted to come in with like a red or something totally different.
Definitely.
Then I might chuck that and put a fresh one on.
Okay.
But you can do that. But if you're just adding more on top, like I'm going to add some of that.
Yeah,
just come in. And you can kind of just do it, if I just want that kind of going diagonally across, I don't want it all over the background, you can do that. So that gives you a little bit more of a controlled look. And of course, at any point, you can switch it up. If you feel like you like the look with the blower, you can add in a bit. You can add in a bit of alcohol.
Oh, okay, yes.
Bring your blower in.
And make that move
that around if you want a little bit more movement. You don't have to stick to one method.
No.
You can play around. And that's where you'll discover, you know, really cool techniques, really.
100%. And it's lovely that you can go and sort of watch Tim Holtz's techniques. You can go, like you said, onto all of those sort of Facebook groups. There'll be loads on YouTube as well, where you can get like all of that additional inspiration of what to do with your alcohol inks as well.
Yes. Now, the other thing to talk about actually is other things that you can do.
Yeah.
Because while you've got your backgrounds, you can use your alcohol. I've mentioned misters. You can paint with it. So say you wanted to stamp on here, I could stamp a flower on here.
Yeah.
And you can paint with your alcohol inks. We've got the palette on the show.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And you treat them as you would watercolours, except instead of water, you're using alcohol. So I've put a little bit of the paints in here.
Yeah.
I tend to keep these brushes just for this.
Yes.
I don't mix them up with my other brushes. I keep a set just for using with them. And all you would do is put a bit of alcohol into a dish and pick up the colour as if you were watercolouring.
Amazing.
So say I'd stamped on here and I wanted to actually paint a flower or something.
Yes.
I could come in with a colour and you just pick it up with your brush.
Okay.
And you can come in, so you can freehand paint.
Oh, lovely.
So lots of different ideas for other techniques. You know, you can create a flower and you would just rinse it out as if it was water.
Yes.
So you can do that. You can splatter. If you've got a splatter brush, dip it in your alcohol, splatter it, you'll get like a bleached effect. The mister does that.
Yeah.
You can use you can put alcohol in your pen, which will lift colour.
And what would you sort of say, so like in terms of buying these, so you could do obviously your backgrounds for your cards, you could do wall art, we've seen that you can do all of those panels. Could you die cut kind of into these after you've created them? Is that
very
okay
much.
as well?
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? You could have a background, you know, this greeny background would be nice for leaves, wouldn't it?
Definitely.
Die cut leaves from this, because it doesn't take long to dry. So, yeah, you absolutely could.
And you had that image, didn't you, where you'd sort of stamped out the flower, and so you can kind of then create that, I suppose, by painting into it? Or?
Yes, and I've got one here where I
that's
painted.
The one. I think it's lovely.
So I've stamped this and then used the paints, used the alcohol inks as paints. So lots of experimentation to be done, really.
Absolutely. So we do have that palette that we've just mentioned. That is reduced down to £15 at 99 today. Now, you can see it does come with your tools that accompany that as well. So you have got those brushes. You have also got that mini mister that's going to come with this. And it has got 36 compartments. So you've got a huge amount that you can kind of, you know, use that with in terms of the amount of colours you can kind of mix. And it's got that hinge lid, so you can kind of pop that up and down. And does that sort of keep them a bit more moist, and then you can kind of add more blending solution when you need?
Yeah, you don't need them to stay moist. I guess it kind of might stop them evaporating too much.
Right,
yeah.
Yeah.
They're almost like watercolours in that they'll just kind of sit there.
Oh, perfect.
And you'll reactivate them when you come in with a bit of alcohol on your brush.
Yeah, nice and easy.
So, yeah, I've just literally put a drop in each. And these palettes, of course, not just for the alcohol
No,
inks.
they're great generally,
They're
aren't
just
they?
really good palettes, these ones, because they've got the lid. They're great if you're out and about painting.
Yes, yeah, take them with you.
Yeah.
£15.99 for you to get all of that today. Should be over £21, so a lovely little drop on that price, of course, that you've got as well. So well done if you've got that. Don't forget about the starter kit, of course. This is where you're going to get a taster or a bit of everything. All of these colours new to us today. With the starter kit, you are going to get 3 of your alcohol inks. You have got your crimson, you've got your sailboat, you've also got your sunshine. You're then getting 1 of your alloys in the gilded colour. You're also getting your Yupo papers. You've got 20 of your 6x6, so 20 sheets of that, 10 sheets of your A4 and 10 sheets of your A5. You then get 1 of your smaller blending solutions, and you get your blender, which comes with those additional 10 felts as well. All of that today for £39.99. Now, the Yupo papers on their own, very, very popular. We are quite limited now in terms of availability of those. Now, they do come, as mentioned, in those 3 different sizes, and it's the fact that, of course, they work perfectly with your alcohol inks, because it's actually got that sheen, hasn't it, which you were saying is so important.
Yes, it's got that coating on it. It's basically a plastic coating,
yeah,
which means that you're going to be able to move your alcohol inks around on the surface and get those cool effects.
Yeah, and of course, to be able to get 40 sheets for £7.49 is a really, really good price as well, isn't it?
Grab this, because you're going to want to practice on paper before you start on your lovely artboards.
Definitely. Do remember we have got the 3 opportunities, of course, of the pick and mixes. So just give you one final look at those colours. These are your alcohol inks. Remember, if you just want to go for 1, you absolutely can, but there is that deal if you wanted to go for 3 of them. So 1 is £5.99. If you put 3 into your basket, you'll only have to pay £12.93. We've then got the pearls, which give you a very different effect that we can see on those. Once again, if you want to go for 1, you can for £7.30, but you can get 3 of them for £15.98. And then finally, we have got your alloys that we can see there in 5 different colours. 1 of them £7.99. If you want to go for a couple of them, you can get 2 for £12.47. Beverly said, as always, lovely to see Sharon. Can you let me know what depth the art panels are, and will they take additional embellishments as well? Thank you.
They are about 3 millimetres, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, they feel good, don't they? They feel like solid.
They're solid. So yes, you could absolutely put additional embellishments on them. They're solid. So yeah, but they're about 3 or 4 millimetres, I'd say.
You've got 4 packs that are coming with this as well, in those different shapes, in those different sizes. Have them all for yourself, or of course you can gift them if you want to. You're back at 7, that's right, isn't it? Yes, 7 o'clock tonight, so do tune in at 7 and be able to, of course, sort of see more of this. Keep on shopping, make sure you take advantage of those pick and mix deals. We are back in a moment with Carla. We have got something back in stock that has been super popular before, so we can't wait to show you that. See you in a second.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax, Rubik's Cubes released, perms, mullets, crimping, standing up to change TV channels. But relax, now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels, and we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month, and we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Take one. I'm not a breakfast person. I've had coffee, a lot of coffee, but I do have my liquid all sorts. Invisibility, definitely. I just want to be nosy and find out what people are doing behind closed doors. That sounds weird, doesn't it? Cats. I've got a lovely cat, but she has a cat flap in the window where she can come into here as well. Oh, goodness, I can't sing. I won't do karaoke because I'm that bad. What do I put in a toaster? Bread. Rum and raisin. HobbyMaker. HobbyMaker, I see, when I see from HobbyMaker from the outside, I see it as a family. I see it as a really inclusive environment, and I feel that it's like a home, and I'm looking forward to seeing it from the inside.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Hello, we are here. You're here. She looks like she's like a little naughty schoolgirl.
So I was at home having a very lovely time, and I got a message from Kat, the producer, and she was like, do you want to come upstairs? And I was like, well, buy me dinner first. And then she's like, you're on air. And I'm like, no. No.
You're like, I'll see you on the 30th. You're like, that's good.
I was in my pyjamas at home.
You've done well then, because you left pretty much straight away.
I did, and
nice.
it was very rainy on the way here, and I'm very sorry for messing up your schedule. I'm very sorry for messing up HobbyMaker's schedule. I'm very sorry for everything I've ever done wrong in my life. I'm very sorry.
It's very easy. It didn't matter. Sharon was here bright and early, so she was like, I can just switch to earlier. And it gives her a longer break to go and get her lunch. So
That's
kind
true.
of nice, to be honest. Now, we have got an amazing show lined up, though, as well, because we have got the all-in-one tool. It's back in stock. It had completely sold out last time that we obviously brought this, because it is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant tool. And what we are doing today is we're doing something that we haven't done before. Can you see on the screen? We're giving you the refills, which normally we kind of have to hope that we have extras, of course, included, but we're actually going to be giving you these today included. You won't even be paying for them. We're just going to be throwing those in for you. Now, we have got some individually as well available on the website. £12.99 they should be on their own. We sometimes do a deal on them and take them down a bit lower, but we are today going to throw them into this bundle and give you them included completely for free as well. Now, in terms of this tool, okay, Tell us why it's so brilliant, because you say all in one. How much can you actually create with this? What can you do?
Everything. So basically, as far as crafting is concerned, it's kind of our go-to, isn't it? Those of you at home, if you've got this, please do message in and let us know why you love it so much. But it's about having everything in board. It's all here. I don't need to worry about where is my score-tool. And I'll be totally honest with you, the things that I use it for most are the scoreboard, the trimmer, and the stamping tool. Okay. That's what I use it for the most. What else can I make with it? Well, I can make banners, I can make tags, I can make tabs, I can make pom-poms, I can make, it's like a ribbon holder, so you can do your ribbons on it. There's all kind of different variants that you can do just on this machine. It's insane. Oh, and envelopes. You can do all of the things with it as well. So as much as those tools we might not use as much, there are times when we need them. And we're like, if I had this, I could be doing this. And you've got it. So it pretty much covers you for all of your crafting kind of necessities, those bits that we use a lot. And so what they took in, you know, to thought was, well, what do the crafters want? And so the crafters said, well, if I was to have a tool that had everything, I'd like this on it, and I'd like this on it, and I'd like this on it. So they kind of combined everything. It's got a really nice footprint as well, because it's got a little extendable arm here, and so because it extends right out, whereas a normal punch board or score tool shot, would be 12 inches, this is 14. 14 inches gives us an awful lot of playway when it comes to A3 cardstock. So we actually get a bigger span on it. So for a lot of things, certainly for me with what I do, it's actually more useful. It's got a better use for it. And I know loads of you have got this at home. The fact that you're getting the blades with it as well, because there is nothing more infuriating than buying a trimmer that becomes obsolete when you can't get another blade for it.
Ends up with that fluff, doesn't it? As you
it sort of forms a tissue on the edges of your cardstock. I'll go through the blades with you in a second, and we'll talk about why it's necessary, and we'll have a good look through the board for you so you can see everything that you've got. So we'll do all of that in a second. I will also apologise for my nails in advance. I bite my fingernails. I didn't expect to be here, and I've got no nail varnish left on except for bits.
It is fine. We'd rather have you here with some dodgy nail varnish, so it's fine. It's not a problem at all. Now, what I think is so amazing with this as well is, you know, if you want to craft sort of on the go, or you go into the caravan or whatever, you haven't got to sort of pack this suitcase of tools where you're kind of packing 12 tools or something like that, because you have got all of those things within one. And they're brilliant. I mean, every single part of it just works perfectly, which is what is so good with this as well. We are also going to be doing, obviously, a fantastic price point on this as well. Let us just show you some prices elsewhere, shall we? Because if you went elsewhere, because of course you can get this tool elsewhere, that's you know, not something that you can't do. So this one here, £99.99. Now that to me sounds great when you think that you're almost getting 12 tools in one.
When this was first launched a long time ago, that's what I used to sell it at.
Yeah,
that's the right price. That's the appropriate price. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, 100%. So that's great. We've got one here. Pounds cheaper, so you got £1 off on that one. Basically the same price, isn't it, that we've got. And then another one that we've managed to find here, which is eBay, which, same price, so £99.99, so £1 more expensive. So if you want 4, you can get a £5 off, but I mean, you know, I don't know. You might want 4, you might have 4 friends, but, you know, what I would say is, we're going to do you an amazing deal. So let's start at the prices we've seen from elsewhere, shall we? You know, straight down to under £100. Remember as well, you are getting 2 of your refill blades that are coming with this as well. Now, in a minute, we are about to blow your socks off with the price, because we are not going to be matching that price at all, OK? Really, we should be over it by throwing these in as well. We've got split pay, which you can see that's come in as well, so you will have that opportunity if you want to split it across, you know, the couple of sort of months to be able to pay for this as well. But I just think as well, we know the quality of We Are Makers. That's the other thing. So you know that not only you're getting all this in one, but you're getting that top brilliant quality.
It's just knowing that you've got everything you need. This comes in the pink colour. It's very pretty. That's lovely. I've said to you before, and I'll say it again. I don't care about my tools being pretty. I've never cared. I know some people do, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I don't care. I just want them to work, and I want them to do the best job they can do. And also, more importantly, certainly for me, as I'm getting older, I need to be able to see the writing on them. And there's so many scoreboards, there's so many trimmers these days where that embossing You got to be able to look close to see what you're doing. This has got it in big black bold letters. Thank you very much. I know it sounds like a small thing, but actually it's a huge thing for those of us who need it, right? But I love just the ease of it, everything on board. I love the fact that I can open this up, which is my trimmer. Yeah. And from there, all I need to do is just rotate this round and I've got my score tool. Super. It's literally that simple, everything fitting together. And then I'm hoping everything's together because this is mine. And like I said, I did leave in somewhat of a rush this morning.
We've got another one.
But you've got your magnets, you'll have two. You've got your magnets, you've got your tool here, and I'll go through that with you. Then you've got your little plastic tubes down here. There to help you make your tassels, your bows, all of those things are there. And you've got your score tool on board. Meaning, wherever you go, if whatever you're doing, I fit this into my rucksack this morning when I was coming here. I've got my We Are rucksack down there. And I popped it in there because it's just easy and on the go, right? It fits anywhere that you want it to. I love the magnetic on that. I think it's great. It's a bouncy, bouncy platform. So actually, it's a really good stamping platform. Everything on here, and it's amazing.
Yeah, super. Now, we are down to £69.99. So that now means you can take it home for £34.99. Now, the reason Kat's just gone to that price is because she said, oh, I've just found a different price, which is lower than the ones that we've showed you. They've got theirs on discount. It is a different colour to ours. So they've taken it down to £69.79.
That's the old one.
Ah, it's the old one. Okay,
it's the
so
one
that's
on the old colours.
So probably why it's on discount then.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would make sense. So if you wanted the old one, you could get it for the same price as the new one now. But we are also giving you the replacement blades. And actually, we are not going to be stopping at this price, okay? Well done if you've already got it, because it guarantees your place in this auction, and it just means that you still pay the same low price, which is absolutely superb. It's just going to be the tool that, of course, does everything in essence in one. You know, the fact that you've got that stamp press, you've got those magnets, you know, you've got your tab maker, your scoreboard, you've got your envelope maker, you've got your tag maker as well, your banner maker. You know, we've got an amazing message there from Janet. Hi, fabulous team, I love this tool. Everything I need in one place and portable too. I highly recommend it if you can treat yourself, and that's from Janet.
You're a legend, Janet, because your testimonials mean a lot more than I ever will. But it is true, as you say, everything in one place, right? It means something. It helps.
Definitely. It is the first time ever that we've thrown in these as well, so that is an extra that you are about to get. We've got a lot of you there now with this in your basket, on the phone lines. I think waiting, thinking, where are they going to go? What are they going to do with this?
Do it now.
With this price, exactly. You've also got great instructions, I think, is super kind of on the back, you know, so you've kind of talking a bit about the pegs and everything.
Yes.
So, and they all comes inside as well, plus so many videos that you can watch on the HobbyMaker site.
Sorry, also,
yeah,
go onto YouTube, brain, doing all of the things at once. Go onto YouTube and put in We Are Memory Keepers all-in-one tool hacks.
Okay.
And go and find out what else you can do, because just what they've put on the box ain't nothing to what you can do. You can make boxes and all sorts on this.
Okay.
Go and have a look on YouTube. Once you've got it, go and... Because this is just the basics, but then it's a whole world.
Amazing. And today, you can get this for this price. So we are not talking £69.99. We are instead £39. Oh, I've just realised the split pay will stay in because it came in for the higher price.
Is that the right price?
Yeah, because...
Is Liam in the gallery?
Yeah, because if it was meant to be £69.99, then we've just gone to £39.99. It's already in. Brilliant. So it actually means that you are getting that for £39.99. Remember, these blades on their own should be at full price £12.99, okay? So if you took that off of the full price of those, you are suddenly looking at just paying £27? £27 for the tool on its own. Oh, that's so good.
As I said, I didn't have any meetings before I got here because, you know...
Well, neither did I, because you wasn't here, so it means I didn't even know that price was happening.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how low HobbyMaker have gone on it before, but I've never gone below here. I've never gone below $49.99 on it here.
No, that's where we should have gone.
Oh, why have we gone to 30?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm taking no blame. I was late.
But yes, you are right. So the low... Oh, there you go. Liam's actually come in. He's just like, it's an hour late.
Don't let Liam in the studio.
I
haven't seen him yet, and I'm very late.
Oh, it was good that you are, because for everyone at home, we've got an extra £10 off. So it's ready to go. It's in our warehouse. As we have just done there, as Carla said, previously, $49.99. That's the deal price we've done. That was without these. We have added these, and we've gone to £10 lower, plus split pay is there, which means that you can take it home for $19.99 with these. It's a today-only price, though, so it is...
Is this an apology because I was late and I've messed up the schedule?
Yeah, so basically you need to be late every time if the audience get better prices. There we are. Liam's like, don't tell her that, or she'll be like, I've done it again on purpose. You know what I was thinking, right, is scoreboards often on their own can be that price, can't they?
Well, it's a case of, if you, so let's look at it in case of, let's stop looking at it in shopping telly terms and start looking at it in crafters terms. I know you're on shopping telly, sorry. But for crafter to crafter. You've got a stamping platform, a full stamping platform. Yes. So that would be, you're going to look a minimum at about, let's go for a really cheap one that's not branded. You're going to look about 15 quid for that, right? Then you're going to look for a scoreboard that is also big enough to be A4. So we're going to look, and that's about your standard as well. So you're going to be looking, again, let's go really cheap, 15 quid for that. Then you're going to look for a trimmer. I'm going non-branded here, so again, 15 quid for that. So that's 45.
Couldn't get them for this price.
And that's just for those three main things. Then we're doing tassels, tags, envelopes, bows, pom-poms, you name it, all the other things on there. And also one of the things it does, you can see it on the photo there in orange, it does these beautiful tabs to make, if you make journals, this is just the best thing ever. This is like a Sharon Curtis dream. It's got all the organisation you could possibly want in it, because that's what it's built for. It's built to make it right for you. And if me being an hour late today means you get an extra tenner off, well, happy days, because then they're also giving you 2 blades. Can I show you something really quickly?
Yes.
Blades are a real pain to change on trimmers, and it's one of my big banes. Now, every time I do this, I cut myself, so I'll go quite slowly. But they just literally slide off the end and then slide straight back on again. This is where I always cut myself because I don't put my glasses on. What's Liam saying? What's he saying? Can you see? He's not allowed to regret his choice to go that low now because it is what it is.
We've got it till midnight, okay, this price, then it will, of course, go back up, but it's great for everybody who's getting it at the moment. Yes, should we see a bit more of what it does then?
Okay, so let's talk about what we've got on it. So I'm just going to turn mine over.
Okay.
You've got 3 punches on the side. We already know how expensive punches are. They're already seating there, thank you very much. So that's got a full metal working inside. So your punches you can see at the bottom here, they are the full proper metal punches. Those of you who are old school crafters will know the value of metal punches. They are just an extraordinary thing. You get 2 very strong magnets. I've obviously at some point misplaced mine on the way here today. It did have 2 when I set off, but you get 2 of them. And that is for your stamping platform. Now, why would you need them? Well, of course, we want to keep our cardstock in place. So if I want to stamp out on my stamping platform, I can put my magnet on the bottom there. Is that one open or closed?
Yeah, do you want me to open it up?
Can you just see if there's an extra magnet on the bottom? Stop whispering in the background. You're going to have to get upstairs because you're making me nervous.
Yeah, there's another.
Thank you. I'll keep that for later. Then you can put this on here. Right, okay, so now we've got everything in place, as you would expect on a normal stamping platform, right? So if I take this and put them diagonally, I always work that way when I'm using a stamping platform because I find it easier to hold it together. Now, somebody's ringing me and I can't answer it. Now, if I take this teapot, I don't...
I thought you meant with the stamp. I thought you meant with the stamps.
Am I supposed to be here with this or carnation? Who am I doing? What's happening?
A great price, you know.
Right. It's probably my children going, did you finish roasting that chicken you were doing for tea? And I'm like, no, dudes, I'm not there. Right, so that's that. And so I take this off, and then obviously you choose colours. Are any of these mine? No. Did I forget everything? Yes. Did they find me them? Yes, thank you very much. Cat, floor cat, for doing that.
Yeah.
And so once that's there, literally it's the same as any other stamping platform where you're turning that round. And what's great, and I love this about this stamping platform, it's raised. So when I put it there, you can see the shadow underneath it because I haven't stamped it yet.
You know exactly.
So if I go, hang on, whoa there, big lad, I'm going wrong, I can change it all round. So once I've committed, it's just a case of pushing it down, stamping it out as you would with any other. You can use a brayer, you can use those things, and you've got your stampings coming out, and that's what we're looking for. So whenever we're working with these things, now obviously that could do with having more ink on it, same as you would do with any stamping platform. You re-ink, you go back in. I can see it's where the flowers were. And a little bit around that teapot, and you're just going to keep going back in. It's the same as any stamping platform, so I'm not going to rewrite science here, But the point being is, it does exactly what I need it to do, right? It does it well. It's got all of my tools there. And here's the thing. I'm going on holiday. I don't want to take all the shizzle. I'm not going on holiday. I don't want to take all the shizzle with me. I want to be able to just take one thing, go on my jollies, come back and do the things. And so this sort of makes it easier for me to do it because I don't need to compromise. But the fact is, so you're sitting on holiday, you make someone a really lovely card, you've got all the bits and the pieces, you've got your stamping bits, you've got all your elements done. And then you're like, I could do with an envelope. It's there. Yeah. That's the thing, because you normally wouldn't have those pieces with you. And even when you're sitting at home, you've made a really nice carnation craft card and it's got like a nice big depth to it. You might want to make a box envelope. It might not be so easy to just put it into a normal envelope unless you're going to shove it in a jiffy, and that's not... Go onto YouTube and say, we are makers, all-in-one tool, box envelope, and it'll show you how to make everything. That's the point. It does so much more than it says on the tin. You just got to find those hacks that genius crafters like yourselves have come up with and made.
Absolutely. And today, of course, we have gone down to that lowest possible price. £39.99, not a price that we ever normally do. It's even kept its split pay on, so you've actually got that today for £20 if you want to take it home. And you've got your additional blades that are there as well. Don't you wait for it to come from US or anything like that. It's there, it's in our warehouse, it's ready to be shipped straight to you once you have, of course, confirmed to get it. Great Christmas gift, great birthday gift as well at that sort of price.
Great
to
yourself.
You know.
We always talk about birthday gifts and Christmas. Treat yourselves. Treat yourselves.
It is nice to, isn't it? And also, the other thing is, I think, is that a lot of people haven't got this kind of massive craft space, you know, to be able to work on. With this, that's brilliant, because it doesn't mean that you need to be kind of having all of those tools and then finding somewhere to put them. They're all consolidated into that small little working space.
They do, and they all fit onto a shelf or onto, you know, bookcase, that kind of thing. I tend to keep mine at my feet, I'm not going to lie, because I just pick it up and put it down as I'm using it. It just sits next to me. And that makes my life easier as well, because I can always grab hold of things. But what I want to talk to you very quickly, I'm going to go into more details about what it does in a second. Blades. I just want to talk to you very, very boringly about blades for a second. Okay. Now, the reason this one is slightly different, I'm not saying it's the most different to any other trimmers. I get it, totally. But the reason we need more blades is, and I'm sure lots of you know this, if you take a scalpel and like a Swan Morton scalpel and you start cutting paper with it and you want to do a paper cut that's an A4 size, so quite detailed but not massively, you're probably going to want to use between 20 to 25 blades doing that. Because the minute it starts to lose its sharpness, paper hitting metal dulls it. So you're going to want to change it all the time. Trimmer blades are no different, but I think in our heads, because we're sort of like, well, it's a trimmer, right? So it's going to last a long time. Blades don't. Metal's metal. And when you start messing with paper with it, ain't going to last. So that's why they're so important. Why are the Weewar ones so important? Well, because it's got the triangular blade, meaning what I can do with it is go down, but I can also go up. So I can get both cuts doing there, okay? There you go. Use it daily, Louise. Absolutely, because they're so blooming good. It's just one of those things. Now, why does it matter if you have one that cuts down and cuts up? Like, you know, what would be the issue with taking it out, put it back in again? Does it matter? It's convenience, it's speed. And I think the better we become, that's the wrong word, the more experienced we become at crafting, the quicker we want to work. Certain functions are just functions. They're not joyful functions. Trimming a piece of cardstock is not the joyful part of making a card. It's the base tool, it's the fundamentals. And so being able to work quick, doof, 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 this is what we do with it, and that's
especially
why
if you're batch making, ready to sell on, for example, at craft shows, you're going to be wanting to sort of form them as quickly as you can.
I think for most of us, we want to start chucking the glitter on and doing a bit with the flowers, don't we? I'm not bothered about trimming, so I just want it to work. It's a tool. So, yeah, there you go. I just wanted to talk to you about blades because we're giving you 2 free. Remember, it's also going to come with the blade. Each blade, it depends how much you're using it, so how long is a piece of string, but each blade is going to last you a fair few cuts. You know, you're going to get through. You've all used trimmers. You know what a trimmer blade lasts you like. So it is worth it for that, on the go, all the rest of it. So there you go.
And previously, of course, the lowest price we've ever done this at is $49.99, which is fantastic. That's the tool on its own. When we've seen it elsewhere at $99.99, that means it was half price. So, I mean, it was a superb price anyway. But we've never done it at this price, so we're £10 lower. And we've thrown these in for the first time ever.
I've never seen them do that.
No, we've never done it before. So if you think in essence, you're getting 2 extra blades to what we've ever done and £10 less than we've ever done. So
we liked them, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It is only until midnight. Liam literally walked in and went, this is stopping at midnight. Like, this is a today deal. We shouldn't have even done that. He authorised it and he said to do it, so it was his choice, so it's fine. But it is just until midnight.
I'm in so much trouble when I come off air.
No, it wasn't your choice.
You guys need to message in and go, God, I'm really glad Carla was late today because I wouldn't have had the chance to watch the show.
Exactly. Just to let you know as well that we have got the banner punch board on the show today as well. Now, this was one of the most banners. Yeah, this is one of the most popular launches that we've actually had in the past month. We launched it on the 1st of August. It's the only time I think it has been on. We've got this available for you to have this today. It should be $39.99. We are going to do an absolutely amazing price on this. There's a lot of you already buying in and taking advantage of this, so we will get that price straight down. £12.99. It's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we like those.
I know. And banners, I mean, we know how popular they are, obviously. Absolutely. Bunting and everything like
summer,
that.
all those. But also they're lovely on the top of cards, right, when you make the wee dinkies. So you've got lots of different options on how to make, what to make. There's different shapes on there as well, so you look at it. Really it'll show you that you can choose your different sorts of banners there. And it's got the punch at the top for your hole punch as well. It gives you instructions on the front. There will be videos on YouTube and on the We Are Makers website as well in order to show you how to use it. All of the variables. I was laughing at my nails just looking. The one thing you get told when you start working on craft television is always make sure your nails are immaculate. That's not that.
It's you, it's all right. I feel like you can get away with anything that you want. There are these demonstrations online that you can just see just here as well. So just obviously go and you can just see that you've got that perfect tool. All you need to do is kind of pop that in, you cut along, and it creates those perfect shaped banners that you would want. And what I think's lovely is that you can decorate it like she's doing just there, or you could just cut directly out of kind of your pattern paper.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can do all kinds of things with them, can't you? Because you can build them up. A lot of you have bought thickers before from We Are as well. And lots of you have bought like the ephemera packs. If any of you got Project Life, you've got all the papers to use from Project Life that you can add to it. Put all of those through. You can do so much with that. You can see it in action there. Really, really beautiful. Your blades are built in. It works on a little runway, so your blade has a little carriage that it follows and off it trots. And then you punch at the top for your holes. Everything through, grab your string, whack them through, but really, really cute for templates for fabric as well.
Yes,
so if you want to make them the same size in fabric, use the cardstock ones as a template for them. It'll give you some extra options. And also really nice to cut them in acetate and use floating elements for your banners as well.
I was thinking as well, I mean, with how much you've actually saved on your all-in-one tool today, it would basically pretty much cover the price of this at £12.99 to be able to get that. So if you want them both, it is, of course, that one-off postage and packaging fee. It looks really nice as well as doing the perfect job, so it's ticking all the boxes.
Well, if your all-in-one tool is $99.99, which is everywhere else, so £100, if you think of it, the £12 that you pay in, or $12.99 for the extra banner punch board. And listen, we all know We Are punch boards are like the big thing, right? Everybody loves the We Are punch boards. It's what they are known for nowadays. So, you know, to get it at that, you're still saving, because my brain doesn't do maths. What's £40 plus £13 is £53 is £47 saving. I did some fast maths.
That was really good. And it's all in that one-off P&P as well. So, yeah, it's a superb opportunity. And this is why I love the relationship we have with We Are Makers. Because you should not be going to those sort of prices, and yet we can.
Well, we're one of the only companies, I think we're one of the only companies in the world that can get the prices that we get for We Are, because of that fundamental relationship that's there. So we literally can take We Are so much cheaper than anybody else. So as I said, I thought it was going to be $49.99 when I came in. I didn't have time for a meeting, so I didn't know what it was going to go to, but I assumed $49.99. So the fact that Liam can then, on a whim, apologise to you guys and go, like, let's take it down, that's a really nice place to be, isn't it?
Exactly, definitely. And then to take this $12.99. So both of them have gone to incredible, incredible deal prices for you, which is just fantastic. And do you know what? I mean, you could make just one banner and you could make your money back. Because when my friend just got married, the amount they wanted to
For
charge
wedding
her,
stationery, I know it's
I mean,
nuts.
her aunt ended up making the banners, you know, to go along like the bottom of the bar, because she's really crafty, and she was just like, I can't pay that on top of everything else. It was so expensive. So.
Wedding stuff is lunacy.
Yeah, you just mentioned wedding, and I think they go times 20.
It's the fact I'll never get married.
No.
We don't like it. So, can I do this as well in a second? Are we still
go on,
that?
please. No, we can go back to this. Let's come back to the all-in-one while people are coming through for this,
My brain is not doing well today because I'm confuddled. I'm still at home in my pyjamas.
Your own stuff.
I can tell you all. I'm going to tell you all a secret that I'm not allowed to tell you on air. I was in so much of a rush, I don't have pants on. Right, so let's have a look at this. We have got a little tool that sits at the back.
Thanks.
I mean, it's true.
Desperate to know that, you know. Is there something you really wanted to share with
Well,
the
it's
world?
the truth. I just feel like sharing is caring at this point because I feel very out of place with myself. It's been a bad day. Right, so I've got this little tool
got a skirt.
that sits... I've got jeans on.
Yeah, good.
It's got a little tool that sits at the back here, OK? So this slots into here and there it will stay. So we're going in, it slots and it stays until you want it. It slides out. You've got a mechanism that holds it. You're not going to lose it and it will just slide out. What is it and what is it for? Well, it's a clever little wee gadget because it's metallic on the back of it. OK, so that's going to hold it in place. Remember we had the magnets here that were holding the stamping platform bits in place?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to hold that in place because it's magnetic again. Now, what it is a little measurement tool. You can see I've got a ruler going up here and I've got all kind of measurements on there, right? So you can see all of those. So it's got things that tells me what my sizes need to be. So if I've got an envelope and I want to make it, the first thing I'm going to do is measure my card. And I'm going to go, well, how big is my card? Well, it's a 7 by 7. And it says, well, OK, if you want to make a 7 by 7 envelope, you're going to need a piece of cardstock that is 10 5/8 by 10 5/8. Well, you've got the trimmer, so we can trim that straight away. And so I know that that is where it wants to be. It then says your alignment guide is 5 3/8. Now, what that means is down here, your 5 3/8. OK, so you're going to use that once it's all in place. How do we know where to seat it? Well, it gets clever. If I bring this down, banner, I know it's got to be at an angle. OK, banner to banner. Envelope, I know that it's got to be envelope to envelope.
Makes it easy, doesn't it?
Tag, I know it's got to be tag to tag.
Okay.
Now, that's fine. So I've got all my instructions for my measurements.
Yeah.
Well, how do I use it? That's great, but where's my instructions? Well, there you go. There's all of your instructions. So instead of being in this position, if you're anything like me, where 20 minutes down the line after opening something that you've bought, you're then like, what do I do with the instructions? And then you've got to go online, and then you've got to work all of the things. I trimmed them up on my trimmer when I was excited. But now you've got the thing where you can obviously go through and you can work all of those things out. And it's got all of those instructions for you there. And it's already stored in-house. So you don't ever have to question yourself. Are the instructions easy to follow? Well, envelope. Yes, they are. I'll do tag because it's the smaller one. Tag. Trim paper to desired tag size. So you say, well, I want a tag that's 5 by 5. So then you go from there and you go, place the tag under the hole punch, align with centering lines and punch, right? So it's telling you you can put your holes in first. Then it says align tag guide to tag indicator. That's what up here. And then it says align paper to desired measurement on tag guide and trim. Flip paper, align at the same time, repeat. So what that means by that is, well, let's cut a piece of paper. Let's go 5 by 5.
Just that message as well from Susie Ann was just brilliant. Goodness me, this is a steal. This is a great bit of kit. Treat yourself. It just sums it up. Get your blades as well, don't you? Both of them.
Also, for those of you who love to at home, you can gut your cardstock with this as well, which just allows us to have a little bit more. So you're just making sure that goes into that little hole. All these grooves are going to keep it in place. Can you remember Connect 4 when you were little? And it's got those same sort of grooves that are in there, so it's going to stay there. And then I've got this that is I think I did 4 by 4. My brain's gone, so let's hope there is a 4-inch 4 by 4 paper. And I'm going to align it to the 1 7/8, which is thither. Hold on. There. I'm going to get this. I always get this wrong when I demonstrate this one online because my brain won't flip things. I'm telling you this in advance. So 4 by 4, I've done it wrong already. 1 7/8 is there.
Yeah.
And then I've got to do it the other way. My brain won't do this. ADHD, brain flipping, don't know my left from my right. None of this ever goes according to plan. But then you do it 1 7/8. You guys will know better at home than me when you're there. Hold on. I've got to align. Oh, there it is. Do I align it that way? This is why my brain can't do it. You need to flip it for
I
me,
don't think
Shirley.
I don't really get it either.
It is really simple. It's just my
I'm
brain.
not good with the numbers either.
I'm not just good at flipping. There you go. 1 7/8. Where's my thing? There. No, my brain won't flip it. This is why I don't do the tag. It's something along those lines. Listen, it's really easy. We're going to go to something.
Between us, I have no help with this.
Every time I've demonstrated that, and I said it last time, I'm not going to demonstrate the tag because I can't flip it in my brain. And they were like, you've got to learn to do it at some point. Will it work? No. And because I'm late, all of the things are confuddled. But it is really simple. Overthinking it.
Yeah. You just have a look at that. You know, if you'll then be like, done it, perfect.
You'll be right in going, Carla, this is really stupidly simple. Why isn't your brain working? That's not it. We'll
do it again. But yes.
I'm just going to play now.
Yeah, you can. That is just obviously just one of the things where it has got all of those instructions that we've got there. We're talking envelopes, we're talking trimmers, we're talking pom-poms you can create. You've got your ribbons, you've got your tassels, it's the stamping tool, it's the scoring tool. You know, we can go on and on. In essence, a lot of people call it that 12-in-1 tool that you've got.
Now I've got it.
All of the extra hacks that are online as well. Well done. There you
Honestly,
go.
now I've got it. My brain just did it backwards.
Yeah, it's sometimes as well, I think the pressure of the cameras are on and everything, it's like, my brain's really not doing it now.
Just because I'm an idiot. I'd like to say it's because of the cameras, but it's because I'm an idiot.
So.
Right, so hold on, I'm going to start afresh so then you can see it. Look, if I've got a piece of cardstock in here.
Yeah.
Hang on. Bye, heck. Never forget you've got a show on air because it makes you an idiot when you arrive there, more so than usual. Tag to tag. Right, here we go. 1 7/8. You're going to give me what, a 3-hour warning?
3 days.
Well, Sharon said, I was going to message you last night and say, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and I just didn't bother, and I was like, yep, your fault, I'm late.
Yeah, I wish you had.
Frankly, Sharon, it's all your fault. Let me there. So here you go. There you go. See, it wasn't really that difficult, was it, in the end? It's just me being an absolute idiot.
I see what you mean.
Now, obviously, you would want to cut this down as well. So you're just going to do that. And then you can just stamp out your holes. You've got various different holes that do different things. So you've got things like your banner here, it says. So you'll just get your little holes. If I want to do rounded corners, they're in here. That's for your envelope punch board in there. So if I want to do little envelope corners, I can. And then I've got in here my tabs. And so if I want to do a tab, you see, you'd have to have the paper flipped, but you'll see as it goes through, you flip it, and you've got all the little corners here. So can you see I've got a corner there, and then I've got this, and so if I want to make a tab, I then put this into here, pull it down just to about that point there. My first tab's created, and then I would then go and make my extra sheet, and it would be the middle, then the bottom one. You also, while I'm here, as far as I'm aware, you get 3 different sizes of tabs. So you'll get your medium, your small, and your large. So you can have little tabs, so you'd get more of them, or you can have larger tabs, and you could have 3 or 4.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a lot that you've obviously able to do, and that's just you whipping through a few of the things that this does, to be honest, as well, isn't it? Just like breathe, there we go. Now, it is, of course, not only a fabulous tool that you've got, but also it is the price today as well. You know, we can't get away from the fact that we've never done this before. $49.99 is the lowest price we've been to before. We have beat that. We've gone down to $39.99 for the all-in-one. It's still come up on split pay, so if you want split pay, you can. You can actually take this home for around £20 if you want to. And on top of that, for the first time ever, we have put in replacement blades for you as well. So it does mean you're therefore going to get 3 blades. I think these are available. Are they available on their own as well if people want them? Oh, there's only 20 chances left, but if you do want the final 20 chances, because there will be people at home who are thinking, well, I just desperately need these, then you can, of course, take advantage of these as well, because it is a super opportunity to get more whilst they're in stock, because we often, of course, have these out of stock. So you can see them there. They're QT4649. There's only 20 chances left, but if you want to get extras, add them to your order, and that's a great way to do it. Just to let you know as well that all the cardstock we use using is the American Crafts, the cards,
My
got the 12 by
favourite.
12s, and we've got it all available back on the show today as well. So that's all on the website as well.
Have
and
they
we'll,
got
of
all the
course, be
colours?
coming down. I think we've pretty much got all of them at the moment. 14 different options. So
That's about right.
That's pretty much all of them, isn't it? Yeah, the black, the white, the pastels there is
got
back as
jewel?
well. Primary, neutrals. Yeah, jewels in.
Whew.
Yeah, so even
We
the
like
ones that normally sell
Jules
out.
sells out. So if you want to go ahead before everybody else and grab hold of this, because they're going, if they've got all the colours in, they're going to do a show of it soon, so you'll miss out.
Yeah, it's true.
So Jewel here, and then have we got neutrals?
So, yeah, we've got neutrals.
So Jewel, neutrals, white and black are my big shout to you.
Okay.
And then for those of you who like the summer ones, I always go for either summer or brights.
Yes, they're always very popular, aren't they, the brights? So all of them are there, and we're going to match all the prices to £19.99 as well. So that's the one for your jewel, but we're going to match the prices on them all. So jump in and get, like you said, any others you want. Neutrals, blacks and whites. What are you making next?
I'm just playing, really. Also, my wool is in a mess because my Barry Manilow grabbed hold of it this morning and just wouldn't let go. And so it's all in a mess.
If people
and
have
also,
never
I
met
don't
you
have...
before, they'll be thinking, why is Barry Manilow at your
Barry
house
Manilow is
messing
playing with
this
my wool.
up?
You
Manilow
wouldn't have
was
wanted to come
taking
to
your
work
time.
today if Barry Manilow was in your house, right?
Exactly.
Sadly, he was not singing the Coco Bagana. He was actually tearing up paper and all sorts of Barry Manilow is very, very bad-mannered, I have to say.
Is it because he's a baby?
They're singing Barry Manilow in my ear. Barry Manilow is my cat, in case anybody wants to know. So, this is... I'll do as much as the wool will allow me to without it getting too taffled. But you're going to get all of these. Now, obviously, if you're making a pom-pom or a tassel, if you're making journals, that kind of thing, you can do these with all kind of different materials, which is really, really nice as far as your tassels and stuff. So if you've got some leather strips, stuff like that, you can do them with that. Really cute to make and really easy to make, but obviously you're going to want a lot more yarn than I've got here. I don't have time in demo. As I said last time I did this on air, this is the world's saddest pom-pom. But, you know, it's just to show you how it's done.
Yeah.
Just going round and...
Loads of people, of course, sell, like, you know, the pom-poms as well to kind of pop onto bags, don't they? And key rings
yeah,
and things like that.
And it's the little wadjums that we use, the tassels, which are really cute. They're so popular. Can you just steal a pair of scissors offset for me, Sherilyn? Sorry. And so all you're doing, you keep wrapping, obviously, and you wrap as much as you can. Have I got enough here to do? No, I'll cut it there, because otherwise I'm going to get taffled at this point. Right. So once I've done that and I've got those in place, so I can now do what I need to do with it, I've got options. So I can either, if I wanted to make a tassel, for instance, rather than a pom-pom, I would have put the second one closer into the first one, because I'd want that tassel-y point to be about here. So I would have put the little peg there. Now I can still change that by adding in a peg. So you can kind of decide what to do on the go. You're just keeping it open with the other peg. So I can do that, and let's make a tassel, being that I'm here. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to sort of weave that to there, so I know I've got my ends in and I know I'm sort of relatively neat and tidy, as much as I can ever be. And then I'm going to come in here and just pull it under, and I'm going to use this peg as my resistance point. So as I start to pull the knot out, I can pull that in and pull it too. Get it really tight. I'm not doing a pom-pom in as much as I don't have enough yarn here. A pom-pom's going to look just miserable, isn't it? So I'm just making sure that knot is nice and tight. And then all you're going to do is just take it off the little hooks, like so. There you go. And all you do is take the end, and we're just going to poke that through. And obviously you're going to do it a lot neater. But once you've got that and you've cut off all your little ends, you've got your little tassels. Now, for those of you who are used to using some of the other We Are tools, if you've got any metal kind of, you know, like brads and stuff at home, you can actually pin these onto journals and onto the front of cards, and they're really, really cute. The best ones I've made, and I love them, obviously you take your time to do them, you don't do them like I'm doing, but the best ones I've made have been with leather, like laces, and they're so pretty, they're so lovely. So you've got a million options in front of you of what you can make with them, but also for those of you who, especially this time of year, right, where we're starting to think about Christmas presents and decorating those Christmas presents, so if you want to make some extraordinary bows. Yeah. You've got the template here to do it and all the instructions online for the different type of bows you can make. So loads of things coming through there where you can really flounce these up. Now, just think in terms of Christmas presents. You have got a whole station here. Yes, exactly. So you can cut your wrapping paper, you can make a Christmas tag, you can make a Christmas card, you can stamp everything you need to stamp, and then you can create your ribbons for it and all of those things, all on one tool. I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I do, especially for the price that we have got today as well. So £39.99, best price ever for this incredible all-in-one tool that we can see. And of course, we have got, throwing in for free as well, at the lowest price, a couple of extra blades as well. It is just this hour that we've got this tool on, as we have been told. It is until it sells out at this price or midnight, and then that price goes back up because it is the lowest price ever, okay? As we say, we've showed you online other price comparisons, £99. We saw from a couple of places £98.99. We found a discount on the old version, so a different colour. That was £69.99, I think it was, or £68.99, something like that. So we couldn't find anything that compares to what we've done here. Plus, it's interest-free, don't forget, so you can actually pay £20 per month. It will arrive immediately, and then it will come to you as well. We do have the second tool that we've got on the show, of course, as well. A lot of you are going to be going for both, because it is that one-off postage and packaging fee today between midnight and midnight of just £4.95. So this is the opportunity for us to be able to bring you that fantastic banner punch board. £39.99 again, that is the price point that it should be at. We've taken it down today to £12.99. When you think of that, right, you could buy 3 of these for the price you should be paying for 1.
Yeah. You might all be sitting at home and wondering, why isn't Colour demoing it? Carla's never seen it before.
No, you've got it here now, though.
Carla was very late to work today, in case any of you haven't realised, and so I've got no clue what it is. So I don't want to show you how to use it and not know how to use it. I'm just going to be honest. They're going to try and go like, oh, you can watch it. I don't know how to use the thing yet. I can show you in the next show.
You'll find it by the time you've gone off, won't you? You'll have a little play. So it is available online. And as I say, there will be demonstrations online. Plus, we did a show on it previously, so there may have been demonstrations on there on the 1st of August as well, so you could always look back on that. You can see it's got a lovely grid system, though, on where you just need to line it up.
So you've got all your measurements sitting here. Now, it says on the instructions, and our instructions are usually pretty simple, so it just says on here where it is, it's got a whole thing where it says, select banner shape, open cutting arm, align to measurement, close cutting arm, cut banner shape, punch corner hole. So that's obviously your corner punch there as well. So you've got all your elements. You can see the little punch. Now, I could have a punt at this, but I don't want to mess it up and put you off using it, because it'll be so simple to use. Yeah. But obviously, as with everything, you need a practice run with it. Yeah. So I don't want to put you through that torture. But our tools are always the best, the punch boards. And it's always a thing, and I've spoken about this a lot, and I still stand by it. One of the greatest things about punch boards, more so than any other craft items that I've ever come across. There's like I want to use a better word for it, but you'll understand, I think, what I mean when I say there's like a cult following for them on YouTube. Okay. What I mean by that is there's almost, it's like it's a competition to see who can come up with the newest, best uses for the tools that we have. That's why I said go and find out what else the all-in-one tool does, because they all do more than you think they do. It's just that they're obviously made with a purpose in mind, but all of them then get absolutely rejuvenated by crafters going, look at what I've worked out this can make. Yeah.
That's a different colour one that we found online, but you can see again it's showing all the instructions, it shows everything you can kind of do with that as well. And I just think, again, it's beautiful to look at, but it's small. You know, if you wanted to take this with you, you could do as well if you wanted to with that. And it's nice to be able to kind of make all of the different sizes and the different shapes, isn't it?
I'm just looking at them making it.
Yeah, then you'll be like...
I could have probably done that. But yes, it's... I just didn't want, I said to them beforehand, I was like, if I don't know how to do it, if I get this wrong, it's going to be horrendous. So I'd rather not just, you know, ruin your viewing.
But look, she's showing all the different
But there you go, look, you can see how it's all working out. So really simple to do. As always with We Are, they make things super easy. It's what they're kind of known for, isn't it? That you can do all of these things with the greatest of ease. Absolutely. So all of those different shaped banners there, which is incredible. If you're canny with it and you make extra strips for the side that are in kind of the same cutout, you'll be able to make little banner boxes from them for treats, especially with things like Halloween coming up and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure you'll find a world of things that you can do with that one machine that's there on there. And you've got all your little corner punches there, your hole punches, everything taken care of. And if you're decorating your house for Halloween and you've got some of those gorgeous Halloween papers that have been on the shows recently,
great, wouldn't it?
HobbyMaker's been Halloweening all over the shop. So if you've bought anything for Halloween, you'll be able to make your banners for your windows as well.
And it's £12.99 today. Here is Sharon. I'm using my all-in-one tool to make pom-poms and tassel key rings and bag charms to decorate Christmas wrapping as an additional gift too. That's such a lovely idea, isn't it?
Love that.
Yeah,
I think it's sort of being able to do all the different things, isn't it? It's about picking up a tool and going, well, I know this is going to work for everything that I need it to be. So,
and it's there's your forever tool as well. That's the other thing. Absolutely. And I think for just £39.99 today to get it forever is just brilliant.
I've never done it that price.
Well, no, it's never happened before.
What Jennifer's saying there is what I said at the beginning, where she's saying my favourite thing about the We Are boards is the measurements are so clearly marked. I just really struggle. Honestly, I had the best eyesight in the world until I was about 28, and then it just started going downhill. And now I really do struggle, and I struggle really badly with embossed. You can see it on here. They've got embossed detail down here in centimetres. Sorry, there you go. Embossing detail here. If a light hits that at a certain angle, I've got no hope of seeing it. What I do absolutely love is this, because there is no mistake in it. And again, when I say about tools and wanting it to be easy and wanting it to be fundamental to what I do all the time, that's what this is. It's got this black here that I can go, oh, well, that's my 7 inches. And so I don't need to work anything else. I don't have to sit looking at it like a little mole trying to work out where I'm going with it. So really take advantage of all of those aspects of it and the fact that for us as crafters, we don't have to struggle with it. There's no issues with it. Folds away compact. Everything seats on house or in-house. So, and also this has got a little pointer on the top. Can you see? So they've made it like a pointy plastic butter knife almost. Little piece for your thumb so that when you're scoring, you can really get a hold of that and push it down. And that little point takes all your paper to a super sharp score. You've got all your lines here for your scoring as well. And again, with that 14-inch, don't dismiss that, because 14-inch is huge. So tab punch. Hold on, let me get it right. Tab punch, then you've got your banner punches here, and then you've got your envelope punch here. You've got a corner punch at this side. Corner punches for doing cards. Corner punches for doing so much more than envelopes, aren't they? We love rounded corners in the craft industry. It's big. It makes things aesthetically beautiful. What's more is your corner punch is the same size. So you see how if you're doing your mats and layers on your card and you're trying to get that aesthetic for composition where they go through, you have them at the same size so you know they're correct every single time that you're doing them. So just great for all of the, it's great for all of the things.
And it's just been so well thought out to be able to make it, I think, as compact as this, with everything kind of joining on top, like the stamping press you see in there. Underneath, of course, you've got all of the additional tools that all popped into the sides. And there's no compromise on quality. That's the thing. So you've got the quality there, as well as it being super handy and just jam-packed with how much you can create.
Everything.
The price is only today, OK? I think it's likely we will sell out of our allocation before midnight. If we don't at midnight, it will, of course, disappear. And you will, even if you see it on a future show and you get it at $49.99, which is brilliant, the lowest price we've previously done, that would be great, but it's not going to be $39.99. And I don't believe we'll be throwing these in again either, because that was a just today deal. That we've got the extras. Yes, please do. Go on.
I just want to steal this.
Yeah.
It's not on this piece.
Did you want this?
No.
Oh, what did you want?
The box. Can I just have
this?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, I can reach
Shirley.
it. Go on.
Just let's destroy the set while I'm here.
That's okay.
Because on the front of here,
yeah,
it's in dollars, obviously.
Yeah.
They've already worked it out that when it is $100, which is what it's supposed to be, or £100, they're already saving you $100 on everything if you were to buy them together.
Yes.
So you're now actually saving, according to We Are today, £160.
Yeah, that's right.
Can we just say I failed maths twice? I think I'm doing
You're quite
remarkably
good.
well
I know.
with the
I don't
numbers
think you
today.
should have failed.
So compared to purchasing the tools separately. So that's where the pricing is. I mean, listen, this is 100. So Kat's saying that's £120.
Yes, take from
you know I'm a fangirl of We Are. Of course I'm a fan, but more than being a fangirl of anybody, I'm a fan of practicality. I think you guys are as well, right?
100%.
There's a lot of stuff we say on TV, and you hear it all the time, don't you? You'll hear certain catchphrases, and when we'll say things like it's, everything in one, it's everything. But this actually is. Yes, there isn't much missing from it that you would use fundamentally each day for crafting.
There's extras. Yeah.
Just play to your heart's content.
Because, it's even like how they've decided to write at the top, combines over a dozen must-have tools into one convenient design. That sums it up. You can see why that is the headliner in terms of what is written, because that is all of those tools and it's convenient.
Absolutely.
So it's just perfect.
And it's always about where you can take it. Just because it gives you that, you take it wherever you want to go. They always used to laugh at me at We Are because they would be like, right, we're giving you the envelope punch board. Are you going to demo any envelopes? And I'd be like, no,
I'm going to do this with it instead.
Because it's about looking at the scope of something, isn't it? So when we're looking at a tool like this and it's got, even things down to the smallest detail, like the extension arm that is 14...
Bethan, you've made her day. Look. She's so glad. I would have missed the show and this amazing deal. She did it just for you.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, if she'd have, that's the thing. If she'd have been on time, on my sheet there, $49.99. We were always doing the blades. The blades were always coming as part of the deal, but we were not doing the price. We were doing it at $49.99.
No, I knew the blades. Well, listen,
but that was already the best deal ever because we'd done $49.99 as the cheapest minus the blades, so it was already the best, and now it's even better.
And I was like, oh, that's a really good deal when he said about putting the blades in. I had a massive conversation with Liam on the phone. Not even that long ago, about today's show.
Which you thought was the 30th.
And so my children this morning were like, when are you next in Birmingham? I was like, I've got We Are on Friday. So they were like, right, okay. And like I say, I got this message from Kat saying, meet me upstairs. And I was literally like, well, do you want to buy me dinner first, girl? Like, this seems a bit excessive. So I went and checked my diary. I'm like, I'm not at HobbyMaker today. It's not happening today. And then I went onto the TV guide and I was like, Liam!
That's me.
I'm in my pyjamas and I'm due on in about 45 minutes.
I don't live round the corner.
And I live an hour and a half away.
You made it. That is the most important thing. And it is actually better for everybody at home. So, Bethan wouldn't have seen the show. She's managed to tune in, which is superb. We've also got...
She's just been lovely.
Oh, even if she is, she's a very nice person. And, of course, we've got an even better deal. So we are now at the very lowest price we have ever done. Remember that this should be $99.99. These should be $12.99. So you're suddenly looking at £103 for all of this. Instead, we've gone down to the lowest price ever. We were always throwing them in for free, but we've gone down to $39.99 for that. And it's available on split pay at £20. You can do so much.
Has it ever been this low, Kat?
No, $49.99 was the lowest before. Yeah, which is what you said you remembered, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I know I've done it at $49.99, but because often Julie will do some weird shows as well, so I didn't know if Liam had dropped it maybe in one of those shows or something else, so I've never seen it this price, had no clue it was going to that, and Liam did say to me it was going to be $49.99, but he would add in the blades on Friday.
Yes, on Friday. On Friday. She's just making up these days now. So there we are. Do you want to do your trimming, your scoring, your banners? Think about this. Your pom-poms, your tassels that we were talking about. The fact you've got all of those punches as well. This is your bows, your stamping. It just goes on and on. Your score. It's just brilliant, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible.
And it's the fact that with this, you are going to be using this not just once or twice. You're going to be using this every single day with your crafting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's from We Are Makers. We know we've got that exquisite quality, and you'd never expect what we've got here for the price on your screen.
And I still say, take it back. So let's talk as British crafters, as a rule, also to a lot of US crafters as well, but as a rule, crafters, you're going to mainly use the scoreboard, the trimmer, and the stamping platform. You're going to use those all the time. They're standard crafted tools. We've all got them, right? Everybody's got those as such, but to have it all in one place, and that in itself to buy those 3 separately at the cheapest without getting any branded name, to have a stamping platform as opposed to just your acrylic blocks, you'd be looking minimum £45 just for those 3 combined. What you're going to do when your stamping platform breaks, well, you've got a spare. What you're going to do when your blade on your trimmer that you're currently using is absolutely gone. Well, we'll give you loads extras. What's more, I think a lot of you will find, and I know a lot of crafters, I've spoken to lots of you who end up getting this as kind of a backup and then end up with this being your favourite, and you use it all the time because it's brilliant.
Yeah, you just won't want to put it away at all. So well done. There's loads of you still coming through. So to our new crafters, to Kate and Ian, we've got Noreen and Elaine, Kay, Judith, we've got Anna, and you know, everybody with this in your basket, it isn't yours at this price unless you check it out. Do remember, it's the lowest we've ever done, and it's only till midnight. That is the thing. So it is all about who jumps in and takes it. Remember, we've got all of the AC cardstock as well, the 12x12s. We'll pop it on the website now. We're taking all of it down to £19.99. And as you mentioned, you know, your firm favourites, the ones you most use, are back in stock as well. The dual, the neutral, the black and white, the bright, the summers. So they're all there as well, down at that £19.99 price. And sometimes we sell out of these and it's 3-4 months until we get it back
we can only keep them in stock for so long. And because I think we are the UK's main seller for AC cardstock now, and you won't find it that low price pretty much anywhere else anyway. It just goes, we get it in and it's gone. So get yourselves ahead, and especially if you use it a lot, get your whites, get your blacks, get those ones that are our tools and grab them.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much. I'm very glad you made it, because it would have just been me, and who knows what I would have been saying if you hadn't been here. So, yes, thank you.
You're very sorry for the schedule.
No, it hasn't mattered to us. So you're back at 5 and 6. You've got a double hour, which we always absolutely love. We've got completely different things on that show as well, so do make sure you're tuning in for that. I'm going to be back, though, in a moment. We have got Zila coming up for you. You've got the lovely Sue here, so don't go anywhere. We've got lots of tips and tricks to be able to talk through in that hour. I'll see you in a minute with that.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax, Rubik's Cubes released, perms, mullets, crimping, standing up to change TV channels. But relax, now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels, and we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month, and we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello, rightio. Well, today has absolutely flown, hasn't it? We've got a really fabulous final show that I'm here for today until 5 o'clock, which is your Zila. Now, a lot of this, because it always is incredibly, incredibly popular, whenever we bring Zila, we know it's artist quality, it's spectacular as well, the price points that we get to go to with this. It sells very well, so we are on some of these products very, very limited, okay? So if you do want to sort of shop ahead, go onto the website, have a little look at what's available, and you can absolutely sort of jump ahead with those bits as well. Sue is here, lovely to have you as always, and it's the quality, isn't it, with all of these products? I mean, it's the fact that they're endorsed by artists, you know that they've got that artist quality when you start using them.
Yes, I've endorsed some of the products
myself.
So yes, I do love them.
Yeah.
Excellent value for money for what you're getting for the price you pay.
Yeah, and they're always gorgeously packaged as well, aren't they? So I always think, you know, if you are thinking gifts or anything, they're a really nice brand, I think, to gift with as well, with the kind of value for money, like you mentioned, but also the quality and the way that they look. Now, I'm going to start with a little bit of a basket opener. I mean, in terms of if you have already bought something today, it's well worth adding this on if you've covered your P&P, because we have got a really great sized palette that we can bring to you today. It's got 17 wells in this oval paint palette. And we are going to be doing an absolutely brilliant price point for you. Now, I do only have 16 of these available, so we are limited in terms of availability on this one. But to actually have a palette, I mean, it doesn't matter what sort of art or, you know, whether you're using your watercolours, whether you're thinking of the alcohol inks, you know, anything like that. It's great to have a palette of this sort of size, isn't it?
It is, yes, I love it. And the fact that you can easily hold it in your hands.
Yeah, it's nice as well, it's got that there, hasn't
and feel like a proper artist.
I feel like you want an easel there, don't you? And you're sort of like, yeah, I'm sort of like painting in Paris, even though you're not in Paris, you know, it's that kind of feel, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's got all these little wells as well that you can actually put your paint in and then use that for the mixing palette section here, and maybe a little bit of water or oil or whatever you use in that one. Yeah, really versatile.
Yeah, it is. And wait until you see the price, because we are, for the 16 of you that get in first, we are bringing this at the most fabulous price. It is £3.99 today for you to be able to get this. You know, whether you're using it for yourself, whether it's for your children, I think everybody who gets this would find a great use for it. And of course, it looks fabulous because of how many wells it's actually got in, from the smaller ones right to the larger ones, and a space, of course, for your water as well. So just £3.99 for that. Well done to everybody getting involved immediately. This is another store that we've just found this from, and you can see there, so it's from Discount Town, so they do great prices, normally discounts, but actually £9.74. So the fact that we've gone £3.99, I think we've gone significantly lower. So I mean, you don't normally see palettes of that sort of size, do you, at £3.99? So it is really, really good that we have got that for you. And it's from Zila, so you know, of course, the quality is there as well. Single figures available now, so if you would like to jump in and get that, you've got to be quick. A little bit of a wait on the phone lines, but you will be answered in a moment. If there's any left at the end of the show, I will let you know, but I don't think there will be. Now, I'm going to come across to this next, because this is your premium half-pan watercolour set. set that you've got here. And this is what I'm talking about. When you see the front of the packaging, how it's actually recommended by different artists as well. Now, with this, when we open it up, it does come like this, and then we can show you exactly what you're going to get with this. It's really portable. It's lovely that it actually has a little palette in there for you to be able to obviously use and to be able to mix with, and on the top of that. When you then pop that off, it's got little feet that you can see, so you can actually pop that onto that side there if you wanted to kind of stand it up. But let me just open it for a second so you can see the colours. So an amazing, amazing mix of colours. You've got 24 of your watercolours in this. You're also getting 2 of your sponges, you're getting 2 of your refillable water brushes, and then of course you've got that mixing palette which has got the 5 wells in it. And it's a lovely, durable and yet very sort of travel-friendly box as well. It should be £24.95, which already for me is a really great price. When you're thinking that's taking down to about £1 per watercolour, minus, you know, not even charging you for the sponges or the water brushes. But we do love to do a deal, so we will get this even lower for you to be able to get it today, and £17.99. I mean, I always think as well with watercolours, a lot of people kind of shy away a little bit from watercolour, thinking, oh, I can't do that. This gives you the chance to try it when you're just paying £17.99.
Yeah, it sure does, yes. You know, you don't feel like the pressure or anything, or am I good enough to use these? Yes, just enjoy them. Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
And it's got such a kind of gorgeous mix, hasn't it, of colours? And then you could mix them all together to make even more of a palette to sort of any tones you'd want, really.
Yes, yes. And the palette area you can extend even further by moving the tray out, because it's got these little legs on the bottom,
isn't it?
So that's what these holes are for. So you can actually pop it on the side that way.
Yes.
And then that increases your,
of course it does,
your palette area as well.
Really nice.
And then one thing to mention about the water brushes is that the barrels undo by the other way, so the thread's the opposite way.
Ah, okay.
So tighten them up to undo them, because it might get you a bit confused when you get them. Fill them with water and then undo them. Undo them to tighten them up.
I know what you mean. I had a tap like this, right? And I don't know why it was the wrong way round. And so all the time you're kind of thinking, you know, you're righty tighty and like left to left, and it's like spurting out everywhere. You're like, oh my gosh, this is not going well. So I just don't know what my plumbing was in my old house. I had, you know, outside even. Guess what I had? My outdoor tap was boiling hot water.
Oh, no.
There was no cold water. No. Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic, of course, for you to have a paddling pool, but no good for your plants. So I think all my plumbing was just bad in that house. But, you know, there we are. So that is just basically the same as, you know, I would be used to it. I'd be doing the pens the right way round. But yeah, it's good to know, because then you do know that they are working absolutely perfectly. So a gorgeous palette, you know, something brilliantly priced, of course, at £17.99. And honestly, I can't wait for you to get this home and to be able to use the quality of this as well, because they really are artist quality. It's absolutely magical. So £17.99.
And the pigments are really strong. That it works really well. I wish mine would look like yours again.
But yours
I've used mine a bit. And another thing to mention as well is that it's got a nice sort of hook on the back. So it's got this hook, so you can put your finger in, your thumb in,
which is good.
and it gives it that rigidity when you're using it outdoors.
So you can just take it on the go and use it wherever you'd like to. Once again, I mean, go and sort of do your own research in terms of looking for like watercolour paints, watercolour palettes. You know, it isn't usual to get them at £17.99, and yet that is what we're offering you today, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, we've got another fabulous set, which is your watercolour pencils that we can, of course, share with you here. Now, again, you are getting 24 of these, and they do come in a lovely gift tin set that we can see. So you can see what I mean about how everything is really beautiful in terms of the way that it's actually sort of set out for you. And if we open them up, you can see that you've got a fabulous mix, of course, of colours in all of these. And it makes it very portable. You know, high pigment, of course, in these as well. You can colour, you can blend, you can layer, you can do everything that you would be able to do. And these are kind of suitable for wet work to make them into the watercolours, or, of course, you can use them dry as well. But I remember using these before and sort of taking bits of it off and onto sort of the surfaces, and the colour that comes out is just fantastic.
Yeah. Again, you know, high pigment pencils, so, you know, you're going to get the results that you want from them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, we are limited on this, okay? So if you do want these ones, then they are one that you are going to have to get in quickly for, and they are £12.99 for you to be able to jump in and take advantage of that. You've got your blacks, your deep purples, you've got your mauves, your royal blues are in this as well, navy blue, light blue, we've got white, lemon yellow, deep yellow, orange, red, pink, you've got your flesh colour, your lime green, your turquoise, your sea blue, your grass green, your dark green, your light brown, deep red, brown, dark brown and grey. So an amazing mix of colours, of course, that we can bring to you there for £12.99. Now, one other thing that I want to share with you before we go to demo is this. Now, this is, I just think it's perfect, I really do. It's a bestseller on every single one of our Zila shows that, of course, we come to. And it is your sketching and colouring box set that we've got here. Look at when you open this. Isn't it great? Now, I mean, if you are thinking ahead for Christmas or to give to yourself or anything like this is a great option because you have got, as you can see, you've got your sketching pencils there. You've got them in all the difference, the H, the B, the 2H, the 6B, the HB and the 3B. You then come across to your watercolour section. So you've got a gorgeous mix of watercolours. You then also have got your colouring mediums, your pencils. You then have here some fantastic opportunity, of course, with your stock, your paper stock that you've got there, 150 GSM, 10 sheets of that on your drawing pad. You've got your rubber, so if you do kind of make any mistakes, you want to correct it. You've also got your sharpener, and then you've got your 4 round in terms of the paintbrush that you can see up there as well. I can remember, so Christmas last year, Bowie asked for a pen. That was it, right? So he was just like, oh, what do you want for Christmas? He wants a pen. I'm like, okay. Great. I don't really think I can just buy him like a, big, like here's one pen. I mean, he'd love it. It would have been enough for him. He'd have been over the moon. But I was like, right, what can I do that is a bit more, special? He loves to draw. So I bought something that wasn't that dissimilar to this, okay? Because I thought it's really nicely packaged. You can kind of open it up in his playroom. He can kind of take out what he wants and everything like that. I didn't pay anywhere near to the price that's on the screen here. I mean, we were talking more that sort of £60 mark, which I thought was actually a really good deal for how much you got in it and everything like that. And it was all he wanted. So I felt like I want to get him something quite special. I can't believe the prices that Zila managed to do. It felt like I should have known about other things ahead. I was on maternity at the time, so you don't know where else to go, and it really is an absolutely fabulous deal for you to be able to get with this. Now, Kat, I think, has managed to find it online. Yeah, there you go. So that makes sense to the sort of price I paid for something quite similar. So online just there, it should have been £61.99. It was reduced to £47.29, so that's the sale price. We're already at £34.95 and we are going to take this even lower. The other thing you get with it is this little beginner's guide as well, which is really helpful, isn't it, to kind of learn about your sketching, your drawing that comes with it as well, just to inspire you.
Yeah, they're really useful, and they come in the other material boxes as well.
Super.
And even the boxes give you nice inspiration.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. So in 16 seconds, we will, of course, be taking that price down for you, which means you're getting artist quality, you are getting your watercolour mediums, your colouring mediums, you're also getting your sketch in there. You're getting your paintbrush, you've also got your sharpener, you've got your rubber in there, you've also got your drawing pad. We are taking it instead to under £30.
Should we be doing that?
I mean, probably not.
Why are we doing that?
I mean, I don't know. We sort of just feel like we do whatever we want. I mean, you think on offer elsewhere for £47, you're getting this today for that amazing price point. And it does come, as you can see, kind of gorgeously packaged, obviously, in this as well, which has all of the information about them. It tells you about the 12 colouring pencils and how you can blend them together with ease, the 12 watercolour pencils as well, and sort of talks about those, the versatility that you can have, and the sketching pencils as well that are supplied, the 6 of those. So absolutely brilliant. £29.99 if you want.
I'd buy that.
Get that.
I'd buy that just for the box.
Yeah, it's true.
It's gorgeous. With the little clips.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could get it engraved if you wanted, like with the X tool, or you could tangle over it, couldn't you, if you wanted to? So it's yeah, you're so right, but
incredible
all of it, £29.99. We have got a bit of a wait on the phone lines for that. I'm not surprised at all, so an absolutely fabulous deal. Well done, of course, if you have managed to get that one. Now, we do have a few of your watercolour cardstocks that we've got as well for you. So we can come across to these. Which one did you want to go for? This one first, A5, yeah. So let's come to this for you. This is very handy as well. I mean, if you're taking bits on the go and then you've got this size, the A5, it's a good one to kind of just pop into your bag, isn't it?
Yeah, and perfect with the watercolour palette as well, to have those two products together
definitely.
is perfect. The watercolour paper is marvellous from Zila, really superb quality. It's a nice white, just slightly off-white colour.
Yes,
it's not
you
too
can see that
creamy,
there,
it's not too grey, beautiful quality.
Nice texture on it as well. That kind of
Yes,
almost linen
perfect
finish.
texture.
Yeah. It's great. £4.99 as well. So again, a really decent price for 12 sheets that you've got there of your 300 GSM. We've also got it in your A4. So this is, we have got ours here, but as you can see, because it's not opened up, we have just grabbed Sue's off her as well. Sue was like, they've taken my cardstock.
Mine. I haven't got much left.
You haven't. I mean, you can see obviously the quality of the paper that you've got just there. So that is the A4. You can see how much you love it though, because of how you've used that up as well.
Yeah, I forget what a nice chunky block.
Yeah, I know when you look at it like that, 50 sheets. Yeah, you are going to get a lot, aren't you, with this? You just need to swap it. Leave us with that one, and you take this one. You'll be like, that's a great change.
Yes, yes.
£19.99, of course, for you to be able to jump in and get that one. And then finally, if you do want the biggest size, we have got your A3 that's available as well. That's 10 sheets that we've got here. Again, in your 300 GSM. And, you know, that really is kind of enabling you to create those huge kind of art piece if you want to, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives you a chance to up your scale if you're brave enough. Yes, or you can always chop it down, you know, to get A4 and A5 and A6 sizes by cutting it down.
Yes, so it's your choice. And it is £12.99 again, so a really, really good price for those 12 sheets that we've got there. Everything else that we've got in the show, which is a lot, is on the website. So you can, of course, jump ahead and have a look at those bits. We've got the likes of your fine liners, we've got some of the paper pads, and graphic marker pens, things like that as well. Should we have a look at whatever really you'd like to have a little go with?
Yeah. Luckily, I took out a sheet of the paper pad before you nicked it off me.
Well, Kat.
Okay, let's use the watercolours then.
Yeah.
And play around with these. So let's bring these in. I'm going to use the brush to mix up some colours.
Okay.
And I haven't got any water in my barrel. That doesn't matter. I've got some water here on the side.
Okay, perfect.
So I want to mix a nice dark, cool, very dark, cool green. So when you've got a colour in your head that you want to create, then it's quite nice to try and mix it. Start with lighter wash of colours, so don't go too intense with the colour. I mean, I've started with black, but you can start off with your lighter colours, such as the green, the dark green, you know, that you wanted to darken. And don't just darken colours with black. Try other colours, you know, like on the blue scale, some brown as well. I just want a dark, cool colour. And take your time mixing this as well. Let's just pop in a bit of brighter green. I think that might be good. That might be good enough. Perhaps a bit of blue because I want it like a cool colour. Okay, now, if you're somebody who's a bit like white paper, terrified, like this, this is quite a good technique for you.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is pick up this little palette and I'm just going to splash, splash sort of down the centre region.
Right, I wasn't expecting this.
I know. Well, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to inspire you to like use your products differently. And don't be scared just to do that. Right, we've got a starting point now and it looks quite nice as it is.
Yeah, it does.
Because we don't have any brushes on the show, it's kind of given me inspiration to think about what else to use, you know. So what I've got is a feather.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I've got like a magpie feather, I think it is, that I found from the garden. And I thought, well, I'll try using this. So what I wanted to do is just to drag the feather through the blobs and sort of create like a bouquet. And drag this through and allow, you know, the the feathers to sort of do the work for you,
cool,
really.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Just drag that through, like so, and just create some interesting sort of marks like that, really, and that's like a basis already. And then what I want to do is, in the sort of blobs, I just want to add more water because I'm going to play around with making this pigment move about on my paper. So I'm going to tip it backwards and forwards. Hopefully I won't put it too much out of view. That's it. Yes, it is a bit of fun.
It's great,
it
isn't
is.
it? Yeah.
And I'm very sort of neat and tidy.
Yeah.
So this is great, and I enjoy watching pigment move around.
Yeah, 100%.
So
and it's just nice to do something different, isn't it?
why not do that? Yes. And then I might even just grab a piece of tissue and just take out some of the intents of the pigment in the blobs, because there's a purpose for them as well. Okay. So also I might just give it a spray just to create some more interest. Yeah. So this is just water in a little mister. So I just want to just spray just so it sort of creates interest, like that kind of thing. Disperses the ink nicely. Yeah. And even if I get my trusty scruffy brush, I'm going to pick up some of that pigment, just wet the brush, maybe just dip it into some darker colours. And I just want to flick on just to put some more splashes everywhere. Yeah. Okay, so that's the first stage done. Okay. I'm tempted to heat tool that. Yeah. But you don't want to see that drying. So I kind of done one here. Okay, perfect. Here's one I did earlier. Yeah. And it dries interesting because you've got, you know, different levels of pigment strength and everything. Yeah, definitely. So it's quite similar actually, isn't it? So that's okay. So now what I want to do is juice up the paints. So to juice up your paints, you just add water to the surface of them and just let them sit there for a few minutes. Yeah, okay. But I haven't been able to do that. But what I'll do is I'll just take some of this bright, like an acid yellow, this bright yellow, just take some of that as it is into one of the compartments. And I'm bringing in a sponge. I've just ripped a bit of a sponge. So I'm going to dab this into that. I can even dab the sponge directly into, if I don't pick up much of the other colour. Yeah. So I want to dab this acid yellow into those sort of blobby areas, like this. Let's get my sponge wet. Now, the trouble is with watercolours is they are very transparent. So I am getting some of that colour showing underneath, which I kind of don't really want so much. So I'm going to kind of cheat, and I'm going to bring in some of the acrylic paints. Now, these I don't believe are on the show. No, I think we've probably sold out of those. But if they are available on the website, you can grab some for $24.99, if there's some there. So I'm just going to take some of that acid yellow. Yeah. Let's quickly put them away then, because acrylic paints are more of a stronger colour, if that makes sense. So I just want to add some stronger colour, and you can create a bit of texture in that paint. Like, I don't know if you can see, like here, I've actually got the blobs of that paint on there to create some of the texture. And I want to dip this into some of the orange as well, and just start adding a bit more depth of colour, adding the orange below, just to create a bit of form. And then even the brown as well, the light brown as well, just dab some of that. I don't know if you can guess what this is trying to look like. I thought it was. Do you mean like what plant or? Yeah, that kind of thing. I was thinking kind of like, you know, I'm not good at the names, but because you think of dandelions, but it's not dandelions because it's. Do you know what I mean? Because it's got like the. Yes, I can't think I'm kind of not helping lilies. Much. I showed my husband and he said, "Oh, it looks like sweet corn." Sweet corn? No. I said sweet corn. I mean, if sweet corn grew on trees, it'd be lovely,
like that. Maybe it does. I don't know where it comes from.
But actually, I wanted to try and create a collection of twigs.
Okay, yeah.
With that lovely bright lichen on them.
Yes.
And that kind of grows in sort of clumps as well. I don't know. I just like the bright with the cool,
I love it.
with the cool green. And then to just enhance this, I mean, you can take this further and add more bright yellow and everything, not just only in the blobs. Now, it's kind of, I suppose, a bit more of a mixed media piece because I'm using the acrylic paints and the watercolour paints.
Yes,
and I'm going to incorporate the pencils as well.
Okay.
I've taken the black and I just want to just take my time in sort of looking at these as twigs and just creating a shaded side to the twigs. Even if you just draw one line, I don't know if this is being picked out or not, or you can see what I'm talking about. So just trying just to create a bit more interest and sketch some of shading.
Yeah.
Like even just sort of create a bit of shading underneath the lichen. Just to sort of, even down here where the image is sort of blended in, you know, just add a pencil lines and just show that as twigs. And just enjoy working with what you've made, what you created in that first layer. Definitely. And just bring it to life a bit more.
I think it was brilliant. You just want to put it in a frame, don't you? You want to get it up on the wall.
I don't know if it's that good. Anyway, so that's the kind of inspiration that I thought I would show you. Yes, and this is one I've done earlier on the bigger size.
Oh, yes.
So this is, you know, something that you could sort of scale up easily if you want to try and do that. So I suppose it looks a bit more twiggy, and I've worked, you know, with the lichen a bit more and added more acrylic paint. So
isn't it? It's so nice. So it just shows as well kind of thinking outside of the box, and that's what I love, because to bring a feather in and to bring all those techniques, it's totally different to things that we would probably automatically think of.
Yes,
with something like that.
And it's a bit of fun.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, and it just shows you can kind of be portable. You could go and sit outside and you could do this with whatever's around you as well. The watercolour pencils, we have got limited amounts now with this. In fact, we've got more of you with these in your baskets compared to availability. So 40% of them has gone. So if you want them, then you do need to jump in and get these. They are £12.99 today for you to be able to get 24 of your lovely watercolour pencils. We've got a great mix, as you can see, of colours that we've got there. And you can really take advantage. Judy sent in a lovely message as well saying, love watching Sue paint. I was amazed in her last show and learnt some fascinating techniques using bubble wrap. So thank you for sending that in, Julie.
That's so nice. Thank you.
People would always watch them shows back as well. So if you are wanting to see those techniques, then you can watch it back. We've got Elaine, we've got Sarah, we've got Susan, we've got Leslie, we've got new crafters there in Kent as well. We've got Derbyshire, Dale's joined us as well. We've got Carly. We can't guarantee this for everybody now because we are very limited on availability. But what a brilliant set of your watercolour pencils to be able to get for £12.99. Wow, okay, double the amount of you with this in your basket compared to availability. So once it's gone, it has, of course, gone. But we do have some of the watercolour pencils in this as well. So in our artist sketching and colouring box that we've got here. So if you are sort of thinking, oh, they've sold out, or alternatively, you're just wanting a selection of them, then this would be the way to go, because you can see that within these, you've got your watercolour pencils as well as your colour pencils, and we've also got your sketching pencils there, as well as a drawing pad, a paintbrush, we've got your rubber, we've also got your opportunity to get your sharpener as well. So kind of everything that you'd need with this is within this at £29.99. So an absolutely brilliant opportunity on that. Elsewhere, we've seen it for over £47, so it's a really, really good deal on that one. Now, we've also got our fine liner pens, which I know that I did a show before, which I think we had Sandra on before the show, and everybody suddenly went crazy to buy these because you can tangle so well with them. They are, you know, there's so much more you can do with them, but I think if you do love your tangling, then these are absolutely perfect set. We haven't had them in since May, so it's been a lot of months since we've last seen them. You get a great mix, of course, of your pens, because there is 12 of your fine liners in here. You get 8 of your black pens, you get 2 of your sepia and 2 of your grey. In your sepia, you've got your 0.5 and your 0.8, which is the same as with your greys. But then in your black, you have got your B, you've got your 0.8, your 0.5, your 0.3, 4, 2, 1, and your 0.05 as well. So they go really, really detailed if you want to get them. And they're really nice as well, aren't they? They're lovely in terms of the way they look.
They are, they're beautiful. They're really well made. The lids really click on nicely, and they've got a lovely metal barrel to them. The tip, sorry, is metal, which is really good quality. And to have a set with different size nibs, so you can draw different size lines, is perfect. Is really good. And another tip to show you as well, which I've decided to do with mine, is that I've put in a piece of card.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Tucked this under the clip.
Yes.
Because then I can just take one out.
Yes.
And they don't all move about, because I like to quickly, you know, refer to the one I want to. I don't want them to move about. And then I can just clip it back on my piece of paper.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, and such an easy thing to do as well, isn't it? To just keep them in the perfect place. Half the stock of these has gone as well. We are obviously limited on these as well. So 12-year fine line drawing pens, of course, like you said, each of them sturdy metal encased nibs that we've got there as well. And you know, I like as well that once you kind of pop that on paper, it's waterproof, isn't it? These as well.
Yes, yeah. The ink is almost like an Indian ink. You know. Yes, they dry waterproof,
it's really
so it's perfect if you want to use other mediums like your watercolour pencils. You know, if you've done a sketch and you want to just add some colour, the lines aren't going to bleed and make a real mess, you know, because they do dry permanent, the ink. I think they're magic.
They really are. So great price, $14.99 for all 12 of those that we've got. You know, they are going to be real high precision, of course, with those nibs that we have as well. Last couple of chances on that. Now, we do also have your graphic marker pens that we've got here, which also comes with your blending pen. If we kind of pop these off, then you can just see what you get inside of this. An amazing mix of colour. They are as well, if I bring this out, they're dual tip, all of them, as you can see. So you've got your fine tip, you've also got your chisel tip on these. So you've got both of those either end. So even though within this you've got 25, it's almost, isn't it, like you've got 50 pens really, because you've got 2 in each of those colours with the different ends that you're seeing as well. Plus you've got the colourless blender, which of course we always talk about. We're always looking for colourless blenders. The fact you've got this in this, I think, is brilliant. Yeah, it's really handy. And also for correcting your work as well. You know, if you've just gone slightly outside the line, edge it back. Yeah, you know, like with watercolours, if you add water, then you can dab the water off and it lifts the pigment up. Then, because these are alcohol-based, this is basically, you know, clear alcohol in the pen. So if you scribble on your ink that you've gone over the line, then you can pick up the pigment with this and correct your work quite easily. Yeah. Yes. It is. It's magic. You may have seen it on other shows, or when you get home, have a little go with that as well. You know, we are going to do another fantastic price. You're going to get that vivid sort of finish with these as well. They are absolutely fantastic. Again, these have been out of stock since April. We've got them back in today. £29.95 is not your deal today. We're going to give you 25 pens as well as that additional blender, and we are. I mean, that is so good, isn't it? $19.99 for all of those. It's incredible. It is superb, absolutely superb. You know, again, if you haven't sort of used Xela before, then this would be a great try it price, of course, to be able to get these. The fact they've got the ergonomic grip, the fact that you've got those 2 dual ends as well, so you know that you are going to get those kind of different strokes. You'll get that lovely precision that you can see as well. If you want to, you can blend colours, you can layer colours with these as well, which gives you a really great sort of way of using them. Could be drawing, illustration, lettering. You might want to put these on wood, on metal, on textiles, on glass, as well as on paper as well. So you've really got those kind of options when you manage to get these home. Yeah, do you want a little play with them? Do you want to have a little go with them? If you like, yes, I've got some. So let me put my glasses on. So if I pick a light colour, like if you're doing skin, there is a flesh colour actually, because doing skin's quite popular when you're colouring images and your stamped images of you know, little characters or you know, girls or something. Yes. So the beauty about having this flesh colour is that you can use
just the one pen to create tonal effects as well. Because like with an arm, it's rounded sort of thing. So you want to make it quite round looking. So just go over the top at the sides, and then this one at the bottom here. Pretend this is an arm. It's a bit of a straight arm. So just add the extra depth of colour to the sides. And because these are alcohol based, the alcohol evaporates really quickly, and then the pigment sort of stays. So I don't know if you can see that sort of illusion that it's sort of like a tube. Yes.
And there's some amazing stamps. I mean, we've had Josh Griffiths on the shows recently, and I'm thinking of his stamps, and he does portraits. Something like that would just be perfect, wouldn't it, to work with those?
Yes. And then with both nibs, this is the watercolour paper. I actually enjoy using these alcohol markers on watercolour paper because you get that lovely sort of broken sort of brush stroke look. Is really good.
Amazing depth of colour that you've got.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, on the watercolour.
It's not as bright as your dress, though.
No.
Your dress is amazing.
You should have seen when me and Kat and Debbie were in it. I should have texted you. And Debbie Fisher actually gave us them. And so she has one, I have one, Kat has one. So we all matched on one day in the show.
And another good thing with these pens is that there is a slight different colour collar. You've got a grey collar on the fine tip end, so that you can quickly see what nib that you want without having to sort of go, oh, that's the wrong one.
Spin them around.
That one. So this has got a clear collar, and the fine tip has got the grey. Yeah. Well, the whole nib is grey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So these are good for lettering as well.
Yeah.
Especially with that chiselled nib, because you can almost perhaps hold this at an angle, and you can create your lettering with it, almost like a brush lettering, really. Especially on a big scale as well, because that tip is lovely. So you can use that for that, and also you can decorate your lettering as well using the fine tip.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Create sort of a shadow effect.
That was really good.
Really good for poster work, I think, these alcohol markers, where you want lots of bright colour. I love them. I think they're great to experiment with. Really interesting to use with your card making, scrapbooking,
I think so.
And work on fabric as well.
Exactly.
And I love using them on the watercolour
card.
card.
It really does work, doesn't it? So you can. So depending on what cardstock you've got at home, you'll be able to see those different effects. But the fact that you are getting such an amazing mix of colour, you can see that vibrancy, of course, in them as well from what Sue's done there. But to have both of those ends, the dual ends, I think is just superb, because if you are wanting to do your lettering or your colouring, your shading, you're going to be able to get all of those effects with those as well. Now, we do also have a marker and illustration pad that we've actually got on the show. So if you want something to go with those, then this could be a really good option for you. You've got 32 sheets in this, 100 GSM on it. We have almost sold out. That's the only problem. We're into single figures for you to be able to get with this. And it is down to £5. So it would be a great kind of one to give as a present, have that with your pens, for example. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? £25 for both of them. So that is $4.99 if you want the perfect pad for your marker and your illustration. We do also have a few other pads. Now, we have got your tracing paper. So if you're doing calligraphy, something like that, it could be really handy. I used to love tracing paper as a child. I used to just think it was brilliant. I used to always trace, little characters and things like that, and then kind of make them up into scenes by having taken one off this, then one off this other, and I still love it. I think my whole art book was just full of things like that. I bet they thought, gosh, she's a good drawer, but actually I was just tracing.
Tracing is art, really.
Well, it is, just my own take on it,
And it's really good if you want to transport an image that you've seen, onto your own piece of paper by putting a sheet over the top.
Definitely.
In pencil, drawing the outline, turn it over, rub the graphite on the back, and then go over again on your piece of paper. So it's really good for transporting transferring an image sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
And I just love tracing paper.
I know, right?
And it's such gorgeous quality. 90 GSM
yeah,
is beautiful.
feel that.
And you can incorporate that in your crafting, just like vellum. It really acts just like vellum.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It really is. So £6.99 for that, for 40 sheets of it as well. So, I mean, if that was vellum, you wouldn't be getting that sort of price, would you? So, and you can use it really in the same sort of way. If you wanted it in your lanterns or anything like that, there's no reason not to use this as well. So I'm thinking you can colour onto it, put your little tea lights on there. So that's £6.99. We then also have available your cartridge paper that we've got. You've got your A4, your medium weight cartridge paper that we can give you the chance to be able to get as well. Well done if you have shopped ahead on this one. We will drop it down to £6.99 for you to able to get this. 30 sheets on that. You've got that smooth cartridge paper that you've got there, 140 GSM. Ideal for your painting, for your sketching, you know, for your sort of technical drawings that you can do as well. And you can imagine if you wanted to draw something like that portrait, just be beautiful.
And that paper's lovely for that. And it's got a lovely creamy colour to it as well. Lovely warm creamy colour. It's gorgeous,
it has, isn't it? Really nice. Looks very expensive actually, with it being that not white but creamy instead, doesn't it? So that's £6.99. And then finally we have also got your acrylic and oil paper that is available for you. You've got 15 sheets of this that we can bring you today in the A4 pad. We'll take it again to £6.99. Very versatile, getting that linen texture surface that we can see here as well. So if we just open that up, you can really get to see that lovely kind of linen finish on that, which feels fantastic, and also gives you that real high quality sort of look on those as well. That's £6.99. Rightio, should we come back across to you?
Yeah, let's do another demo.
Lovely.
Yeah. But can I have another sheet of watercolour paper, please?
No, imagine if I was just like, you can actually have your pad back. There you go.
Thank you. And the other one.
Yes, take the other one that I wasn't able to open.
The best thing I like about this paper is because it's so rigid. You don't have to, I don't find that I don't have to take the paper down. You know, it takes a lot of water.
Yeah,
and it
that's good.
It might warp a tiny bit, but under a few books, and it's fine. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so I'm going to use the watercolour pencils with this technique, and I'm going to think a little bit Christmassy. Yeah. Okay. Now, what I've done is I've got a piece of acetate here.
Okay, nice.
And I've die cut 3 different size circles as a group together like that. I just want to show a different technique that you can use these watercolour pencils with, which is terrific fun. Okay. And I'm sure you'll love this. So I'm going to take this down because I'm going to use it as a stencil. It's kind of a bit like my homemade stencil. Okay. And I'm going to bring in a craft knife, or I've got my scalpel blade here, because I'm not going to use the pencils traditionally directly onto the paper. What I want to do is to pick some colours. So I'm going to go put them in groups like turquoise. Let's have a green. And 3 blue. Let's go for purple and blue. Yeah. So pick out 3 colours that are similar, and these are nice because they're all cool colours that work well together. So if I show you the technique perhaps on this bigger one. Yes. So what I want to do is pick out the lighter shade first, have a lovely point on your pencil. Hopefully I won't put my head in there.
You'll be all right.
Oh, I just... a little bit. Okay, I'll stand back. I like to get in the coal faces, as they say. Okay, now what I want to do is just to scratch this pigment off the nibs, off the sharpened nibs. And I just want to fill this circle more at the top, because that's, I'm going to create like an illusion that this is spherical as well. So have plenty of pigment chips, dust, whatever you want to call it, around the outside. And then go in for your mid-tone shade, which is probably this one. And then sprinkle some more pigment chips, dust, magic dust, whatever you want to call it. Magic powder. Okay. And then just sort of in this sort of diagonal line and just below, add this darker shade. Take your time to do this and build up the colour. It depends on the sort of effect that you want as well. If you want a more loose look, then just put a few down. But if you want good strength of colour, then chip away. And then the darker one, right at the bottom here, this, you can see this is a bit darker, just to create some shadow on the ball.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I won't go too mad because you might be getting a bit fed up watching me scratch pen nibs. So I would perhaps ideally put a bit more across the top.
Okay.
And also I'd like to create like a bit of a spot where there's no bits sort of thing, just as a light spot where the light's hitting. So about there, I'm just going to scratch away a few. Okay, so you do the turquoise ones with that circle and then your purples and blues with that circle. Okay, and then what we're going to do is get a little misty spritzer and just add the water from a height. Keep going because you want most of those pigments soaking in water. Again, you could stop about there. But if you want to just add a bit more colour, then just keep going a bit more. And then the blobs start to join together a bit more.
Yes, they do.
So you get more intense of colour.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look nice?
It looks
I just
awesome.
see it on the...
Yeah, it's like line.
I just see it on the monitor and I thought, oh, I like that. Allow that to dry and then you can take your stencil off.
Okay.
And you get this beautiful...
Yeah.
It almost looks like a planet, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
That beautiful effect there. And then when that's dry, I've got one that I did earlier.
Oh, look at that.
So this one, I sprayed this quite a lot, so I've got more of a blend of the colours.
It doesn't look like it's flat, does it? It actually looks like it's popping out.
It's especially from a distance as well. And especially if you move the pigment away to get that light spot as well. It's really good. Okay, so this has warped a little bit, but as I say, it does correct itself once you've got that under a few books. So to finish this off, I want to grab a ruler and a pencil, and I just need parallel lines because what I want to create is a nice selection of baubles.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to put a nick at the top with the pencil just so I can just eyeball the centrepiece of this. And then I want to just pencil in a direct line. Get the lines parallel as well because you want them going straight up. And then hopefully this one just kisses behind that one just to give you the illusion of depth as well. So just draw some rough pencil lines. And then we want to bring in these lovely black marker pens. I like a thin one, so I might go for let's go for the 01. A nice fine one. And then what I want to do is just draw in a little sort of circle at the top like that. And the top of a ball, don't have to be too particular with this. Just do a little frilly skirt on it and just add some more lines. And just perhaps put a little ring on the top. So that's all you need to do. Just do a little oval. Draw a little skirt underneath. Add some extra lines. Make it look sketchy and a little loop. So do that. I mean, you can make this into a card, couldn't you? Definitely. You could do it as a piece of artwork to frame at Christmas time. You could, or have fun creating this. It's a bit stylised, I suppose.
I love it.
And then I'm just going to carefully draw. It doesn't matter if it's not dead straight. Just hand draw that line. I much prefer a hand-drawn line to one that's done by a ruler. I just think it looks more natural and your eye sees it straight enough anyway. I don't breathe when I do this. I don't want it too wiggly. And also the paper, the watercolour paper is a bit bobbly. So, when the line might not be perfectly straight. But that's fine.
Brilliant.
That adds to the effect. Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So that's it, basically, just like a stylised bauble picture. And, mix up the colours, do your own colours.
And I think that was just using a few of the colours that we've actually got available as well to create that.
Yes,
Wow. So
this one looks quite different, doesn't it? It almost looks like one of those eye tests where they have the coloured numbers. Can you see the number?
Which one's stronger? Like weaker it does.
So this one, I've sprayed it less.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like more speckly.
So it's just
sort
from
of
spraying
thing.
it less. I
Yes,
thought you'd
yes.
like coated it afterwards. Oh, right.
So they all turn out different, don't they?
They
And,
just, that's totally different.
Yeah, experiment
That's
and
brilliant.
enjoy.
Yeah, so if you do, of course, want to get some of those pencils, we have got them as part of the artist set. So you can see, of course, we've got all of the watercolours in the centre just here. But then this also comes with other colouring mediums as well as your sketching pencils. You've got your drawing pad. You've also got your paintbrush. You've got your rubber and you have got your sharpener there as well. Plus, it is gorgeously packaged, as you can see. So it looks beautiful. It looks exclusive and high-end. And it also comes with an inspiration booklet in that as well to learn you a lot of tips and a lot of techniques. And it's £29.99 today. We've sold that for significantly higher, of course, online. So do take advantage of that whilst you can. Now, if you jump onto the website, you can see everything, of course, that we've had on today's show. If you go on to Watch Live and you scroll down, you can see everything, of course, from this Zila show. So you've got all of those brilliant pads that we can see here. The fine liners have now sold out. You've got the marker pen set that we could see there with the colourless blender. You've also got the fine grain water texture colour pad that you've got there in all the different sizes. You have that brilliant paint palette that we started with, £3.99. Only the last couple of those available. I think there's only one left in the watercolour pencils tin set as well. And then, of course, everything else that we've had on today's show as well. So do come back in for, obviously, the We Are Makers deals that we've had, as well as everything else also. Now, don't forget as well that paint palette. I know we don't have many left, but I've just got to give you another quick look at this because we have got the last couple of chances. But that is £3.99 for a 17-well paint palette. The smaller wells around the edge, the bigger mixing kind of wells in the centre, and then, of course, space for your water as well. I mean, it's a super added to your order deal. If you've already covered your one-off P&P, I wouldn't miss out on that. But again, more of you looking at this than availability, so if you do want it, you have got to be fast to be able to jump in and get this. So well done, of course, if you have got it. And you just know, I think, with anything that you buy from Zila, I always think we see your demos, we see what you can create with it, the inspiration, and it's the quality. Because sometimes I would probably be looking at these prices, I've not come across Zila before, and think, sounds too good to be true.
Yeah,
does,
yeah.
Or
am I getting the quality? Are they too cheap? Because I like quality products, and I'm so delighted with the results that you can achieve with these.
100%.
And that's the beauty of demos, isn't it? I'm actually using these pencils.
Exactly.
I'm not secretly using better quality
something else.
ones. Yeah. So it's terrific.
Yes,
Excellent.
Yeah, and honestly, thank you so much as always, because I'm always like, what are you going to do today? Like, you know, you always do something completely different, which I think then gives everybody that inspiration at home to go off and recreate those bits as well. So it's superb. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Obviously, don't forget we had alcohol inks on earlier as well. So if you're kind of wanting the full range, we had them available as well. You can kind of pop all these mediums together, which is absolutely lovely. We had our card embroidery sets as well. Most of that sold out in that show, but we might still have a few bits available on the website if you want to go back and get that. And then don't forget that a moment ago with Carla, we did bring you the all-in-one tool at the lowest price we have ever done from We Are Makers. £39.99, plus it's got free replacement blades there as well, and it is just until midnight that we have that price. So if you want that, have a look back across all of the brilliant 4 hours that we've had today, and you can get anything that you want to. I'm back with you tomorrow. We have got a really great day lined up. We're kind of basically flip-flopping in the morning between Dreamies and also Hunky Dory. We've got Anne-Marie's birthday show tomorrow, so it is going to be a jam-packed show, and of course we always know how lovely Dreamies are as well. So it is something that is going to be fabulous for you to be able to tune in for. Well, do you know when you're next back in? Do we have any dates yet?
Oh, I'm back in. I'm about once a month.
Oh, lovely.
So yes, I'm back in. I've got a date for October, so I look forward to that.
I can't believe it's nearly October. I mean, it's going to be here in no time, is it? The year has just disappeared. Like, But yes, well, we will look forward to it. So keep an eye on the social media. You'll be able to find out, of course, when Sue is next back in. Anything, of course, that is sitting in your baskets, make sure you're checking out on. I think we've got one left now of this. I think we've got the final one of the watercolour pencils as well, as being limited across a lot of other bits in this show as well. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock, so do, of course, join us then. We have got Carla back on for a 2-hour show now as well, completely different to what we saw earlier. Dave is here as well, so do join them for that 2 hours special, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax, Rubik's Cubes released, perms, mullets, crimping, standing up to change TV channels. But relax, now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels, and we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month, and we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hey, all you HobbyMaker fans out there. My name is Tavner Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with HobbyMaker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you, Shares, for the last 4 hours. She's back tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Good Dave, that's not a good starting point.
Oh, I know. You've had a bit of a day, haven't
I've
you?
had a day. It's been a day.
But it's going to be all downhill from now. It really, really is. With you till 9 o'clock. Great to have your company. This is what you can look forward to on this Monday night. Last chance to buy. Yeah, this is the last of the stock we have of the EK Tools Circle Punches. A mega deal, Carla Bagshaw. Mega deal.
Mega.
A mega deal.
David
American
Bradford.
Crafts. American Crafts, that's at 5. And when that stock's gone, that will be it until we get more in, which could be months down the line. So grab them while we got them at a brilliant price. Returning favourite, we've got the Singe Quill coming up with Carla at 6 o'clock.
We have
What's
indeed.
Singe, Carla?
Pyrography. So we're going to do some stuff on wood.
Nice. So that's going to be at 6 o'clock. If you've got yourself a Brother Scan and Cut, you're not going to want to miss that. Does it work in other cutting machines?
Yep, you can use it in all of the cutting machines.
Good. And then we've got the second look today at the Ranger from Tim Holtz, alcohol, inks and more from Personal Impressions with the lovely Sharon. And then I've got an hour of deals on my own. 8 o'clock tonight is the last clearance of the stock we have of lots of things. We've got about 60 items in the show, and all the prices are only reduced until 9 o'clock. So you've got to get in during that hour to get those deals. We've got bits and pieces from all over.
Is that good stuff?
Yeah. Really good
like
stuff.
it.
Really good stuff. So, first things first, let's look. This is the last stock we have. We're not talking about triple figure stock here. We're talking about double figure stock and not high double figure stock either. We've got the perfect solution to perfect circles. Perfect holes, perfect discs, perfect spheres. We've got here 7 of the incredible EK Success punches. Now, these are investments. Once you've got these probably for life. You can see they should be £121.93. They're sprung loaded. They're some of the easiest punches to use as well.
Absolutely the easiest punches. It was me. It's my fault these are here. I absolutely begged Liam to get these on air. I love them. I've loved them for years. Did I have them? No, but every demonstrator that I ever watched was always using them for really easy apertures, and then also for things like cutting little gaps in bags, you know, where you do the little wee handles and stuff. And I was watching it and I was like, I need to get some of these, and so I did. Now, why are they so great? Not only do you have obviously that really, really strong metal punch, it's probably one of the strongest, but also you've got a window behind where you can see what you're punching. Now, what that means is if you want to do a little half cut, you can actually see where you're cutting, which means we can do all these incredible things with it. So they're really useful, but it's also ridiculously fast. Now, if you want to make little apertures in cards, you want to make little layers in cards where you can put your foam pads on and underneath and all of those things, you are getting them through. It's a fool who wears Mr. T's jewellery. A fool.
Suits you, Carla.
Thanks, Babs.
That's all right.
So you get to do all of those different elements with it. You can really go to town with all your pieces, add them, layer them, do all the things. Now, I've heard the argument said many times, why would you need these if you can have dies, if you can have nested dies, right? Why would you use these? Well, it's all to do, obviously, with speed. That's a massive thing. But it's also to do with absolute increments in size. So the fact that this is always going to be absolutely precise, and you're going to be able to work in your increments. So I have begged for these for so long, and I've actually, in my previous life, on a different channel, I also begged them to get them, and they didn't either. Eventually, Liam gave in and said, fine.
And do you know what? When we first showed them, we sold them out. We did.
Really fast.
This stock is in our warehouse ready to be shipped, because the way this works, we order it from America, from American Crafts. It's an American Crafts product. We get a container shipment come over, and what stock we have is the stock we have. This is all we have at the moment, and it is double-figure stock, and this is not going to be the price. You are now the new mayoress of Redditch, I just have to say that. Yeah. So you've got all 7 of these. You've actually got a 1 inch, a 1 1/4 inch, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, 2, 2 1/4, and a 2 1/2 inch perfect circle. $121.93 should be the price. That's what American Crafts say that we should be charging for these.
Yeah.
We've already got some of you coming through putting this in your baskets. When the stock of this is gone, the warehouse will be empty of these for the time being. If we put an order into the States, it can sometimes take 2 or 3 months to come back. So this probably is the last stock we've got before Christmas. I don't know that, but I'm just assuming that's the case. So VJXC70, if punches have been on your radar for a while, and circles are the trickiest things to get perfect every time. And just look at some of these finished samples here. For flowers, you can make wonderful geometric swirls with different coloured American American Craft cardstock. You can make characters. We've got turtles. We've got pandas. That pumpkin, by the way, was made by Ellie, our producer Ellie.
Oh, did she?
Who's actually got the night off tonight. She's not here today. We've actually got Ben from Sewing Street producing.
We have.
Tonight. Let me introduce you. Next door, we've got Glamorous Dan, and we've got Ben from Sewing Street. He's normally with John, being abused by John in the morning, but he's with us being abused tonight. So here he is. There's Ben, there's Dan, and your team in the studio. We've got Adam on camera too, Kat on the floor, and of course us two partners in crime here doing the show.
The Mr. and Mrs. of HobbyMaker.
The Mayoress and Mayor. Okay, let's get that deal. Let's give you the deal. Already, we've got Julia,
Are you going to take
Tracy.
me under £100, Dave Bradford?
Oh, I can take you
I
under
love
£100.
saying that because then it puts me in a position.
Deborah, hello.
Yeah.
Susie Ann in Suffolk, hello. All of you coming in. Look at that price. Look at that deal. And it is on split pay, everybody. Three-way split pay. So all you have to give us today is $29.99. That's your first split payment if you want split pay. If you don't have to have it, but it's there. Interest-free, fee-free today, next month, and then the month after. If you've been wanting yourself a brilliant collection of top-quality precision punch tools, that's what these are from American Crafts, VJ-XC70. Marina's joined us now as well, so loads of you coming in for this. Double-figure stock. When it goes, it will be out of stock for a good few months.
Yeah, we can't keep them in stock. And the other thing is, they're very heavy because they're what you call the old school punches.
Yeah.
Do we all remember those when we used to craft? Now, if you go into your average craft shop and you try and buy punches, they usually be somewhere between, it depends on what size they are, but usually between the £20, £25 mark per punch. We're giving you this whole collection of 7 there,
I've just seen
$89.99.
Sorry to interrupt you. Look,
yeah, there you go.
We're coming up to the party season. Office parties, house parties, Halloween. Imagine doing a garland of pumpkins.
Woo!
How cool would that be? Orange cardstock from American Crafts. Make all of those circles into pumpkins.
And you can make
do
spiders.
that so quickly. You could do, yeah.
You can make with pipe cleaner legs. I love pipe cleaners.
I love that one as well. You've got the circles with letters of the alphabet saying celebrate, celebrate. So, yeah, you can use these in so many ways. Decorate your home with indoor bunting for the festive season, for the Halloween season as well. $89.99, that is your discounted price, saving you nearly £32 off the price. It's VJXC70. Hello, Sharon. Hello, Crafter in Fife. Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire. Irene, Marina, Julia, Tracy, already checked out is Yvonne in Dorset. Deborah in Worcestershire. Susie Ann in Suffolk's already checked out as well. Are these going to sell out before 6 o'clock? I've got a feeling they might.
We don't have huge amounts of stock because obviously last time we went to air with them, they sold very, very quickly. They're going to keep selling quickly, aren't they? But they're so heavy to get over here. It just takes a while for the transit to come. It's not like they can go on a plane. They've got to come by ship, so it takes a long time to get them back. I'm trying to get Liam to get us the square ones as well so that we can go across the board. We'll have to see how that goes. I would like the full set of all of them because I think they are the most useful tools ever. They've got a lock-in mechanism. It also has the size written on the front. Now, as a crafter, why do I find them so useful? Well, it's because if I take this and I do the punch on it, so we're just actually, obviously going in. They don't take a lot of punching. They're really nicely dynamic with it.
Can I just say as well, if you have issues with your fingers, use your palm of your hand. It's so easy. So easy.
Once I've got this, if I want to, for instance, get another one of those, but I want to do a half circle, I've got the window. So I can actually take this straight in and I can work out where my half mark point is and I can do my little semicircle cuts. So I can see exactly how to start working things up. Now, if that had been in a different colour, obviously you'd be able to see it better. But then I can start scoring that along, pulling it, and start making little animals. I can start making various different things. However, more importantly, what it means is, and I think for crafters, more importantly, if I want to make a card, and for instance, I want to make a DL card, what I can start doing is layered apertures with absolute ease. Now, that's a real big thing.
Is that like an invitage sort of thing? That goes in like a... Is that what you mean?
No, Dave Bradford, you weirdo. What are we talking about?
I thought you meant that you could do different sizes of
I can't leave him
circles.
alone, he's my husband.
The apertures, and also you've got the positive and the negative. So you've got like pyramide style where you can layer them up, and invitage style where you cut out the holes.
Far too crafty for me, Dave. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Right, let's just go here and let's take some... You at home will know what he means. Right, let's just go here. If I take this down to... Let's just go to... We'll go to 3.
Is this your all-in-one?
This is my all-in-one. I love my all-in-one.
Have we still got stock of that?
I don't think there's much left. We did it in the last show. It's selling very fast because I got it on a stupid price. Also, because I was an hour late and messed up the whole schedule, Liam did it at a stupid price to say sorry. So I obviously am in trouble for that. So go and grab it while it's...
It's not like you to be late.
It's not even that I was late, Dave Bradford. I just didn't come here.
You didn't even know you were due to be here.
I didn't. Hence the fact that my nails are a terrible mess. I just didn't come here. I was in my pyjamas at home and I got a call saying, come upstairs.
You're thinking, why would I go upstairs in my own house?
I was like, Cat, get out of my house. What are you doing?
Happens to us all.
Well, I don't think it does. Right, so if I've got my two pieces and I want to do some layered apertures, you can do this with dies, obviously, but it's just quicker with these. So a layered aperture. I'm going to take... So if I take, for instance, a smaller one. So let's say I take my... I haven't got my glasses on. 1 3/4.
Yep. And they're all labelled on the front, so you don't have to measure them.
So actually, it'd be better the other way around. So if I do that, so that's in the middle. Oh, well, that made no difference at all, did I? Hold on. So if I do 1 3/4 here, this is rough. And I do it into that central point. Let's just say there. There. Right, so I'm going through 2. Oh, you'll be neater than I am. Now, what will happen is I know that the one underneath it, so the green one, if you like, would need to have a smaller hole. So the one that's going underneath needs to be smaller. So whichever one I'm keeping on the top, I can now see I can use the bigger one. So if that one is 1 3/4, my next one would be 2, which is here. And all you do, obviously, with your apertures is, now that I've got a window...
To be fair, these are classic tools. They're absolutely classic tools. And you've got the window underneath so you can see exactly when you've lined it up correctly.
So now, obviously, you'll go much neater than I did. But now I start to create my layered apertures. So I can put, that obviously wouldn't be cut in half, but you can add your foam layers in and you can start to do these beautiful little apertures going down. And now, for instance, if I have a stamp, I can put a little message in there, or I might have a vignette, or I might have, you know, one of the different things that we have for crafting. I can put them through my vignettes. Or, sorry, through my card base. So to get these layered apertures, which is incredibly hard when we're using dies, because you've got to measure it.
And a byproduct of that is that we've now got a perfect frame. So just like nesting dies, you know, these are going to give you apertures, they're going to give you solid cutouts, they're going to give you frames as well at different widths, because they're all going down in equal increments and going up in equal increments, and they're individual tools that lock flat as well. Now, we're getting some messages come through too. Hello to, who's this? Fiona in Moray. Kat, could you move the screen across for me a little bit?
Bought these punches over 15 years ago and they are still going strong. They are so much quicker than using dies. Fiona got it in 1. Literally, that's the thing of it. And Sharon was just saying, she said, oh, are you going on with the EK Success? And I said, yeah. She went, I had those. Is this our Sharon?
Now, this is our Sharon, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. Just bought mine while sitting in the green room. I've already two of the sizes, and these are just so useful for making colour swatches.
Now, when I was talking to Sharon in the green room, she was just saying the one she's got, she's had for about 10 to 15 years, if not more. That's what we're talking about. Now, why is that different to a die? If we take good care of our dies, they last for a long time, right? But it's a thin piece of metal. And, of course, with metal, they can get squodged, they can get broken, they can get all of these. It's going to take a truck to break these. These are proper, full-on metal pieces.
But I do love the fact, I mean, if you see them when they're actually open and ready for work, they've got an angle to them. That would be a little bit tricky to store, but the fact that you can lock them flat like that, you can put them in a drawer, you can put them in a box if you want to.
Do you want me to show you something even cleverer, Dave Bradford?
Yep.
Hold on. If they're actually designed to be even cleverer than that. So I've got, it says the number on the front, okay? So I've got 2 inches sitting there, ignore my nails, 2 inches sitting there, right? So the next one up is obviously going to be my 2 1/4, which is sitting here. They are designed with a raised edge here,
I didn't know
so
that.
they stack on top of each other
so you can
seamlessly.
have a tower of your punches.
So you can have them all, which is what I do on my desk. You've got them all layered up so that they all just seat. And you can see them all because when I've got them this way, I've also got all the numbers on them so I know exactly which size is which and I can go straight to them. That is gold.
Now, the saving you're making today, you're saving basically £31.94 off what the price should be. So that's a good couple of those punches free. With us, we offer you split pay as well. Whenever you spend over £50, you have the option of having split pay. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5. In this instance, it's 3 fee-free, interest-free split payments. So it's £29.99 today. The cost probably for 1.5 of these punches, you're going to get all 7 of them. Next payment in 4 weeks, final payment in 8 weeks' time. But look at what you can do. Now, nearly half the stock is either allocated in baskets or checked out. And that's all we've got. And I reckon this will be until the new year now, because we're into nearly October. It takes a good couple of months to get stock in from the States with the Christmas holidays and the holidays that people will have. It's going to be New Year before we can get any more of these. And these are going to be, you know, they stood the test of time. They're always going to be stock items, but it does take us a little while to get it shipped. It comes from the USA, from American Crafts. If you want yours today, these are in our warehouse, ready for us to ship to you straight away. Okay, it's the beginning of the week. They'll get shipped probably tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest. You should get them hopefully by the weekend, fingers crossed, maybe just after. But it's there today for you. I mean, every crafter, even if you're not a crafter, but you're thinking, you know, I could use these for school kids clubs, Sunday clubs. Just looking around us here, if you're thinking, well, what do I do with circles? A circle's a circle. What's so exciting about that? Looking at all of these, I mean, if you bought this bunting like this, you pay a small fortune for that. You'll have fun putting it all together. You can do all the bunting baubles in different sizes if you wish to. You can use your glitter card. You can use your American Craft cardstock. You can use your Pearlescent card if you want to. But something like that, if you bought that from a department store, you'd be looking at, you know, $19.99, $24.99, something along those lines. So you can make really attractive house decor and funky creatures like this cute little rabbit that we've got here. I love this sort of thing, kind of geometric art. I love that a lot. Different shades of American Craft cardstock, cut out with circles. You can make them into waves. It's really beautiful. So you can be really adventurous, make them into flowers, fold them, make them into pumpkins. And as I said, Ellie, our producer, who's normally here on the evening shift, she's not here tonight, made that for me in the office last week. It could be a pumpkin earring, couldn't it?
It could, yeah, you can make all sorts with them. They'll go through very thin tin as well, because obviously it's the full punch, so it'll go through those. So there are different materials that you can go through. I've had success with leather with them as well. It's about sort of how thick everything is, of course. There's limits to any tool, but you can do a lot more than just cardstock with them. You're getting the 7 sizes. I've punched them all out so you can see the sizes as well, which we'll show you in a second. That means you've got a really good visual of what that's going to look like, so you can see exactly when you get back what you're actually working with. But these are something that are just a forever tool. These are not, oh, I'll buy it today and then in 5 years' time I'm going to need something else. Any of you sitting with these at home will say the same thing. You've had them for years and they're quick and easy for you to grab hold of.
They'll go down in equal increments. Look at that.
It's like the Hungry Caterpillar.
It is. Yeah.
You could make the Hungry Caterpillar.
You could do.
So you've got all of your sizes there, so you can get in a good idea of what you're getting. They can be layered up, or they can, of course, be apertures, so you can work in those different stances, and you can get the negatives.
And don't think of them as just circles. Think of them as curved shapes that you can put together in different sizes to make creatures and little characters. The owl, all of that's been made using these punches as well, so be adventurous with them. I mean, imagine these on maybe in a child's book, in a journal or something like that, or you could decorate maybe a toy trunk with them as well. The kids would absolutely love them. These have all been made using the punches. Even the spines on the dinosaur have been used making the punches. Just use the curved cutting section you've got in the punch. And also they're incredibly safe as well. That's another thing.
Really safe. So little fingers are not going to get trapped in these, which is incredibly important. They're obviously as well not going to get lost in the same way that dies can. I think we've all been in a position where we might have accidentally put dies in the bin. I've done it a million times. These are too heavy for that. You'll notice it. Look how cute they are for Halloween.
Our spider's lost a leg. Sorry, I've just peeled it off by mistake. The bumblebee, that's all done by that too. The bears. Oh, listen, you talked about the caterpillar.
Look at him.
How adorable is he? You can have so much fun with these. Some googly eyes. Who did googly eyes the other day? We had someone that brought...
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, Hunky Dory. Yeah, they do googly eyes. So if you want some of those for these characters, check Hunky Dory's brand page for those. Cheeky monkey. There's a few of those in this building, that's for sure.
You can do so. Look at all the shapes that we're taking on board here. So the semicircles, the circles for the eyes, the circles for the ears. And listen, as much as we're looking at these and going, these are super cute for card toppers, and they are so sweet for card toppers, right? Go on gone too hunky-dory, grab yourself some of those googly eyes. I think there was something stupid like $2.99.
Yeah, there was
so
ridiculous.
Grab those with these. You've literally got a little, look at that. Can you imagine sitting with your littlies or your grandchildren and just making these? They're so cute and simple.
He's got a producer, Ben Quiff. There you
yeah,
go, hasn't he?
They're just delightful.
Hi, Carla and Dave. This is from Samil. Lovely
What a
name,
great
Samil.
name.
She says, Carla, you have won me over. I have just ordered my set. Sending hugs to you both from
That is
Samil.
so lovely. Was it the necklace that won you over? Was it this?
I think that did it.
It's very rough.
As soon as I saw it, I just thought, you, perfect.
It's got that glitter bits in it. It's not boho chic. I feel weighed down.
And that's just using non-shed glitter card. So you can make necklaces, bunting, characters, apertures, discs, whatever you want to make with these. It's a perfect circle every single time. And it will cut through your designer cardstock, like your pearlescent card and your glitter card as well. But they're just so easy to use. They really are. Just literally, if you haven't got good finger dexterity, just put both palms down. It's a nice, strong spring, but very, very easy. And it will cut through quite thick cardstock as well.
Yeah, it'll cut, I mean, this is a good, strong, AC cardstock's quite thick. It's not, small by any chance. But this will go through quite a lot. I mean, I've just cut through 2 pieces. Shall we start to test its metal?
I'm just thinking, if you've got like an image that you want to cut out and you want to get it centrally, if you turn the punch over, you can slide your cardstock with the image in there so you know it's in exactly the right position. It's not always that easy to do, but with these it is, and they lock flat every single time. Perfect. £89.99. It's a saving of £32, about £32 off the price. It was £121.93. And remember, what you've got here is the opportunity to invest in punches that are going to last you years and years. If Sharon actually buys these herself, you know they're going to be good. She doesn't buy rubbish. She only buys the finest.
Sharon's obsessive.
Exactly.
It won't cut through 3 AC. It'll cut through 2.
Okay.
So that is a good test for what we can get through. And that is the same with things like thin pieces of tin. That'll go through as well. So you can do things kind of bulk-wise when we're doing it in the 2s. I think I've trapped that there, which is my fault. Let me just do it with this one. Hang on. That might be part of the problem. There you go.
Oh, yes.
Straight through 2.
What a satisfying noise.
That actually might go through 3. I think I've trapped my thingy. I'm having a day, Dave. But at least I'm not in my pyjamas anymore.
Well, that's true.
For anybody
come in your pyjamas, that would have been hilarious.
Not for Liam. I think he was already having like a heart attack. Yeah, 3's too many. It doesn't like 3, but it does like 2. Well, at least we know it's metal. I don't know what GSM this is. £80, 216.
Yep.
So it's going through 432 that's a lot.
That's
432 GSM. Quick maths for the girl who failed Maths GCSE. For those of you that don't know, I was late, and I don't know if I've already said this on the show because my brain just isn't working. I apologise for my nails. I didn't realise I was here today. It was either no shows or bad nail shows. You've got bad nail shows.
So we've opted for the bad nail shows. That's fine. OK, so $89.99. The stock is dwindling very quickly. As I said before at the start of the show, we're not starting with triple figure stock. That's what we had originally in the original shipment. This is what we have left in our warehouse. It's double figure stock, and that double figure stock is dwindling very quickly. This is all we have. This is all the stock we have in the UK at the moment. We will put another order in at some point. I don't know when. That's up to Liam to do that. But it always takes a good couple of months, maybe longer, over the festive season to get more stock. So if you want these for your party season, for bunting and that sort of thing, half the stock confirmed and checked out, OK? And the same is in baskets.
Good luck to you
means
all.
If you all check out your baskets, it will be a complete sellout of this.
They're the best things ever. Look.
Hey! So much fun. So much fun. I tell you what, go for it right now. I'll let you know before 6 if it has sold out, but think about what you can make with these, the fun you can have with them, the characters you can make with them as well. Whatever you do, don't miss out on that. Now, I'm going to go for a wander across the other side of the studio. While I'm going there, take a little look at what you're getting. They're all separately packaged, so if you do want to split them, if maybe you've got some yourself already and you want to maybe give a few as gifts for other people, you can do that, no problem at all. And the good thing is, once you've got these, you don't need other equipment. I mean, if you buy nesting dies, you've got to have a machine to put them through, and that's going to be a couple.
And you've got to use electricity.
And you've got to use electric or brute force. With these, basically, you can stack them on top of each other, make yourself a punch tower, and they are a brilliant price. They really are $89.99. Now, another item that I feel is going to be a very, very quick sellout. of these trolleys. These are also from American Crafts. So I know lots of other brands do similar trolleys. We've got 2 colourways left, that's all, and they are, to my mind, the most attractive. You've got the off-white. So maybe if you've got some storage for craft units and you've gone for the vanilla and white is your thing and you're looking for storage that can rotate and can move. These are on 360-degree wheels, these, okay? So we've got them. They are, again, manufactured for American Crafts. We've got them here today. I'll just show you. Each trolley or each tray has got a mesh base to them. Now, you do have to put these together. It comes with the tool key that you need to actually tighten up your screws. But basically, it's a case of 2 screws here, 2 screws here, 2 screws at the bottom, and pop on the wheels. That's all you've got to do with these. So they're very, very simple and easy. But they're great not just for crafting. They're great maybe if you're a beautician, if you're maybe a hairstylist, a nail technician. Maybe you are in a situation where you spend a lot of time sat down in the same chair all day and you want to have your remote controls by your side, your books to read, your newspapers. You know, you can use it for all sorts. The first thing that I want to point out is look at the actual base where the wheels are. It's wider than the actual trays. So it's got a very good centre of gravity. It's not going to tip over very easily at all. I know our John Scott here in Sewing Street, before we come on at 1 o'clock, has got a trolley just like this. I don't know if it's an American Crafts one, but it's certainly just like this. He keeps everything in it to keep him going for 5 hours every morning. It's perfect for that. So that's the off-white. My personal favourite is this one. Now, we are going to go to the most ridiculous price. I know these trolleys elsewhere, different manufacturers, different makes, different brands, are in the region of £60 to £65 each. This, in this colour, looks every bit worth that price. Look at this. Look at this grey. Look at the colour of this. It is so stylish. Look at the grey. Now, it doesn't come with the actual the base covers. That's another item that we'll get to a bit later on. So basically what you'll get is, these have been stuck in so I can't remove them, but what you'll basically get, if you look at the bottom one, you can see it's mesh in the bottom. So they've all got mesh. If you spill anything, it won't kind of pool in there. It will go through. But you've got gold wheels on the base of this as well, which is rather lovely. But isn't that a great colour? I mean, the off-white is fantastic, but that grey, it's got a lovely shine to it, a wonderful kind of beautiful shiny coat. So it's not a matte. It's got a lovely wonderful shiny finish. But there we go. Now, you do have to put it together, as I said before, but it takes you seconds to do it. It really, really does. I mean, Liam built these, and these are strong. I know. I was thinking the same myself. If Liam can do it, anyone can do it. Not $59.99. Let's do the off-white first. These accessories in here are separate, OK? We'll get to those a little bit later on. I'll just take these out so I don't confuse you. Look at the deal. This is another while we have stock. £32.99. Carla, you've got one of these at home, haven't you?
I've got 3 of them. Do you know what I do with mine? Sorry, I was just watching Dave doing my job really well. So I've got 3 of the trolleys, but I've got 2 in my craft room. And on one of them, I have got my brother Scan and Cut, which kind of just sits on top. Now, I'm not telling you to do that. Mine just lays over the top of the 2 handles. On the other one, what I've got is a chopping board, which I got from the Zon, and I've got my die cutting machine on it. And basically, I can wheel them away at the end of the night and then just bring them back to me when I want them. So I actually use one of them as a die cutting station. Because obviously I do a lot with carnation, so I just pull it back around when I want it. Same as the other one with my brother Scan and Cut. Now, the only thing I'll say to you is about the brother Scan and Cut, that's definitely a me thing. I'm not advising you to do that at all. But I will tell you 2 more things about them. First of all, you don't need to have the wheels on them if you don't want to. That's an option. I don't like the wheels on mine. I've got a laminate floor so I can pull mine round without the wheels on it. I personally prefer that. It's got a very solid base if you do it that way. If you want the wheels, obviously lots of people want the wheels. You've got the lock-in mechanism on the white one there, so you can actually do it that way. But here's the thing. I mean this with the greatest of respect. I'm not trying to say bad words on telly, but this is what it's called. There is a Facebook group called Pimp My Trolley. And I do apologise. It's called Pimp My Trolley, and it's all about those standard types of trolleys and how you can change them. So all the different ways that you can do different things with them. So we've got the pegboards on the studio walls here that you can see. There's one big one behind us over that side. There's more over there. So with these, you can actually buy additions from places like IKEA and stuff to build on them. So these trolleys are just gold. And normally they range up to about the £50 price to the £60 price, depending on brand. The $32.99 is extraordinary.
Now, the off-white, which is what we're showing you at the moment, has got a matte finish. Now, maybe you prefer that. These, by the way, these are magnetic, and they're coming up in a second as well. You don't get these with it, but they are available as an option, like a chalkboard finish, which you can actually write onto as well. I'll take that off so I don't mislead you. But if you just want the trolley on its own at the moment, it's perfect height when you're sat down. Everything's at your fingertips. It's also perfect to just move around from room to room as well. This is a picture, actually, of our director. Is it Dan's? Dan's house. Very posh house. This is Dan's mum's trolley. What's she keeping hers, Dan? General kitchen stuff. Okay. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be crafty stuff. Fabric. Yeah, general household organisation. We've always got vertical height as space available in our homes, but very rarely have we got horizontal width. So this is a vertical storage solution. Move it from room to room. If you're like me and you're a model maker and things like that, you store all your tools and all that sort of thing upstairs, but you want to be able to make your model downstairs in the lounge so you're with the rest of the family. This can easily be lifted up and down and rolled from room to room. So that's the off-white. Lots of you coming through for the off-white at $32.99, IZ4662. My personal favourite, though, is this. The grey's got a lovely shine to it. We're going to match that price. It's not more expensive. It's going to be exactly the same. $59.99. Today you're going to get it for nearly half price from American Crafts. It's $32.99. I must say you do not get the covers in the base. That's a separate item that we'll get to. Yours will have the lattice mesh to them. But again, it will take you probably about 20 minutes or thereabouts to actually construct this. Great for bathroom use, absolutely. If you've got maybe medication or anything like that, or you've got maybe cosmetics and things along those lines, it doesn't have to be for crafting. Maybe you've got someone in the family that already has it for craft, but you're thinking, do you know what? I know my neighbour. She's into beauty, health and beauty, that sort of thing. She'd benefit from that in the bathroom and in the bedroom. It's just a beautiful looking thing, and to have the gold wheels on it as well, for £32.99, it's virtually half price today from that brilliant brand, American Crafts. PR4646. This is a ridiculous price for what you're getting. Other people elsewhere can be charging between £50 and £60, as Carla quite rightly said. I've seen them with my own eyes. We have actually got some accessories available that are separate if you want them. Now, if you like the look of the price tag that was on the front of... Which one was it? It was on the white one. So look. Now, you wouldn't put the price on yours. We've done that so that you can see exactly how affordable this is. We've got these. These are, again, from We Are Memory Keepers or American Crafts, 'cause it's the same business. These you're going to get not only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these, and they're beautifully designed. They've come on a carrier sheet, so you just basically peel them off. They're magnetic. And you've got a white pen that comes with this as well, so it looks like chalk on a chalkboard. But you could put maybe pens, you could put papers, you could put brands, that sort of thing, and label this, because they are magnetic. They'll stick to the trolley brilliantly. They're normally £12.99. If you've already got one of these trolleys, if you've maybe got the hunky-dory one, they're all the same in that they're metal and they will work with this. You can have the labels for the trays for £4.99. And I know thousands of you up and down the UK have got one of these trolleys, or maybe like Carly, you've got 3 of them in the home. Get yourself a few sets of these, because you just basically peel them off the carrier sheet and then they will stick wherever you want them to. And you can, with the white pen that comes with it, so I haven't got that here, but you will get the white pen, write whatever you want on there and it wipes off just like chalk on a chalkboard. £4.99. Loads of you coming through. YI 4635 is your item number. That's you.
Can I tell you another use for the trolley, which these will come in very useful for? So one of the things that a lot of people do with the trolley is they put some kind of tray or liner in the bottom one, and then they put plants in going up, and you water from the top. And obviously, because you've got that mesh, the water runs through to water the ones below. Oh. There's a massive forum for all of that as well. So you can use them for your plants and your vegetables if you're growing them inside to set them off, those kind of things. Tomato plants, loads, your little herbs, all of those things for your kitchen. People use them for those all the time. So if you've got those those wee magnetic things that you can write on, then obviously you can label what everything is as well. So you've got all of this stuff that you can go at. Absolutely brilliant for those things, but also putting your taters in there and your vegetables, using it at the side if you've got a kitchen island or you've got something like that, just using it at the side of there, filling it up with all of those pieces. Listen, we all love it for craft.
Also, though, Carla,
because
these are magnetic, they'll work on anything.
On your fridge.
Yeah, on your fridge. On anything metal. So even if you haven't got a trolley and you're not in the market for a trolley, if you want to have basically like, it is like chalkboard, although it's not. It's a shiny surface. You get a white pen with it, which I haven't actually got here, but it comes with it. And you can write on it and then wipe it clean. You can put them on fridges, any metal surface, you will be able to stick those on. So $4.99 down from $12.99. Brilliant saving. Again, while stocks last, YI4635. Now, we've also got this. Now, this is really, really handy. Now, obviously, this is a big container, a clip-on container that will fit on the side of any of these trays. Designed, again, to do just this job. Basically, there we are. It's a nice tight fit. So you can either put it on the top, middle, or bottom tray. You can have two either side if you want to.
Multi-buy.
Yeah, multi-buy. Now, they are $17.99. You could use it for your water if you're painting. It's not going to stay at $17.99 at all. And it really does grip on really well. Look at the depth of that. You could put your pens in there, all sorts of things. $9.99. And when you're wanting it, you could actually unclip it and then put it on your craft desk. And, yeah, totally portable. If you are doing things like planting, you could put a misting bottle in there if you want to have this out in the greenhouse, that sort of thing. So it's entirely up to you what you put in it.
Do you know what I keep in there, Dave?
Go on, then. Why do I get nervous when you say things like that?
Yeah, I keep my face shavers in there. You know those little things that ladies use where you get rid of all the downy bits off your face? I use that. I put them in there and then I don't lose them.
I would never have thought of that.
You don't have to.
That's why you're here.
You can use yours for sensible means.
Absolutely. $9.99 your price. I mean, I don't know the amount of space you've got in there, the capacity, but it's really well built. Loads of you coming through for this. It's, again, well moulded. It's going to last you probably a long, long, long time. And you've just basically got to prise the back open a little bit just to get over the ridge at the top, and then it clicks into place. Go for a few. If you want maybe two on the top trolley that you're thinking about that, then feel free. Get a couple. $9.99 XJ4664. Next one is this one. We've got two more extras, actually. Now, this is perfect for things like rolls of ribbon, anything that's basically on a roll. It could be baker's twine. It could be
washi tape.
Washi tape. It could be small rolls of foil, anything like that. And this just lifts out, so you can put onto the rod whatever you want. It's a nice strong metal rod, and then it just clips into place. Now, this should be the right width, and it is. It just fits on the top or the middle or the bottom tray perfectly. So this could be for sewing. It could be for anything that basically is on a roll that you just want to have easy access. It could be your finger lift tape. It could be your sellotape. It could be whatever you've got. $15.99. It's not going to be that price tonight. And if you've already got these trolleys, these fit all the other trolleys that we've done, the Hunky Dory one and the American Crafts one. $6.99, one of the biggest savings percentage-wise. You've got saving of about, that's about 65, 70% off the price there, from $15.99 down to $6.99. NG4623, and 1 P&P every day of just £4.95. So if you've bought this trolley today, you've saved yourself about 30 quid off the price. If you bought yourself any of the extras, you've saved on those as well. All of it's going to be delivered from our warehouse, because it's all there at the moment, for that 1 P&P of £4.95. If you bought something earlier today, it's free P&P until midnight tonight. We lose on our P&P. We do. We lose a fortune on our P&P because we want you to have a good deal and come back to shop with us again and again and again. We don't make money. Most people make money on their P&P. HobbyMaker, we do not. Sewing Street, we do not. Jewellery Maker, we do not. We give you the 1 P&P per day. And then the other thing we've got that you might be interested in is this.
I love that.
What is that for? Well, this is a divider.
You can have it either way, Dave.
You can have it dividing lengthways, like that, and it's magnetic, so it stays in place. So you can divide it lengthways, or you can divide it widthways. But because you've got the magnet in there, it stays put. It's not going to fall out. Clever, isn't it? So clever. So whenever your needs change, or maybe you want to get a couple of these or two or three of them and divide each tray one side to side, one end to end, it's up to you. $17.99 is the normal price. Not today. We're knocking a tenner off. That's another 65, 70% discount. Yours today for £7.99. I'll be honest with you, the only reason we're doing this, and while we're doing this special sales show, clearance show tonight at 8 o'clock, is we need to make space in our warehouse. We haven't got the biggest warehouse in the world. That's why most of our suppliers supply direct from them to you. Our warehouse needs to make space for new things coming. So that's why we're doing these shows and these deals, okay? £7.99. Now, Jackie, hello Jackie in Leicestershire. My daughter uses one of these trolleys as her baby station. It holds nappies and everything she needs. Brilliant. Didn't think of that. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, I mean, I spent a weekend with Alex, our producer, and his lovely wife and their baby a couple of weekends ago. I never realised how much stuff with a newborn you need to carry with you. I was shocked. The car was packed, so I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, have it all on a trolley. You can move it to wherever the baby is, change him, her, very easily. Thank you, Jackie, for that. Good idea. That's the off-white. This is the beautiful grey as well. OK, white first of all. Off-white is matte, £32.99 today, down from £60. Elsewhere, these could be between 60 and 65. Here it is again in Dan's hallway, his mum's hallway. And your mum put it together. Dead easy, Dan, yeah? Very, very easy? Yeah. OK, he says it wasn't there one day, came home, and his mum had done it dead easy. You get the key or the tool that you need to tighten up the screws with, OK? It's that easy. Now, the grey one, that's what I'd have in my home, without a shadow of a doubt. Grey is in the lead, evidently. So, £32.99 for the grey. Go for a few of them, maybe. They look so stylish. It's difficult to describe the colour. It's like a gunmetal grey, but it's shiny. And you've got those gold. That's what I want my cupboards in my kitchen to be. That sort of colour grey with gold handles. I think that would look rather smart. So if you've got ambitions of having that sort of decor at home, why not start off with a trolley? PR4646 is your item number, £32.99, another bargain of the show. OK, we've got about 15 minutes on this hour. Carla and I together for 2 hours. We're here together for the 6 o'clock show as well. We have got the Singe back that you can use with your amazing Brother Scan and Cut or any other cutting machine that you've got. If you love the idea of pyrology, in other words, burning wood to make great designs, that's what we're going to do. Ooh, yeah, that's what we're going to do in the 6 to 7 o'clock show. And you won't believe where we're going to go with that price. Oh, by the way, I can show you this now. I'm back here. Look, those magnetic right-on tags, that's the pen.
So good. They're so good for anything.
Yeah.
For anything that's magnetic. They're just great. And you can cut into them as well.
Yeah, so there's your white pen, which you can easily write on and then just wipe off. Brilliant. OK. OK, back to the punches. Where are we stock-wise on the punches now? OK, over a third of the stock has checked out. Another third of the stock is in baskets. So if that happens, we haven't got many of these left. And a lot of you watch these shows later in the evening or first thing in the morning. And lots of you are calling through to the call centre. Free phone number, 0800 001 4433. You've got 7 ascending and descending punches to make the perfect circles. We've already shown you how you can make the most amazing animals, amazing bunting as well.
It's everything, isn't it? I mean, to me as a crafter, I've got to tell you, for me, the use is always going to be in card making. It's always going to be in paper sculpture. Circles are one of those big sort of points that we use all the time in crafting, aren't they? Yeah. There's something that we sort of keep going at it again and again and again. It's also something that we use for apertures, all of those things all the time. So consequently, yes, I do use nested dies. I'm not saying there's not a use for them. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but they are different tools doing different things. These are your quick grab tools. They are absolutely within an increment, so you can literally go increment to increment. So you could actually do massive sort of piece of layered apertures, couldn't you? So you're starting off with the biggest and then going through, and it would look very, very beautiful as a paper sculpture. That's the thing, because there's so many different ways of doing it. Silly things like this, where you start to make your eyeballs in your cardstock, which are just daft, but it's sort of good fun to do these kind of things. So there's so many things that you can just do and bring in, but also for framing out those pieces that you've bought of ephemera that you've made. Paper flowers often made with circles. You've got all the options.
I'm just wondering, what are you doing with the kids for Halloween? how about making pumpkins? Get some orange American craft cardstock. We've got the pads, I think, or the papers in the show, or they're on the website if they're not in the show. You can make spectacular pumpkins just by cutting out, I think it's about half a dozen or maybe 8 circles, gluing them together. And you can then make pumpkin banners, beautiful pumpkin bunting. I mean, up there we've done it in all sorts of other colours for other celebrations, but yeah, it doesn't take many of those to make a garland. Use the single discs maybe for personalisation. We've got the word celebrate there, cut out of glitter card and then put on the discs. That works a treat too. But I think this is where it comes into its own, because at the end of the day, it's a curved circle. Curved circles feature in our lives every day, every minute of every day of our lives. So you can make them into eyes, like Carla was saying. You can make them into characters. You can use all of the circle, half of the circle, a quarter of the circle. You can make bumblebees. The wings have also been made out of the punches as well. You've got cheeky monkeys. Oh, you can have so much fun.
I love the little monkeys.
I do too. And look at the little caterpillar. Even the whiskers on the tiger have been used by using the punches in a different way. And because you can see underneath and you can see where it's going to cut and the shape it's going to cut, you can very easily do this without the need of any expensive machines. We've got an owl. We've got a mouse with googly eyes. The googly eyes from Hunky Dory, I think, are going well as well. They're on the website under Hunky Dory if you want to have a little look. Look at the duck. That duck. Love it. And then a bit of a spooky but friendly spider as well at the same time. $89.99. You've got a perfect circle in pre-labelled punches going from, basically it starts at 1 inch and goes all the way up to a 2.5 inch, and it goes up basically in 1/4 inch increments. 1, 1.25, 1.5, 1 3/4, 2, 2.25 and 2.5. And this is what Carla begged Liam to get in. We got them in for her, and this is the last of the stock that we have for the time being. This is all we have in our warehouse, and we've reduced the price to clear space in the warehouse for new deliveries. This, I'm sure, will come back in the near future, but it will take months to come back, not just a few days, because it does get imported.
I'm playing, Dave.
I know you are.
I like it when I get to play. So I'm because they're so useful, aren't they, circle punches?
Oh, yeah.
They're just ridiculously useful. So if I create that circle, just put it in half, bring this round. Right, if you use one of the bigger circles, so if I'm just doing a little leaf shape here, I'm just going to span that out.
You could also use the punch to do that too.
Yeah.
Just position it in the eye of the punch so you can see where it is. Spiral it round to make it, yeah, like you, an English rose.
Oh, Dave.
Petal.
So that is obviously just one circle. So really easy to make your flowers with. When I say that, that is literally, for those of you who are wanting to know, take the circle, cut it, and then just run some scissors round into a spiral. Do you want me to do one? Hold on. If I do it really quickly.
Go on. Got loads of time.
Right, so just cut out a circle in your chosen colour and then just literally start to go around with your scissors. You're better with a poker tool, but to be fair, I haven't got one, and some adhesive, obs, but, you know, when you're late for work or you don't turn up, you don't really come with the things that you need for the shows. So once you've got that, you're just going to roll it, and you're just going to sort of control it round. So I'm controlling the first one round.
And this is American craft cardstock. If you've got that at home, you can do this with it.
American craft cardstock is great for paper sculpture, for any of you wanting to get involved in paper sculpture. Beautiful craft. You can do, obviously, relief pieces with your AC cardstock, which are really nice. So just twirling, twirling, twirling. Do your wee leaves. And then you would just glue that to the bottom. You've got your little roses coming through, and then you've got your little leaf.
How cute's that? By the way, did you see that little strap on the screen a few minutes ago? Glamorous Dan's been hard at work making these with my gormless, I know nothing. Where's the price going? 8 o'clock, it's a clearance show. When it's gone, it's gone. Crazy prices. And at 9 o'clock, prices go back up. So make sure you tune into that show in particular. All the other shows are great to tune into as well. We've got the alcohol links from Tim Holtz with Sharon at 8 o'clock, which we're really looking forward to. And you and I have got the Singe.
We have. We've got a very exciting show for you for the Singe quilt. As far as I know, we've only been on air with this once. And I think it sold incredibly well then, if not sold out. I can't remember. It was a long time ago when we did it. Something really unusual, so to get you into pyrography. So we're going to have a look at that as well, so that we can work out different ways of doing things, how you would do it, and how you can freestyle with it or use it in any one of your cutting machines.
Something exciting else that you can do with your cutting machine, whether it's the Brother Scan and Cut, the Silhouette, whether it's the Cricut, whatever it might be, it works in all of them. And when you see the price, I'm just looking at the price. I can't believe it.
I haven't seen it. They haven't told me.
Haven't they?
Oh, did you nearly say it then, Dave?
Nearly.
Did you nearly spill?
6 o'clock, we'll spill the beans.
You know that Dave can't keep his mouth shut. You know that he's desperate to tell you the things.
People say that.
Dave!
I don't know where that comes from. I can keep a secret.
The only secret you can keep is like, Dave, we're having ice cream for tea, don't tell anyone. You'll still tell someone, but you'll lose interest in about 3 seconds. Then you forget to tell people, and then I'd be like, Dave, we're having ice cream. You're like, oh, I forgot we were having ice cream. That's the only bits you can keep secret. Right, we haven't got a poker tool anywhere, have we?
No. I don't carry one with me normally. Oh, hang on, is there one on the wall?
When you fetch the poker tool...
Poker tool alert, please.
I'm so disorganised today.
I haven't noticed.
OK, we haven't got a poker tool, but it's fine. We'll do it with this. So, it's just my nails are such a mess. I'm so sorry. When you're cutting out your circles, if you want to just sculpt some of these out in order to create different shapes, use a pokey and just go around the edges of it. I'm just doing it with my fingers, just to manipulate them out, and you'll start to get a 3D effect. And this is why circles are so useful when we're making things for cards. Now, this is called relief sculpting. You'll do this with paper pieces. It's really good when we're using these with circles, because circles are the main, gorgeousness. Now, if I do this and I do it with my pokey, if I had some form of rolling pin, which I don't, but I can do it on, I might be able to do it on my arm a little bit. So if you take this and you put it onto something padded underneath.
I can feel a pokey tool incoming.
Can you feel? And if I just sort of run my thumb along that, you do it with a rolling pin. Where I have then turned my edges, I'll get something that starts to look a little bit like clay. So it raises itself up. Yeah, it starts to look like paper clay. Now this is textured, so you won't get the same design from it. But as we start to lay them down, you get a 3D effect using your circles. And so as it seats, I don't know how well it'll translate on screen, but where you've got this, obviously I haven't been able to do it with pokey, that would make the difference, but it will raise and you'll get this beautiful soft design on them. So you can start to make really beautiful sculptures, all of those things. And that's why your circles will come in so handy, because once we've got those and we start building on them, they are a beautiful base for things like your florals.
Believe me, when it comes to paper, Carla is your guru. There's nothing she doesn't know about paper. That's why she sings the praises of American craft cardstock.
Love it.
But what American craft
cardstock is the best in the industry. I've said this before, I'll say it again. American craft cardstock is the best in the industry. Why? Because the chalk content is so low. Why is that important? Because any blade that you put onto your cardstock, as we talked about in the last show, it is going to blunt your blade pretty much immediately. So if you can lower the chalk content, why does paper have chalk in it? I am really boring. The reason paper has chalk in it is because it is a binding agent, and that chalk is cheap. So the more chalk that they can put in, I'll get you a glass of wine in a minute, Dave. The more chalk they can put in, the cheaper they can make it for you. So you're looking always to buy paper that has got a low chalk content. How do you know a good paper when you go into one? Go get your American craft cardstock while they've got all the colours in it. Right, wait. Take a piece of cardstock. This is how you test your papers. Now, again, I could use a poker tool, but I don't have one, so we're just going to do it this way. Take it. First of all, your first test, take a pair of scissors. Now, here's the thing. I've got a nice GSM here. It's fibre on one side and the other not so much. So if I curl that, can you see? What I get is a nice twist. I don't get a ribbon effect. You know how you get that twirl? Now, that twirl will come with lower quality papers, your chalk binding. What we want is something more supple, more stable, thicker the cardstock. Obviously, that's going to help as well. But the true test is when you essentially quill with it. Now, I haven't broken the fibres in this enough, but if I was to break the fibres a lot in this, I would get a beautiful roll on it. So as I'm going round, I'm getting more. We've got currently...
We might be getting something super duper exciting to do with quilling in the future coming to HobbyMaker. Not saying any more at the moment, but something in the pipeline.
Potentially.
Potentially.
So when we're doing this and you're starting to work your way round, this is how you test a good paper. I'm starting to build a coil here, okay? And that coil is a solid, okay? So you're there. Now, I need to know that this paper is of a quality that it's going to hold a coil. Why does it matter? It's about the chalk quantity and the fibres that are holding that paper together. I don't want it to flay open because I need to keep it in control. So I need to just be able to hold it like this and release it. And I need it to hold a coil. Now, that's a piece of cardstock. Cardstock should not hold coil. It's not designed to hold coil. The higher the quality, the cardstock you've got, the more it will hold its coil. If you're in a shop and you're trying to buy cardstock, ask if you can utilise a piece and just roll a little bit of it. Make sure you can do it. My advice, stick with AC cardstock. It's the best in the industry. But if you want to try it on different other ones, make sure you're holding a coil.
Now, the AC cardstock will be on the website. We haven't actually got it in the show today, but it will be if there's any stock left on the website. We can go to our website and just go to the American Crafts brand shop, and you'll see all of that there and all the other goodies. But today's highlight offers in this show have been the punches. Punches are still there, but if everyone who's got it in their basket checks out, it will be a sellout. So if you want the punches, be quick. We've got the trolleys at the new low price, just over £30, which is ridiculous. They're flying in the grey and the off-white. And, of course, all the accessories as well. The grey is storming, absolutely storming out. We've got the magnetic labels. We've got the trays. We've also got the dividers, all at new low prices for you with that 1 P&P per day. Carla and I will be back with part 2 of We Are Makers, and we've got the Singe Quill at just a ridiculous price. What can it do for you? If you've got a cutting machine, you're not going to want to go anywhere at all.
Hey, all you HobbyMaker fans out there. My name is Tavener Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with HobbyMaker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax, Rubik's Cubes released, perms, mullets, crimping, standing up to change TV channels. But relax, now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels, and we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month, and we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, welcome back to HobbyMaker on this Monday evening, and we have got some We Are Makers treats for you. We had a really busy show with the American Crafts and We Are Makers with the trolley and the punches as well, and we're going to get even busier. Now, this show is dedicated to anyone that owns a cutting machine. That machine that cost you £400, £500, £600 or something like that. This is an opportunity for you to get your machine to do even more exciting things. We're talking pyrography. We're talking about, you know, when you've seen someone maybe with a soldering iron or whatever, kind of scorch wood and design with wood. That's what this is all about, but in a different way. Now, we've got two offers. The first one I'm going to say to you is please don't buy it, because when I show you the second offer, you'll be amazed, because I'm totally blown away by this. First offer is for the Singe quilt, and I believe this is only the second time we've ever done this. I think this is only the second time. I'm pretty sure it's been on air once before, did very, very well. Now, the Singe quilt on its own should be $29.99. Now, this is compatible with any cutting machine, because a cutting machine can, of course, draw. So what you're going to get are the different adapters for different machines, A, B, C, D. Carla will go through those in a minute. You've also then got a fine pen, and you've also got a bold pen as well. Now, to get you started, you're going to get all of these pieces of wood. You've got little discs. You've got various different shaped discs like gemstones, circles. You've got banners. You've got tags in rectangular shape, in oval shape, in fancy shapes. You've got plaques that you could put, maybe that's going to be the dog bed or something like that. You've got a large disc and you've got a larger rectangle. Okay, now this, for $29.99, is a bargain. And if you're thinking, well, how on earth does it do the pyrography? That's what Carla's going to demonstrate with the Brother Scan and Cut in a second. But let's just establish where we're going with this. So don't buy this one, okay? Don't buy this. You'll regret it if you do. It's $19.99 today, so that's a third off the price. HV4605. Now, I can let you know that if you went to the Zon, as Carla calls it, $26.95 just for the quill on its own with what I've just shown you is what they're offering. So our price is great already, okay? But at $19.99, please don't buy it, because what about if you'd like that and this? In other words, over here, you're going to get the quill with 3 large wood sheets as well, in addition to what you get with the quill on its own. So everything I've just shown you, that comes with it. So that basically is what you get in the quill on its own. But if you go for this next item, it should be £40.98. You'll get 3 of the large, I'm not sure of the size actually, they're 7 by 7 in size. They look about 7 by 7 to me. But you've got 3 panels of this wood as well, okay? Now, what we'll do firstly is show you a drop.
8x8.
TRXC71. They're 8x8 in size. You get 3 of those. So we can let you have that deal for $19.99, the same price as the Singe on its own. So you're going to get basically those 3 panels of 8x8 wood free, plus all the other wonderful charms and labels and tags and so on. So what a deal. Less than 20 quid to turn your cutting machine into a pyrography machine. But how it works, I've only just twigged this. I didn't realise how it worked. I've seen people use soldering irons and that sort of thing before, and that's what I thought this was. I don't think it's like that at all. But if you know you want it, for your cutting machine, it could be a Silhouette Cameo, it could be a Cricut, it could be a Caesar, it could be a Brother Scan and Cut, doesn't matter, because if your machine can draw and cut, this will work in your machine. So $19.99 is the price of the single quill with what I just showed you, plus you're going to get 3 extra 8x8 planks of wood. That is not the final price, everybody. I know. This is why I said don't buy the first one. This is just ridiculous.
That was me.
Sorry. Ridiculous. How can we go lower for this than the Singe on its own with a few embellishments? Well, you can have the extra 3 8x8 planks of wood plus all that you get in the Singe on its own for £14.99. And how much was the Singe on its own on the Zon? $26.25. So we've taken £12 off that price roughly, and we've given you 3 8x8 planks of wood to enjoy doing the pyrography on as well. TRXC71, but you've got to have a cutting machine. Doesn't matter what make, doesn't matter how old or whatever, provided it can cut and it can draw, you can be enjoying this new technique that your machine can do by buying this today. To get the extra 8x8 plaques of wood and everything you get with the Singe on its own for less than the Singe on its own is crazy. This is what we do at HobbyMaker. This is why you love the channel so much. You keep telling us this. £14.99. It should have a value of nearly 41. So bearing that in mind, you've saved in excess of £25 today. And that 1p&p per day kicks in every day of just £4.95. And if you want to call the call centre, that's a free phone number. If you want to use the app, it's free to use the app. It's free to use the website as well, which is hobbymaker.com. Loads of you coming through. Mary, Kay, Ishbel, Marina, Karen, Janet, Jean, Wendy, Emma, Diane, Jeanette, Marge. We've got a queue on the phones at the moment. Remember, it's a free phone number. We'll get to your call as quickly as possible. It's not costing you a penny, so if it takes a couple of minutes to get answered, apologies. But there's enough to go around at the moment. We've got hundreds available, but it's going fast. These are some of the people just putting it in their baskets right now.
Shall I make it a bit more exciting for you while you're at home?
Go on.
You can totally freestyle it. You don't need a machine.
Oh.
So you can either write with it yourself, or if you've got a stencil, you can use your stencil and colour in from your stencil, and then we'll make it into pyrography. How? I'll show you. But it means that you can either use it on here for very precise, detailed pyrography. You can do your own. You can get your littlies, your grandkids, you can get anyone involved in writing something out. Christmas baubles, Halloween stuff, little bits for the kiddywinkles, all of those things for yourself, tags for presents. Just write on it.
Judging by how busy we are before you even see the demonstration, this is looking like it's going to be a sellout. We've only got it scheduled once, and this is the only stock we have in our warehouse at the moment. When it's gone, that's it until we can get some more in. If we decide to order it again in the future, I'm sure we will, but this deal is insane. It's crazy. You get the 3 8x8 plaques of wood as well, which you can, of course, as Carla just said, draw on yourself using the pens that are in the show. It's not involving a hot iron or like a soldering iron or anything like that, which is what I thought. So there's no smoke.
No, there's no smoke. It's not dangerous. They all thought I was going to set the studio on fire, which, to be fair, if anybody was going to, it would be me.
You,
but yeah, they're not letting me, out with the dangerous tools. But it is just a heat tool. Most of you have got one of these at home, right? Most of us have got a heat tool. So it's just one of those. We're just heating it. So basically, I can come in and, for instance, I'll just write very quickly on here, hello. Now, you won't be able to see much of what I'm putting because it's very, very pale. I don't know whether can you just see that? Hello? Mm-hmm. And so once that's there, all you do is get this where it's going. Now, there's tricks and tips to this. So I'm just going to wait till it gets warm. When I start to go into this, if I just wait, it'll start to appear as burnt wood. Now watch your fingers, obviously, because your heat tools get hot. Takes a bit of warming up.
So it's a bit like you're doing heat embossing, really.
Literally like that. Takes a bit of heating. Let your tool get hot first. And then you're just going to go through. Now, once it starts coming through, like I say, it takes a while to appear. But once it does, the really exciting thing is you can start to play with the controls. So I can start to get really close, and that will make it much darker.
Right.
You'll start to see it appearing. Or I can move farther away and keep it lighter.
This is so much safer than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to involve a
Yep.
very, very hot tip and burning into wood, which is what you were saying.
The trick is to make sure your tool's hot before you start. Obviously, I'm coming in with a very cold tool. Can you start to see it appearing? There you go. Can you start to see it appearing?
Appearing.
So it's just your heat tool.
So the heat
now,
is reacting to whatever's in the pen.
Yeah, and it creates pyrography. For any of you who have ever done pyrography, you'll know that it's done with a metal soldering tool. Now, what that means is the harder that you press on it, you get your shading details, right? So the lighter you press on it, you get a lighter colour. So you can start to see this coming through. Now, here's where it gets really exciting. I'm going to start controlling it. Where I've got that little bit done, I'm going to start coming into the end point, and I'm going to put it quite close, and I'm going to start getting a darker image.
Oh, yeah.
So I control it. So if I was colouring in, say, a leaf, can you see how it's getting much darker?
Yeah.
So you've got to be careful, obviously, with any wood. You don't want to be keeping... Always rotate a heat tool if it's on wood. You don't want to be setting anything on fire. But if I think about a leaf or a flower, if I want it to be darker in one area, lighter in the other, I control it. Absolutely. So I can create the most beautiful gradients. Now, if you've got stencils at home, and I know a lot of you have, and I know we've got a very exciting new guest coming. Is it next week? Who does all of the stencils, and she's absolutely brilliant with them. Just think what you'll be able to do with those. Because remember, there's no heat going on your stencils whatsoever. All you're using your stencils for is to colour in with your pen.
So although this was developed for the Brother Scan and Cut or any
both,
other cutting machine, because it's a pen and not a hot torch or a hot tool that's doing the job, you can do freestyle onto the wood panels that you're going to be getting. You can put it into your cutting machine and draw with it. Think about all the images, the endless images and cutting files that you've got and artwork that you've got on your machine that you can now draw with these pens, heat with a heat gun and give the effect of pyrology. Remember, the deal today is incredible because the singe on its own, which is this here, with all those fantastic additional extras that I showed you, is $19.99, okay? And you're going to get your tags, you're going to get your plaques, you're going to get your discs, you're going to get your rectangular plaques there as well, banners. All of that is incredible. It's already less than the Zon, which is $26.28 for that on their website, and that's what you get. You get the two pens, you get the different holders for different cutting machines, and you get the plywood there, okay? That's what you get for $26.25 on the Zon or $19.99 with us. But we always tend to go, I don't know how we do it, but we go one better, or more than one better, because you're going to get a further 3 8x8 plywood plaques, in addition to what you get with the singe on its own, and the two pens. So that is $19.99 with us on its own. If you get the extra 3 8x8 plaques, you get it for $14.99. So you're paying a $5 less, which is more than taking care of your P&P for the whole day. You're paying less, but you're getting more. And you can really have so much fun with this. I love the fact that you can use it freehand as well. So it's not isolated just for machine owners. Of course, machine owners will benefit more because you've got all those wonderful images in the memory of the machine. And it will do the drawing for you, but you can use it freestyle as well, personalisation.
Also, any USB you've got, you know how we get the carnation USBs, and they've got the SVGs on of like the mice and stuff like that. You can draw that in here onto the wood.
Right.
And then, obviously, and also remember, I don't know about the other machines because I don't know enough about them, so I'm not going to say what I don't know. But with this, you can actually get them to colour in fully. So if I take something from here, for instance, say like I drew the letter C and it was the outline, I can get this machine to colour that in. And if it's colouring it in with this pen, then I can go on to heat that and I can have full images. So that could be a full flower, for instance. It could be somebody's full name. So you get all these options. I'm pretty sure you can do that with the other machines, but I don't know them and I don't want to say what I don't know.
Okay. Well, I've got to let you know, we do have hundreds in availability, but this is a little bit like the last show we had with the punches. We have stock in our warehouse. We have a unique relationship with American Crafts and We Are Makers in that we get the most incredible deals. They are very, very keen on making this channel a success. We're very keen on promoting American Crafts and the brilliant products they have to their best and get them demonstrated to the best as well. So it's a great relationship we have, which is the only reason we can get deals like this. No other reason. And the stock is always in our warehouse. So this is going to be shipped from our warehouse probably tomorrow, if not the day after. You'll get it very, very soon. I, for one, have never seen this before. I've never, ever seen this before. And I've done quite a few shows with Carla and We Are Makers, but I just assumed it was like a soldering iron. It's been on once before, and we sold more than we've actually got stock available today. So this is the last of the stock for now. Whether we can get this deal back in the future, we do not know. There are so many of you with it in your baskets now. And I didn't know the fact, and you kept it from me. And I'm glad you did, because it came as a real surprise that you don't have to have a cutting machine to use this, because it's pens.
I like to keep surprises, Dave.
You do.
I like it to be exciting, because if you don't know, then it's always nice to find out. You're all right, Sharon, I'm not on the screen. Thanks, babes. Sorry, Sharon's just giving me a sweet. Love it when I'm professional. Right, I want to show you how to put this together. So when you're looking at this and you're getting out what you've got in your package, you've got some little holders here. Now, you're going to get 2 pens. Let me get you the full one rather than showing you the half. Okay, so you've got A, B, C and D. So it's the same as the foil quill, if any of you have got those. So we've got Sizzix, we've got Brother, we've got Cricut, and we've got, Silhouette, Brother, Cricut. And I think that is a Sizzix machine. Sharon, is there a Sizzix cutting machine? There you go, it's for the Eclipse. Right. But I think it'll work in other ones too. Now, most of us have got one of the 3 main ones, not to be rude to Sharon in the corner, but most of us have either got the Scan and Cut, we've got the Silhouette, or we've got the Cricut. It's the most known ones, right? So there's one for all of you. You take your holder and you put it where your blade would normally be, so we're just going to place it in. Now, obviously, I need the pen to go in it. It works in the same way as the blade. Now, I think I put the blade in here last time I was using the machine. So you see how your blade, if I bring this on the overhead, is that easier, guys? So if I bring it here so you can see it on the overhead, there you go. So you've got the 2 flat edges, they're the same. So it's the carrier is the same, okay? So you're sort of working on that principle. Now, all you do is put your pen in it. Like literally, the nib comes out of the bottom, and then it's just going to work as a normal cutting machine, but we're going to tell it that what we want it to do is draw, that we don't want it to cut.
Now, 20% of the stock of this is checked out. A third of the stock now, including the checked out, is in baskets. So we are careering towards probably an earlier sellout, or an early sellout before 7 o'clock, just after 1/4 past the hour.
Then, once we've got that in, you're just going to put something on your board. I'm going to be straight and honest with you. Last time I came in here, I pretty much ruined this board, and now it's not as sticky as it should be. I take full responsibility. It's not my board. So you're going to press your chessboard. Can you see the screen? Do you want me to leave it here? Okay, excuse my terminology here. Find your chessboard, press it. Okay, it'll feed the mat in, and it'll read your marks on your mat to make sure it's a genuine mat. So it's the same as when we do other stuff. Now, the great thing about the Scan and Cut is if I'd used a massive piece of wood on here or a small piece of wood, I can actually scan it. So I can find out where that wood is on my mat. As it happens, I know it's at the top and I know it's 2 inches because it's measuring against my actual mat. So I can go, well, it's 2 inches, and I can work out that it's about 2 by 3, my surface area of this label, so I don't want to be going any bigger than that. And I'm okay with that. I know roughly where I'm standing, but you can scan it in. Now, I'm going to go to, I can either retrieve data if I've got a USB in there. I don't, but if I did, I could retrieve my data. I'm just going to use the patterns that are in here, and there are a ton. Hang on, let me make that easier for you. There you go. So if I go into there and I go into any one of these, Dave, choose one. What do you fancy?
The Eiffel Tower one.
You want the Eiffel Tower? Yeah. There. Okie doke. Let's find that on here. Oh. Right, I'm just going to try and find a fairly easy one because, there you go, because we don't want to be here all day, right? So that's probably going to be too high. Dave, you've chose the worst one possible. Why am I not surprised?
That would fit on there, wouldn't it?
Okay, start. No, it'll fit, but now I've got to mess about rotating it. Edit. Let's go to the red party box of joy. Is it there? Do I need it? I think they're all together. I need to object edit and I need to rotate it. So I'm going to go 90 degrees that way, and then I'm just going to shunt it up to the top of my mat, and that should be about right. 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to shout at the boys in the gallery. Go to OK. Then I'm going to grab my grabby tool. I'm just going to get it to be a little bit smaller because Dave's chosen the awkward one. So let me make sure that's 3 boxes, and then I'm about right.
Lovely.
So I'm going to do it about there, okay? Just as a reference.
So
going to press OK.
If an image is too big for your piece of wood, just shrink it down a bit.
Just shrink it down. So then all I'm going to do from this point, so I'm pressing OK, OK, OK. I could scan it to see the size of the wood, but I'm trying to save time. So I'm going to go to Please Select, and I'm going to go to Draw, not Cut. Cut is obviously blades. Draw is that it needs its pen to work. I'm hoping that that wood will stay in place. My mat is not as sticky as it should be. But you know the principle, right? It's going to start drawing with the pen that's in it. Mm-hmm. You might need to use move the lever because it might not be tall enough, but it'll draw your pattern out.
So what I find so exciting is that obviously so many of you have spent a lot of money over the years on cutting machines, thinking that's all the machines can do. But nowadays, they can do so many more things, just like this. But also you can use it freehand, using stencils as well, to great effect. And it just gives you the look of pyrography just with the use of a heat gun.
So that's all done.
So that
we hope. I'm just heating up my heat gun. I was trying to do it quietly. So make sure it's quite warm when you get started. And then...
These could be lovely.
Did I tell you as well, you get 2 pens, one bold, one fine?
Yes, you do get 2. So the gold cap is the fine and the cream coloured cap is the bold.
And then all we're doing is heating it. I love the fact that as the chemical in the pen, I assume it's that it starts to burn through. So I can start to see some movement here.
Now I know when I said to you today, do we have to enable or disable the fire alarms? You said, no, there's no smoke. And I thought, well, every time I've seen pyrography, it's like a soldering iron and there's smoke all the time.
I do. I've got a full... I do quite a lot of pyrography. I love it. But I tend to do it on leather a lot.
Right.
And I really enjoy it. But this, I got to tell you, is a lot easier, a lot more precise. And I can use loads of stuff from USBs. I can download images. I know lots of us who have got like cutting machines. You've got like the Canvas workspace for this, where you can buy other images as well.
You can start to see it appear now.
Yeah, it's just coming through. If I do it that way, you can see its little legs. And I can make it as dark as I want. The longer I do it and the closer I get, the darker it will become.
And it's not changing the colour of the wood, it's just changing the colour of the ink that came from the pen. Brilliant. $14.99 for the extra 8x8, 3 8x8 plywood plaques and all the other brilliant tags and discs and all that sort of thing. Over half the stock that we have, and we have hundreds available, over half the stock is now in baskets. If you've just got in, I know it's that time of the evening, maybe your dinner's just getting ready and you're thinking, oh, I'll watch this later on. We may not have stock later on after we come off air at 7.
How cute is this? So you can make door signs, you can make Christmas tags, you can make so many things with this. I love it so much.
Animal tags.
Animal tags, there's loads of stuff. Anything that's wood, right?
Yeah.
But here's where it gets exciting. This is, that I've got in my little paw here, what they've given us is, by my reckoning, I'm going to go with somewhere between a 2 and a 3. I think it's a 2 mil wood, basswood.
It's a plywood, isn't it?
Right, so it's a basswood, B-A-S-S-W-O-D-D. Right, go onto the Zon and get yourself some big pieces of basswood, because remember your scan and cut mat is 12 by 12, so you can actually start to do full signs, full typography pieces with pyrography. You could do all kinds of different things with this, because so long as it fits in that machine, which is obviously, that'll take up to 3 mil on your scan and cut. And I think it's the same on the Cricut and the Silhouette as well. Don't quote me, but I think so. If that's the case, you can start to make extraordinary things. And on top of that, remember, your scan and cut also has a mat which will take you to 24 inches. Suddenly, we're cooking on gas.
Yeah. Just think about it. I mean, just search online for basswood, do a Google search or something like that, or go to the Zon and see. But you're going to get 3 8x8s for £5 less than what you should be paying for the Singe on its own, with all the extra tags and discs and plaques and so on. But if you have a little look at the top here, just look at some of the things you can do. Well, how cool is this, making personalised gift tags, but pyrography gift tags on your Christmas gifts this year? I mean, if you've got great handwriting, just handwrite it yourself. If you haven't, use your machine to do it. Little tags down there as well, maybe for personalisation in jotters and books and journals, that sort of thing. It's something new. It's a new experience. But it just gives you that look of pyrography without the hassle and the smoke and the ventilation that's needed when you're usually using a heat tool and all the smoke that comes off of it and the danger associated with that possibly too. This, if you use a heat tool regularly, you know how safe they are. That's what this is doing, reacting to the pens. So just to recap on these two deals, can we just go back to the main deal again, or the first deal, Ben? Let's just go back to remind you, if you've just got in, if 6 o'clock is when the door shuts and you're in for the evening, we at 6 o'clock gave you the chance of getting this. So basically, what we've got is the fine and the bold pen. Now, I was expecting to see like a soldering iron or something like that, but there's nothing like that here. You've got an A, B, C and D holder for the pen, depending on which machine you want to use it. If you're using it freehand, you don't need the holder, obviously. You're then, with the Singe, going to get all of these basswood plaques, which you can handwrite, get the machine to write it, scan it into your machine, it knows exactly where the wood is, it will do the drawing for you. You've got little gemstone shapes, you've got little disc tags maybe for pet names. All of these are included with the Singe. You get loads of them, quite big tags, oval tags, plaques as well. That could be a door name on a bedroom door or something like that. You get all of that for £19.99. Fantastic. But the main deal that all of you, and there are hundreds of you coming through for this right now, the main deal that we can offer you is give you a £5 discount off that, still give you everything that was in that main collection, but throw in an extra 3 8x8 basswood plaques. You're not paying anything for those. In actual fact, you're paying £5 less, but you're getting those 3 8x8 basswood plaques in addition to what you'd be getting if you paid £19.99. How brilliant is that? And like Carla said, do a bit of an internet search. Well-known online retailers will sell basswood, maximum 3 mil in thickness. You can go up to 12 by 12 in size, and that can go through your machine as well. So you could be doing signs for events, possibly. Maybe you've got events coming up for Halloween, for Christmas, and you'd love to have that kind of burnt wood pyrography effect to it. Maybe it's a country event or something like that. This is something new that you can do just with a heat gun. And if you haven't got a heat gun, they're on our website. You'll find them, no trouble at all. Do you always heat it up on the low speed or the high speed, or doesn't it really matter?
I always do mine on the high speed, but
right,
I'm patient.
Cool.
I'm not the best when it comes to waiting around and hoping things happen at any good time. I like to just, you know...
Crack on.
So that doesn't mean I always get good results by any stretch of the imagination. Right, let me just do this, and then, okay, let me edit. I love scan and cuts, just in case anybody was wondering, in case I haven't made that very clear in the past. I really love them.
I think you have.
I know, I'm obsessed.
And
you know how much I use mine?
I do know, yeah, and also it's not just a scan and cut, and you don't have to have a cutting machine. That's what I thought you had to have, because I imagined it being like a hot tool that you had to have in the machine. But no, because it's a pen, you can do it freehand. It's the liquid in the pen that reacts with the heat from the heat gun, and that's what gives you the pyrography finish, so it's amazing. So it's for everybody, which I didn't realise until Carla explained that. Now, you're working on something now, it's off and working.
That's doing its business. And I'm just going to write your name, just so basically I'm doing something, otherwise you're just going to be very bored at home.
So I don't forget who I am.
Oof, Dave, you can wear this. You're like Paddington Bear.
I'll be tagged.
I like that, Dave. There's a bit of dad humour there, Dave.
Some may say I deserve to be, yeah. TRXC71. That's the best deal of the show, without a shadow of a doubt. It's genius. It's so good.
It's just awesome to have something different, right?
Yeah.
Something. Don't focus on my nails. Oh, you don't love.
Well, don't forget, by the way, Dan, our director, has put up the deal that we had in the 5 o'clock show, in case you weren't in to watch that. That's getting quite limited stock, the EK Tool Circle Punches, 7 of them. That's still available if you want it, but we've got about 10% of the stock remaining, and when it's gone...
And they did a mad deal on the all-in-one tool as well. Did you see how much that went up for?
I know.
$39.99, and you've got free blades as well.
And that's still on our website too.
Bead a day.
So for those of you that missed the earlier shows today with Carla, all-in-one tool, new low price. EK Success punches from American Crafts, new low price. When they've gone, it's going to take a couple of months to get more back in. They're on the website if you're in the market for those, okay? TRXC71, though, is for the singe. The singe. If we've got stock still of the all-in-one, we might get that back in before the end of this hour, but we'll see how much time we've got.
So here we go. This is your hand one. I actually would like to do, so I don't know if Dave wants to talk in a minute, and you can turn my mic off if this is annoying you all. But I want to do the one I've done. Specifically, it's a bit more detailed. And I want you to see how beautiful these are as coasters.
Okay.
Because if you do a design that you love on here, and then just put some lacquer on it, spray some lacquer, you can then use these as coasters. So you've got kind of the idea here of Dave sitting and written. So handwritten, but then let me go in with this.
Now, this is done on the machine, so I've not a clue what you've done here. And it does take a few minutes for it to appear.
You always have that panicky moment where you're like, is this not going to work? Is this doing what it should be doing?
I mean, it's a bit like clear embossing inks. You know, you can see where you've been with the pen, but you've got to kind of struggle to see. But then when you heat it, it just changes that dark, almost like singed colour. That's why they call it the singe. In literally a few minutes. Here it goes.
Look at this.
Look at this. See how quicker it reacts when the tool is hot. Doesn't take long to change then.
It's much quicker when your tool's hot. Look at this. Coasters. Really beautiful stuff that we can make. How gorgeous is that?
I've never seen anything like this before. I must have been on a day off when this was one last time.
Isn't it pretty?
It's great. I was really concerned there'd be lots of smoke, but it would be safe because it would be the machine that's doing the work. But no, there's no smoke at all.
They wouldn't let me on air with something dangerous, Dave. They don't trust me. You know that as well as I do.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe the price as well. $14.99, £5 less than what you should be paying for the singe on its own. But you're getting 3 extra sheets of 8x8 bass board for £5 less than what you should be paying for just the machine, or just the main collection.
Keep your pen moving when you're working around. That'll stop you charring any wood. You don't want to be obviously discolouring the wood. And obviously if you start going closer and closer to get it darker, if you get too close, you're going to char the wood as well. You don't want to be putting a flame near this, obviously. But I've got the 2 sides here, and I've started to make this one a little darker. I like the idea of having sort of detail in certain areas, because I think they become much prettier. So the longer that we spend on it, the better the results.
And you can't overdo it with the wood. There's no fear of setting the wood afire or...
You can't set the wood on fire. No, it's not hot enough. Well, it depends on your heat tool, actually. I mean, obviously, don't use a Bunsen burner or a flamethrower on here. You can. I've got an industrial heat tool, and my industrial heat tool's probably a little bit too strong.
The crafting heat tool will be absolutely fine.
But your average craft tool like this is what it's designed for. Now, obviously, you're going to take the time to get all this straight, do all the right stuff. You can put somebody's name on the inside of there as well, because you build your design. The darker you get it, the more effective it's going to look. And I'm more than happy to keep going with that and getting it darker and darker. What I did want to say is, the darker you go, so if you look at the box here where they've done the leaf, you can see how dark we can get it. Now, that's about taking the time, sitting with it and really going for it, and you'll get this really dark effect on it. I'm happy to carry on, but it's really hard, I think, for you to hear when I've got the heat tool on, so I don't want to keep annoying your ears any more than I have. This is one of those extraordinary tools, isn't it, that gives us so many options. It gives us different things. You've seen us on here with the X tool. If that's too much, you can go to this. We're still engraving on wood. We're still doing all of the elements there through pyrography. It's incredible.
Now, I was just thinking before the show started, because obviously when we go from one show to the next without a break, it's sometimes difficult to see things in advance. So I was thinking this was going to be like a soldering iron for a machine. But no, it's literally an incredibly safe pen, one that's fine, one that's bolder and wider, and it's the ink that's in there that reacts with the basswood when it's heated up with your heat tool. So the two options for you, well, there's only one option really. The other option I wouldn't even consider because, you know, you're getting more for less when you go for the one that's on the screen. And this is what you're going to get in the offer today. All of these accessories, tags, plaques, little discs, so for pet names, all that sort of thing, even jewellery charms, embellishments to put on cards. Also think about maybe elements that you can put into your journals and your scrapbooks, that sort of thing as well. But then you're not just going to get all of those, you're also going to get 3 of these. And they are 8x8 singe quill basswood plaques, okay? Now, of course, you can use it in your machine, you can use it in your Brother Scan and Cut or whatever cutting machine you've got using the draw setting, but you can, of course, use it with things like your stencils as well. So if you're not very good at drawing or writing, freehand, you don't like your handwriting, or you're not really an artist as such, you could even, if you wanted to, Santangle with it.
You can, because you can see what you're doing when you're doing it. So just to show you very briefly, I know we're sort of coming to the end of doing this bit, but just, I don't know if you can see it, but can you see where this is? If I go into this, can you see where I'm writing? So if I just put boo, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Yeah? So boo. So that idea of trying to do it, so you can see where you're going. Now, it's easier when you're sitting at an angle to be able to move there and see it. So you've got a fine one and a bold one. That was the bold pen I was using. If you're going to Santangle with it, then you want to be using the fine one. Now, remember all of those gorgeous stencils that Sandra provide you with. You know, you've got all of those stencils and you'll be able to use that on there as well.
Okay. Now, a lot of you are coming through saying, can we get more pens? At the moment, we don't sell the pens on their own, but you know what I do? I go for 2 sets. Because,
at that price.
You know, at that price, you're going to get 2 sets of pens then. You're going to get double the amount of wood, so you're going to get 6 of the 8x8s. You're going to get all of those tags and discs and plaques again for less than £30. I mean, I don't know how much the pens on their own would be, but I imagine they're going to be $9.99 each. Or
I would have thought if it's We Are, I mean, I don't know, so I'm not going to say I know for sure, but I would think for 2 We Are pens for something like this, they're going to probably mark them out at about $14.99 for 2.
Right. So it makes sense to get another set.
Yeah, it'll be $9.99 for 2, or it'll be $14.99 for 2 pens. Go and have a look on the Zon. They may have them on there. I don't know. But to me, just get 2 of these. It's a no-brainer because you're getting so much wood with it, and wood's not cheap. You
exactly.
know, when you're buying
it's going to be the wood that you're going to run out of first that you'll want more of. So as we've got this ridiculous price where you're getting 3 8x8 pieces of basswood on top of the deal that's £5 less than it should be, with all the other accessories, get a couple of them, get 3 of them. We'll have a little look at some of the names that are coming through as well if we're able to, because I'll see if some of you are buying 2s and 3s and so on. That sort of deal, I'm sure you will be. Yeah, Leslie in West Midlands is going for 2. Absolutely makes sense, because if you're paying for the wood alone, I would have thought you'd pay $14.99 for that.
Yeah, but also they're great Christmas presents, right? You know, these are the sort of things that we get for Christmas stocking fillers. Normally I'll say get them for yourself, and I agree, get them for yourself. But when HobbyMaker are going to be, and let's face it, I'll get into trouble for saying this as well, but I'm in trouble anyway today quite a lot. If HobbyMaker are going to be stupid enough to put them on this price, then take advantage of it. It's $14.99. Of course they're losing out, but it is what it is. You know, it's that sort of thing. If we can take advantage of as a customer when they're being stupid, fine.
And a lot of our shows tonight are just the case that we need to clear. I think Liam got a message from the warehouse manager yesterday or the day before saying you need to make more space in the warehouse. We haven't got any more room for these new things that are coming through. So we're just having to clear the decks to make space for new things, exciting things. So that's why we're doing deals like this. And not because we need shot of it, we just need the space in the warehouse. That's all the reason is that we're doing this today, and later on tonight in the 8 o'clock show as well. All of that in the 8 o'clock show this evening, it's from various different suppliers, is in our warehouse, and when the stock has gone, that's it. And also the price goes up at 9 o'clock on the dot. So 1 hour limited offers in the 8 o'clock show tonight. That's a clearance. And it's the same with this. The price of this will go back up. So grab it while we've got it at $14.99. Honestly, you pay that for the wood. There are so many of you putting this in your basket. And remember, it does make a really, really, really good gift, because I'd have to really seriously think about who to give a soldering iron to do pyrography in the traditional way. I wouldn't send that to someone who maybe is a bit accident prone or whatever. I'd have to kind of choose who to send that to, because this is so safe. I mean, it's literally the heat from a heat gun. It's not intimidating. You don't need any special equipment. If you haven't got a cutting machine like a Brother Scan and Cut, you don't have to have one. You can use the pen in your hand, use stencils that you've got as well, and you can then enjoy the look of pyrography, but without the smoke and the kind of having to fling open the windows every 2 seconds.
Absolutely, you're not in danger of any fires coming from it. That's the glorious thing about it, isn't it? Also, there's loads of places. When it comes to this time of the year, there's places like The Works and stuff that are selling little wooden tags for next to nothing. So that's when, this is a really good time to be getting hold of this, because this is when we can make the tags for Christmas and those kind of things. And having this tool in our arsenal is something that's going to take us forward. So you're going to have it forever. It's just a great thing to have.
Now, the lovely cat, my floor manager, has just given me this.
I look at her, bless her.
Because this was on the show earlier this afternoon with Carla at 3 o'clock. Was going to be 2, but it went to 3 o'clock. And this is still available in
a little
stock.
dig there, Dave Bradford?
No, not at all. The Works, the all-in-one tool, and you get replacement blades for the trimmer as well. We still have got a ridiculous offer on this. You can make envelopes with it. You can make your bunting with it. You can make fantastic scalloped medallions with it. You can make tassels with it as well, and bows and so on. It's a scoring tool. It's a punch. There's so much you can do in here. It's
Scorer, trimmer, stamping platform.
Yep, I forgot that.
Pom-poms.
Tassels.
Tassels. It's got an extending arm. You can do envelopes. You have got tabs. You've got tags. You've got also a corner puncher on there. You have got, you need to watch the show from 3 o'clock when we did it before. And it has got so much on it. And it's also got 2 blades thrown in this. And it's got the stupidest price on it. And I will be totally honest, you can watch the show earlier. So Liam told me what the price was going to be when we discussed me coming in on Friday for the shows, which turned out was actually today and not Friday at all. So I was sitting at home in my pyjamas when Kat said, come upstairs, we need to have a meeting. And I'm like, I'm not in today. And she's like, you're on air at 2 o'clock. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen because I live at least an hour and a half away. So they swapped shows for me. But as an apology, Liam put a stupid price on this, and I didn't know anything about it because I knew the one he was going to do.
That price this afternoon, we're going to match this evening on the evening team. We're going to give you the ultimate chance to get the Works, the all-in-one tool from We Are Makers, $39.99, £112 worth of tool, so many tools in one for just $39.99, and even better, it shouldn't be because it's less than 50 quid. It's on 2-way split pay. What? $19.99 today. And $19.99 in 4 weeks' time, you will have one of the ultimate tools from We Are Makers in your craft room, delivered for that 1p&p today of $4.95, unless you've already paid it. Otherwise, that's a delivered price of $19.99 today, $19.99 in 4 weeks' time if you want split pay. Can I pass it to you?
Yeah, of course. I verified earlier on with Liam because I was like, I don't think we've ever done it at this price before.
I don't think so.
Oh, my table's going for a wander. And they said, no, it hasn't been this low. So when I was talking to Liam about today's shows and we were talking about what was going to be in these 3 shows, he had turned around and said, obviously, there was going to be the Singe Quill, there was going to be the EK tools, and then he said the Works tool, and I was like, right, and he said, but I'm doing a bundle with it, and like I say, he said this, and he said, I'm going to do it for $49.99, and I said, well, we've just done it for $49.99 a few months ago, but it didn't have the blades with it, so are you sure you want to do it at that price with the blades? And he was like, absolutely, let's do it. It's fair to give the blades when we've got this one sealed. I'll get mine out of my bag. They said oil, but, it's easier to do it that way with the blades now, so they can have it.
I'll grab it.
And I said, yeah, fine, no problem. So that's basically where we went. And then, like I say, I walked in today and it came on screen. So I'd agreed the price with Liam at $39.99. And then I came on, at $49.99, came on, it was $3.99. So these are just benefits to us, aren't they, and bonuses. Why is the Works so good? The Works is one of the best tools out there for us for our crafting needs, mainly because AAC have taken into consideration what you need as a crafter, what I need as a crafter, what crafters need as crafters, which is the important things. It's a trimmer, it's a scoreboard, it's a stamping platform. They're our big things, aren't we? They're what we use all the time. And they're the things that we would take with us if we were going on holiday. They're the things that we would keep at home. I keep my Works tool just by my feet because it's easier for me to just lean down, grab it, score. Imagine how many score lines I make with carnation cards.
Yeah.
this is what I use. So I lean down, I score, I put it back. So it's those things. Now, if you take into consideration, we're saying this in the earlier show, and I'll say it again, because it's absolutely relevant. If I was to buy a stamping platform, an unnamed brand, I'm just going cheap as chips on the Zom, I'm going to be looking at paying about 15 quid on it. If I'm going to go and buy a scoreboard, unbranded, cheap as chips on the Zon, I'm going to be paying about 15 quid for it. And if I go for a trimmer, a big-sized trimmer, full-size trimmer, I'm going to be paying a minimum of 15 quid with it, and I can't guarantee that the blades will be quality. So £45, and I haven't yet taken into consideration the fact that on top of this, I also have got a pom-pom maker, a tassel maker, a ribbon, a bow. It's like a system for making bows, which is really beautiful. I've also got on here an envelope punch board, a tag punch board, and a tab punch board. So I've got all of that sitting on here as well, and that's without the other 3 pieces. I also have something that's really, really useful to me. So again, I mentioned this earlier, but the first thing is, one of the things that we get with a trimmer normally is on a good size trimmer, well, actually they're normally about this size, but on a good size trimmer, I'm going to be looking at a 12-inch span. But with this one, I've got an extended arm that gives me 14 inches. Brilliant if I want to start working with A3, because I've got that extra span of space going across here, and it tucks away. Now, the great thing about all things AC are really clever, aren't they? But the one thing that they do, I've got 2 magnets here for when I'm using my stamping platform. I've got my scoring tool sitting on here. Everything's on board. These are my little tubes for when I'm doing my tassels and when I'm doing my pom-poms. And then on here, I've got my all-important tool, which shows me how to make my envelopes, my tags, and my banners. So, banners, that's the other one it does. So I just go in, banner to banner. There's my measurements are going to be on here. Envelope to envelope, you can see they match. And then tag to tag. And then all my instructions, so they're my measurements, all my instructions are on the back. That's magnetic, so it doesn't move. So I've got all my bits for making my envelopes. Everything is on here. All my instructions for envelope sizes are on there. I don't need to lose anything. It's all where it is. And the last thing I'll tell you is if I lift this up, blade changing, just because you're getting the new blades in, let me just pull this down so you can see. Just comes off the end.
Brilliant.
Okay, now it's got a stopper, so it's not going to keep falling off. I always cut myself when I'm doing this on air. So that just slides back on again, slides over and round. You've got 2 of those. Now, all of you who have ever owned a trimmer know how difficult it is to get hold of, bless you, to get hold of blades when you run out. So to have extras is absolutely valid. Grab yourself this tool while they're doing it at stupid, stupid prices.
Honestly, what would you pay for 2 spare tools? That would be $9.99, wouldn't it? I mean, this is the lowest price we've ever done this for. This is how it comes. If it is a gift for someone, it comes beautifully presented from We Are Makers, and it actually illustrates and gives you kind of photographs of exactly the sort of things that you can do with this. So whether it's party bunting, whether it's decorative leaves, as you can see here, whether it's the tabs on your filing systems in your journals, that sort of thing, making rosettes, making envelopes and tags, it's all in there.
You know what else you've seen today that can help you with the middle of your rosettes, don't you, Dave?
Oh, the hole punches. Yeah,
circle
absolutely.
Punches.
The circle punches, which we'll remind you of again before the end of this hour, because this has been basically a 2-hour We Are Makers American Crafts extravaganza with some of the best-selling tools, including the punches, but including this. This is an all-in-one. And there's the stamping platform on the top there. I mean, realistically, stamping platforms can cost in excess of $39.99. They really can. That's on there. If you don't need it, it's held on with magnets. You remove it and then use the scoreboard, then use the punches, use the trimmer. It's got 5 or 6 machines in one.
Yep. And you get, listen, I said this earlier, but for those of you who are just joining us, there is like a whole, like kind of a cult following for We Are Makers. And if you go on to the YouTubes and type in the We Are Makers all-in-one tool hacks, okay? And if you put that in, there'll be so many things that you can make using this that are nothing to do with what it tells you. So I was saying earlier, there's probably tutorials for making boxes, including measurements, for doing all kinds of little gift bags, those kind of things. There'll be loads of stuff that you can make with this that's not listed as one of the things it makes. Because all of We Are Memory Keepers tools are versatile to the hilt, and they all do loads more than you think they do.
This is the lowest price we've ever done.
I don't know when this came out, but I've been demonstrating We Are 6 years, and in that time I've never seen it this low. I launched it in the UK when it first came out on TV, and it was $99.99 then, and it stayed that price for years.
You know what? The only reason this is on split pay is because of what the price should be. Because it should be £112 and whatever it was, that qualifies it for split pay because it's over £50. The fact that we've dropped it today, actually, it was going to be $49.99, and very often with $49.99 we do split pay because it's only a penny below 50 quid. So
yeah, that's fair.
But it's dropped down to $39.99. I know on Sewing Street things have to be over £100 before split pay. Yeah, with us at HobbyMaker, £50 because Ben, who's producing tonight, normally works on Sewing Street. He's shocked.
Spitting ears, look at him, mad.
He's shocked.
Mad.
We get it under 50 quid, but even though it's gone down to $39.99, someone somewhere left the split pay on it. So take advantage of it. You can spread the cost interest-free and fee-free. It's $19.99 today and then $19.99 in 4 weeks' time. And if you're like me and most of the other people in this building, it's not quite payday yet, so that's quite welcome, the split pay.
Are you looking at your watch because someone was ringing you, or are you trying to sort it?
I'm just, it's a week to payday.
Does it just look rude? Like, people at home, I'm just going to look at my watch. Just checking, Dave.
Just checking the date. And my messages. $39.99 is your price, JIXC87. And do you know what? Sometimes when you see tools that do more than one job, you kind of think, are they going to be good at everything?
It really is.
It is brilliant, isn't it?
I tell you what, I did say earlier as well, and we got a lot of feedback on it as well. We got various messages, and we did read one of them out. Because one of the things that drives me potty, and it's happening more and more in the craft industry, and I don't know if you guys have noticed it at home or not, or if it's just me, because as the older I get, my eyesight is just letting me down more and more. And you know where you can see it on here, on the side of my scoreboard there, it's got an embossing, and you can see it there. It's really hard to see, right? Well, when you're looking at that in a certain light, it can be really difficult. More and more tools are coming out with that, and I realise that it makes them look really clean and really pretty, and that's fine. Do I care? I've said it before. Do I care what my tools look like? No. I want them to do the job. So what We Are do really well, that's there as a guideline because it's centimetres. It's a US product. They work in inches. So everything I've got is here in really dark writing that I can see. It's completely legible. I know exactly what it's saying. It's the same on my ruler. Everything is legible. Why does that matter? It matters because I don't want to spend time scoring cardstock. So I don't want to have to keep looking.
Do you know what? Look at the packaging here, because this is what American Crafts and We Are Makers actually print on their packaging. At the full price, which for us should be £112 and a few pence, they say here, save $100, because it's an American product, obviously, save $100 compared to if you bought all the tools that this is separately. That's at the full price. We're giving it to you, not £112, we're giving it to you at $39.99. Imagine how much more you're saving by buying this compared to if you bought every single tool that this is separately. It's too good to miss out on tonight. And maybe you're just thinking, I need a new trimmer. Don't just buy a new trimmer, because you can pay £15, £16, £17 for a new trimmer. Buy this, that's more than that.
There's a trimmer, but also if you were to go on and then try and find a trimmer that's also going to give you 3 blades, because you've got the blade that's on it and then you've got the 2 for free. They're worth $12.99 on our website. I think the lowest we've done them, we have done them at $6.99, but they are $12.99 as far as I'm aware currently on our website. We're going to give them for free. And we've taken the price down from the lowest we ever did it, which was $49.99 to $39.99. The saving today that you've had on We Are Makers is extraordinary.
Okay. Now, what we're going to do is recap the last couple of hours for those of you that haven't been with us right from 5 o'clock, because obviously lots of you come in from work and that sort of thing. So, earlier this hour, I'd never seen it before, and I'm absolutely blown away by it. We brought you the Singe Quill. Now, we originally said, OK, we've got the Singe Quill on its own, which is basically those 2 pens in there. One is a fine, one is a broad. You've got the different types of pen holder, depending on whether you've got a Brother Scan and Cut, whether you've got a Cricut machine, whether you've got a Silhouette, whatever you've got, all cutting machines are covered. So you can draw with your cutting machine all the files that are in its memory, all that sort of thing, all the USBs that you've got with SVG files and drawing files, you can use this. But there is no hot iron. You think of pyrography, you think of heat and smoke. This is basically the ink in this pen reacts with the heat from a heat gun, a crafting heat gun. And you've got all of this basswood included with it for $19.99, which I think is an amazing deal. You've got discs, you've got plaques, you've got labels, you've got banners, you've got little gemstones, which you can personalise as well. You can draw it freehand. It's not just what you can actually draw from your cutting machine, although you can use that. You can also use the pens freehand and just heat it with the cutting machine. You end up with the look of pyrography. So $19.99 for that, amazing. On the Zon, it's £26.25, I think it was, something like that. But then we said, don't buy this. And you're thinking, why is Dave saying don't buy it? It's a brilliant deal. Because you'll get that, and you'll get 3 further 8x8 basswood pieces of wood for £5 less. You get 3 8x8 plaques of basswood in addition to everything else, and the pens and everything that you get in the Singe on its own. You get that extra, and we charge you £5 less. TRXC71. Now, pretty much 2/3 of the stock has gone live at coming up to 5 to 7, and we got way more than that in baskets. So if everyone with it in their baskets checks out, that is long gone out of here.
Good luck.
And again, if you're watching this on repeat or on demand and it's not 5 to 7, it may well be at the checkout it says, sorry, gone, sold out. And these are some of the stocks that we have in our warehouse. We're making way for new things because the warehouse told us we need to. And that's why we're doing these ridiculous deals. When they've gone, if they come back, it may be months before you see them again. So TRXC71. Now, in the 5 o'clock show, we had some more deals, and this is also from American Crafts, which is the same company as We Are Makers and EK Success. These are the punches. Now, we showed you some really cute, amazing animals that you can make with these. Basically, you've got circular punches that are incredibly strong and durable that go up from 1 inch in 1/4 inches up to 2.5 or 2 1/4.
2.5, I think.
It was 1, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, 2, 2 1/4, 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 was the biggest. So they go up at 1/2 inch increments, and there are 7 of them in total.
And they stack on top of each other in 2 little piles, and they're absolutely wonderful.
And they lock closed as well when you're not using them. But yeah, they are absolutely joyous to use. We made pumpkins. If everyone checks out that's got these in their baskets, we've got 2 sets left. This isn't going to be here.
I'm sorry. I hope you all managed to get it because they are so incredible. Sharon in the green room bought them while we were on air because she knew how amazing they are. And Sharon has 2 of the sizes, and she said to us she'd had them for about 15 years, did she say? Yeah. Because they last and last and last and last and last forever.
We basically will get these back in the future because they're a crafting must-have, a staple, but we have to, in the meantime, make way in our warehouse for new things coming in. So that's why we're doing this deal. If it does come back in, probably won't be coming in for a couple of months, probably not before Christmas. So if you want this deal, with the last 2, I mean, I know some of you have it in your basket and you take the risk and you think, okay, I'll build a basket. Don't do that. Check out. As soon as you put it in your basket, that confirms your purchase. It's 1 P&P all day, so you're not going to pay any more postage. It's a free phone call if you call the call centre. If you've never shopped with us before, they'll set an account up for you. It's free to order on the app, free to order on the website as well. It's YJXC70 for all 7 for $89.99, and that's on split pay as well. Thank you, Carla. You can go home now.
Again, I'm very sorry for messing up your schedule at home. I don't even know what happened.
Wah, wah, oops.
I'm sorry.
Are you back soon? Don't ask you. I shouldn't ask you. Don't ask. Right, on the way next, we've got the brand new Tim Holtz inks to us, the alcohol inks. You can have so much fun with those with Sharon. And then we've got a clearance special at 8 o'clock. For 1 hour, those prices will be live. At 9 o'clock, the prices will go back up of anything that's still left. So we've got lots to squeeze in between now and 9.
Hey, all you HobbyMaker fans out there. My name is Tavener Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our Singe, our Crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with HobbyMaker because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax, Rubik's Cubes released, puns, mullets, crimping, standing up to change TV channels. But relax, now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels, and we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month, and we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with split pay.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download it to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the Schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hello everyone, good evening. We're having a lovely day. Thank you to Carla, she'll be back with us very, very soon. And Sharon joins me for the next hour.
Yes.
And later at 8, we've got the clearance hour. That'll be me and you together, just me on my own. So if you want to message in, you can do. We'd love to hear from you. Message in at any show. It's always lovely hearing from you, absolutely. So yeah, that's me saying, where's the price going? I don't know. That's at 8 o'clock in an hour. Very exciting, though, in this show, because we've got something new to us from Tim Holtz. I know Tim did a nationwide YouTube and online the other day.
I think it was either last Saturday or the one before.
Right.
On his YouTube channel, He did a whole, it was like a couple of hours, all about alcohol inks, what they are, how they work, techniques. So I'd highly recommend watching that, because we've only got an hour here and I'll cover as much as I can, but he obviously covers it in much more detail.
Okay, now what we've got for you is, we're very well aware that for lots of you this will be a new departure, something new. It's really exciting because there's nothing else quite like alcohol ink when it comes to making fantastic one-off, really creative art for the wall, or card toppers for your cards, that sort of thing. So what we've got together, or put together to start off with, is a beginner's collection for you, which is going to give you the right paper to do the inking on, of course, as well, in different sizes. You get a lot of that. You're also going to get these colours that you can see at the top here. Now, you're going to get a variety. You're going to get, if you have a little look, you've got your alcohol ink in these various different colours. You get 3 alcohol inks. You've got your red, you've got your blue, and you've got your, what colour's that one? Is that yellow?
That's a yellow.
That's a yellow. You've got your alcohol blending solution, and you've also got one of the alloys as well, which is the gilded.
The gold, which is
the
gilded,
gold one.
yeah. Yeah.
So, different types of alcohol ink here. So you get all of that to start off with, and you're also going to get your applicator tools as well. So the pack just there that you can see, you get the actual adapter and various different interchangeable pads that you can, of course, spread the ink with as well if you want to. There are other ways of spreading the ink, like with a puffer that we've got in the show.
There are, yes, yeah.
So all of this together is £48 and 99 pence normally. CNPQ 37, and a little bit of the alcohol ink goes a long, long way.
A long, long way. You're literally just putting tiny drops on, and then it disperses. So yes, these are going to last you a long while.
$48.99 is not the price today. We can give you the starter kit, which is a great thing to get started with. Brand new launch price today of £39.99. Now, what do we need to know about alcohol ink? Someone's never used it before.
Well, if you think about alcohol in terms of like your alcohol markers, it's the same kind of concept in terms of what you're going to use it on and with in terms of ink pads. So it's got alcohol in it. So you're going to want a surface that is non-porous. So generally when we're card making, we're always thinking about porous surfaces. You need a non-porous, so a shiny, slick surface to work with.
Okay, and that's why the UPO paper is included in the starter.
Yeah, the UPO papers are perfect, because also being white, they give you a lovely, you see the colours beautifully. Of course, when you think about slick surfaces, I always think of acetate straight away.
Yeah.
They do work beautifully on acetate, but of course, when you've got them on a bright white cardstock, you really see the vibrancy of the colours.
And because of the nature of alcohol ink, the chances are no two pictures you create or backgrounds you create will ever be the same.
No, they really won't. You can't, even if you wanted to, you couldn't do the same thing twice.
So that's a good collection to get your teeth into. We'll explain how to use it and everything else during the show, but you get an awful lot of UPO paper there as well, which is great in different shapes and sizes. So that's a good beginner. So you've got the gold, that's the alloy. You've then got the yellow, you've got the blue, and you've got the red. And you've also got the blending solution there as well. So that's going to really kind of get you started brilliantly. Some really useful colours there that you can mix together. CNPQ 37, £39.99 is all you pay today if this is something new. And it's always nice to try things new, isn't it?
It is, and that's a great introduction. You've got, kind of everything you need there to get going, which... and I would say we've got some lovely art surfaces to work on. Start with the UPO paper, though, because it's quite inexpensive for what it is. And you can kind of practice your techniques on that before you start on your masterpiece.
Okay, yeah, and they will be masterpieces. Now, by the way, if you want more of the UPO paper, we have got a bundle here for you, which is just £7.49. And as you can see, you've got different shapes and sizes, rectangular, square, and I think that's A4 as well.
Yeah,
included.
and of course you can chop this down if you're using it for card backgrounds. You'll get even more out of that because you'll be chopping it down.
Well, limited stock on this if you want it. £7.49 for 25 sheets is what you're looking at there. QPQ39 is your item number if you would like that. Now, we've also got lots of other colours of the alcohol ink. So let's look at those to start off with. And this is any 3 for £12.93. Now, the alcohol inks... There we are. You can see all of the colours that we've got here for you. Now, there's... How many to choose from? I think you've got about 12? 12 or 13?
12 or 13. You've got a board there, Dave, with them on.
Oh, is that this one?
That's that one.
That's this one. OK. These are the colours. So you can choose any 3 of these for £12.93. £12.93.
See just how beautiful the colours are. I would find it hard to choose because they're all beautiful.
Maybe you want to go for 6?
And for this swatchboard, I've gone in just neat with the inks straight onto the Yupo paper. So you can really see the colours sort of at their strongest. Of course, once you add some alcohol to them, you can blend them out a bit.
Sure.
But,
so they're £5.99 each. So if you're buying 3, you should be looking at, what, £17.97. We can let you have them for £12.93 for 3, which is pretty amazing. So if you wanted to go for 6, then that would be £25.86, I think. Yeah, so then you get 6 of them. And you can just choose them on the website. You basically go to the item, select the alcohol links, and they can choose which colourways you'd like. They drop down there, just pop them into your basket. As soon as you put 3 in there, it automatically adjusts the price, so you're only paying £12.93. If you'd rather talk to the call centre about it and let them put your basket, fill your basket for you, of course they can do that free of charge on the free phone number 0800 001 4433. But if you'd rather use the app or the website, you can choose either way. It's entirely up to you. But look at these colours. Look at them.
They're beautiful, aren't they? Really, really vibrant. And on the white Yupo, you really see them. They really show up beautifully.
So any 3 for £12.93. This is your alcohol ink, and literally a drop is all you need. And it really disperses on the Yupo paper brilliantly. So here we go. Just look at those colours again. There we go.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Aren't they gorgeous? So you've got your botanical, which is the green, the aquamarine, the sailboat blue, the limeade, sunshine yellow, sunset orange, raspberry, crimson. Then down to your pink sherbet, cool perry, amethyst denim. Go on, Sharon. What 3 would you go for if you were just buying 3?
Oh, the aqua.
Right.
Limeade and probably that lovely raspberry.
Okay, that's Sharon's choice. Me, I'm a big yellow fan, so I'll probably go for sunshine yellow, maybe botanical, maybe the amethyst too. But again, I do love the aqua too, actually. I think I'd go for 6, but that's me.
Well, I'd go for all of them. I wouldn't be able to choose.
So that is your alcohol inks. That's the pick and mix. Then we've also got the alcohol ink pearls. Is that this one?
Yeah, that's that one.
Okay. So this is a different effect. This is going to give you a pearlescent finish.
These are a pearlescent finish. The thing to mention with the pearlescent finish is you need to give it a good shake. We'll demo it in a second anyway. And they've got a pearlescent sort of mica pigment in there. So you're going to get a lovely shimmer, a lovely sort of pearlescent shimmer to them.
There are slightly less to choose from here, and you can choose any 3 for £15.98. They're a little bit more. They're £7.30 a bottle, but if you choose 3, you're looking at £15.98. So that's the best way and the most affordable way of buying them. But look at the way that they behave in the light. If I just kind of angle them so you can see the pearlescence.
They really shimmer. And of course, you know, you don't have to use them individually. Once you put these down on your cardstock, you can blend them together to get all sorts of other sort of combinations.
Beautiful. Any 3 for £15.98 or 1 for £7.30? BEPQ 36 is your item number for that. And then we've got one final pick and mix where you can choose any 2, and that's the alloys. Now, that's obviously going to give you the metallic finish.
Yes, we did have a board, but it seems to have disappeared since the show earlier.
What about that's gone?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
So anyway, you'll have to look at my bottles. So you've got gilded, which is the lovely gold.
Yeah, which you get in the starter kit.
Yes. Then you've got statue, which is more of a sort of bronzy colour. Mm-hmm. Then we've got rose. There is another silver as well.
Is that a rose gold?
It's kind of, well, it's a bit unique. It's like a rose silver, actually.
Okay.
It's got the sort of pinky colour and more of a silver tone. And then you've got foundry, which is a lovely bright sort of silver. Mm-hmm. And then there is foundry, which I've mixed mine up. There is another silvery one.
So this should be, for 2 of them, you should be looking at £16, £15.98, but you can have 2 for £12.47. So we've got a great deal on the multi-buys. Now, these were so popular earlier in the first show this afternoon. If you want to get hold of whenever we give metallics as an option in anything, it's always the most popular. So any couple of those for £12.47, or if you want 4 or you want to go for all 5 of them, feel free. The option is there for you, but we give you a discount if you buy 2. Now, what we're here to do is to explain to you how much fun you can have with alcohol inks. Yes. Maybe if it's something that you've never ever done before, you've never experimented with before. We're here to show you how much fun it can be and how controllable it is.
Yes, it's very controllable, but you get a different result every time.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the basic things you're going to need. So as I say, I would start with your cardstock. Start with Yupo. Don't go straight onto your lovely art surfaces that we've got. Cut down a piece of Yupo and play.
Okay.
So let's talk about other equipment. So you've got your alcohol inks and the pearls. Let's start with the alcohol inks on their own because they're kind of the simpler version. Let's just grab some greens and blues and we'll do something with those. Now, to move the colour around, you can either pop your alcohol ink, drop it onto your cardstock, then add some alcohol to move it around, or you can put some alcohol down, drip this into it and move it around.
And when you say alcohol, what do you mean?
Well, we've got on the show the alcohol blending solution.
Right.
If you're using the pearls and the alloys, you absolutely need this.
Okay.
Because this has got a resin in it. If you think about alcohol inks, they will stick beautifully to a slick surface. Add in pearlescent pigment, that will just brush off when it dries from a shiny surface.
So that alcohol blending
So there's kind of something, a bonding agent in this.
Right. I mean, that's in the show as well if you want it.
So
1019.
Yeah. Now, obviously, when you're doing your backgrounds just with your I say plain inks, just with your inks without any pigment in, you can save a bit of money by just using alcohol that you can buy. I bought this online. This big bottle was about $4.99.
Okay.
So it's really inexpensive. So it's a great thing to add in rather than using this all the time.
Could you buy it from the local chemist?
You can. It's surgical spirit, basically.
Okay, right.
If you watch Tim Holtz's live, I think in America they call it rubbing alcohol.
Right.
It's basically isopropanol alcohol.
Which is surgical spirit.
Which is surgical spirit.
Right.
And you want it to be 91% or over, so don't just use your gin or your vodka.
No, don't waste that.
Don't waste that, because this is £5 for a big bottle. So get yourself some of this. You can pop into, Boots or wherever and get some. The other thing about this that you can't do with this, which is another reason to just get some of this to save using this all the time, because this has got resin in it to bond your pigments to your cardstock, you don't want to be spraying this around because you don't want to be breathing it in particularly. No. It is recommended to work in a well-ventilated room when you're using this. This, however, you can put in a spray bottle, so you can do other techniques with it. You can also use this with your mister, and I'll show you. It gives you some really cool effects if you start bringing in other things. So the golden rule is do not take this out of this bottle. This is just for dropping on to use with the pigments.
Okay.
So to save money, I'm going to use this, first of all, because it's far cheaper. And I've put some just in a spray bottle.
Right.
So I'm going to spray some of this onto my Yupo, and then I can literally just drop my alcohol ink.
So that's always what you do first. You put the surgical spirit down first.
You can do it either way.
Oh.
You can do it inks first and then move it around. Or I prefer to do it this way because then it starts moving straight away.
Doesn't the surgical spirit evaporate quickly or not?
Not too quickly.
Okay.
It gives you long enough to move it around. And, of course, you can come back in and add more. That's the beauty of doing techniques with this, is you can just keep going.
Look at the concentration, though. Look how really intense these colours are.
I'm literally adding a few drops. Now, the other thing we've got on the show is this cool gadget. So this is going to be great.
It's a puffer.
It's a puffer. So, and it looks really cool as well. It's very Tim Holtz looking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can do all sorts of cool things with this because you can see you're just puffing air on.
But you're controlling
how it moves. Now, I would recommend go onto Facebook and type in alcohol ink art. There are loads of groups where people are doing like big canvases, like for home decor.
Because the colours are so striking, and it's the sort of thing that if you were walking down a high street and you walk past an art gallery,
you'd see this in an art gallery, wouldn't you?
And you'd go, "Wow, that's amazing, impressive," and really kind of pops.
It does, and if you give it a good blast, you get kind of like where it really sort of almost like fingers coming out. You can go from all angles. Now you can see this is already kind of drying.
Now the air blower, if you fancy getting a hold of those, maybe you bought some of the alcohol inks, maybe you bought some of the alloys or whatever earlier in the first show. The blower is the most fun you can have with this, believe
Definitely.
me. £11.99 is your price for it, SKPQ 50. So treat yourself maybe to the beginner kit, or maybe you're thinking, actually, I'd rather go for maybe 3 of the alcohol inks or a set of 2 maybe of the alloys or whatever you want to do. All you need to make it work is surgical spirit. If you are using the alloys or the pearl, you will need the alcohol blending solution, which is in the show. And that went down to £7.49, I think it was.
Yeah, so I've done my lovely sort of starting point. Now, I could leave that there because, to be honest, that is beautiful as it is. But let's talk about the alloys and the pearl, because you can use all of them together. Now, the fact that I've used just my cheap alcohol to lay that down is fine. I now want to bring in some pearls to add a bit more, and we'll bring in some of the gilded, which is the gold you're going to get in your starter kit. Now, all of these have got a ball bearing in.
You can hear it, yeah. So that mixed up the pigment, yeah?
Yeah, because the pigment will settle on the bottom. Let me grab a pearl. You can see all that lovely pigment is sat at the bottom. So you need to give it a good shake. So shake it, and then you'll hear the ball bearing start to wiggle about. Excellent. And that will get it moving. Get that mixed in, otherwise you won't have much pearl in you. It'll just be alcohol ink. So give it a good shake. And then, of course, you're going to need your alcohol blending solution. We've got 2 different sizes because you need this for it to stick, basically.
Okay.
So for this, I can just think about where I want to add some pearls. So maybe I want to extend this out. I've got kind of an area here with nothing really. So I can start sort of within where I am, add a little bit of that.
So this reinvigorates it, kind of wakes it up
Yes,
again.
it will. And you can come back in to any of this and reactivate it at any point. So let's add in some green pearl and look at, you can see straight away the pearlescent.
It's reacting with the alcohol blending solution, yeah.
Disperses, it's beautiful. So again, you can bring in your blower, move that around.
So you can mix the 2 together, can you? You can mix the alcohol ink and the pearlescent together?
Yes, you can, yeah. Yeah, you can just go in with all of it in one go if you want to. Just make sure that you're using the blending solution with it.
Sure.
Now let's put in some gold as well. This is really stunning. The shine on this is like real gold, you know, when you've got the gold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at
that.
that.
Oh, my word, look at that.
Look at the shine on it.
That's
it's like
incredible.
gold foiling. And then, of course, as you blow this, you get lovely kind of flecks of gold.
I mean, the thing is, anything that's got Tim's name associated with it, you know it's going to be exciting, you know it's going to be top quality. And, you know, Ben, who's our producer tonight, he normally produces for Sewing Street, and even he's heard of Tim Holtz.
Yes.
Because he's an icon, global icon. And he did this fantastic kind of global YouTube session about alcohol.
Yes.
Which you can find on YouTube, I'm sure, very easily.
Yes.
But it's well worth giving it a go because it's something new and different. And you're not going to get messy with it. I mean, that's a worry about it.
No, and talking of messy, if you do get it all over your hands, the best thing to clean it is just hand sanitizer.
Okay.
Because it's just, you know, it's just alcohol. Now, in terms of techniques, that's with the blower. The other thing we've got on the show is the felt applicator.
Yeah.
So I'll show you how they work. Let's grab another sheet of this Yupo. These give you a sort of different look. With the blower, obviously, you do get that floaty look.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe how quickly it dries as well.
Yeah, because it sort of evaporates. Now, you can come in at any point and reactivate that. If you feel... You know, quite often you walk away from stuff, don't you, when you're creating, because you're not sure. If you come back, you feel it needs a bit more anyway. You can always just drop on more colours, more blending solution, move it around. And you can add, you know, if you wanted more pearls, you can go over the top.
Just that on an 8x8 card with a sentiment in the middle is fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. It's a lovely background.
Modern art.
The other thing which Tim mentioned on his live the other night that I was watching, you know, say you've got a background, say like this one that I did before, where I've got lots of different colours. You might not like all of it. And his advice was work on a bigger sheet of card than you might need. Yeah. Because then you can always chop parts out if you like these colours but you're not so keen on this green.
And also you could use your EK Success punches that we had earlier on and choose
die cut it.
Circles you want or whatever.
Yeah. So if you really hated it, you could even put alcohol in it and wipe it off.
Right. Well, you wouldn't do that,
You wouldn't do that because you'd always find some interesting area of it, even if you don't like it, all of it, you know.
Can I just show everybody something? If you're thinking, OK, I like the idea of doing this alcohol art on Yupo paper, but I'd like to make something more rigid, a more ornamental gift or something to sell possibly if you wanted to.
Yes.
We've got these selections of panels. Now this is really cool because this has been coated with the UPO paper on it, but it's more of a board. Yes. So if you wanted to put these again in picture frames, make them into wall art, you could do that. You're getting all these different sizes. You get an 8x10, a 5x7 and a 4x6 in there. Yes. You've also got an 8x8, a 6x6 and a 4x4 panel as well. Then you're also going to get 3 of your 5x7 panels, and then you're going to get 3 of your hexagons,
which are really cool.
Which are really cool. I mean, they could be
like little coasters.
Absolutely.
And the other thing you can do is go over these with resin.
Yeah.
To coat them and give them a real high shine.
Well, these are just $16.99 for all of that. So that is UPO coated board for $16.99. You've actually got how many elements in there in total? 3.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there, yeah.
Yeah.
6, 9. I think it's about 12. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's 12 panels in total for $16.99. So that's not even $1.50 a panel, is it? Really good. PXPQ 898. It's already got the UPO covering on it, so perfect to get on with your alcohol inks.
Now the other way to apply the inks is with the felt applicators.
Yep.
We've got 2 options. We've got the rectangular one, which was the original one, actually. The round one is a kind of more recent addition. I think I prefer the round now, actually. Okay. But it kind of depends. If you're working with a bigger area, the rectangle probably will cover more. And you get replacement foam. I would felt. I would recommend getting more of these. Don't think you can use your foam that you use for applying your inks.
Right.
Because that's dense. This is designed to work with these. Get extras because once you are on a sort of alcohol ink blending frenzy, you are going to, you're going to get through them.
Do you put the alcohol ink directly onto the pads then, or do you put it onto the UPO paper first?
You put it onto the pads.
Right.
So what you're going to do is, these have got Velcro on, so you just pop one of your felt pads on the tool, and then you get your alcohol blending solution, pop some on your felt pad, just to, this is what's going to make it move around on your cardstock basically. And then you can use, again, you can mix up, you can use some of your, let's use some different colours. So you can use your pearls and your normal alcohol inks. This is a normal, so let's do a bit of pink. So that's a bit of raspberry. And then let's get a pearl. We'll go for a nice yellow. As you can see, that settled at the bottom. I just need to give it a shake. And all I'm doing is putting like a little dot.
You can mix your alcohol inks and your alloys and your pearl
all on one pad, yeah.
Provided you use the alcohol blending solution.
Yeah, use the alcohol blending solution. You can use alcohol if you're only using just the basic colours, but I like to mix them up because who wouldn't want some, pearlescent. So let's put a bit of blue, just a little bit. And you can see I'm just really being a bit random here. And let's do one of the silvers. So let's give this a shake.
You're not really kind of overthinking it, you're just putting lots of colour on that
Not
pad.
at all, because I'm going to be smushing this all over the card.
Technical term.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what.
Can't beat a good smush.
A good smush. So we'll have a nice bit of silver there.
Smush on a Monday.
Smush on a Monday.
Yep.
And then all you're going to do is pounce it.
Oh, wow.
All over.
Look at this.
So you can see I only put one, you might have noticed I only put one dot of the silver because the metallics really do kind of overpower. Now to me that looks a little bit pale.
But look how far it's gone.
Yeah. And you can keep going with that. And you can keep changing. Now I feel that colour, it will blend out because it's got alcohol, it will move a little bit. But I feel that's a little bit wishy-washy, so I'm going to add in a bit more colour. Oh, where to start, Dave? We've got too many choices.
You're like a kid in a sweet shop, aren't you?
I am. Let's go in with a bit of crimson.
The thing is, every single creation that you make with these alcohol inks will be different. Even if you could deliberately try and do the same thing twice, it'll never happen.
No. Now you can see the way that reacts with the silver that's already down. It kind of is moving. So you can really play around with this. Now, if you want to really change up the colour, put a new felt pad on.
Okay.
But you can keep adding to the one that's on there. You just have to accept what you're going to get because you're going to get a bit of every colour that's already on there. But you can just keep adding more solution. The other thing you can do is switch between the two techniques.
So do you ever throw those pads away, or do you always keep them because there's always colour on there?
Once they kind of totally dry out, they go a bit crusty.
Okay.
So once I've finished doing this, I would, like me. So I've kind of completely gone over this now with the red because I felt that was a bit wishy-washy. And I think now I'm going to go in a totally different direction, and I'm going to add some green, and we're going to go more autumnal.
Okay.
So I'm going to use some of the pearl. That first one was a bit pastel for me.
Now remember, you are going to get some of the applicator discs as well. You get 2 of the daubers, and you're going to get 2, 4, 6, I think, 10 felts in total and 2 applicators. So you get 5 for each one, included in the starter bundle, together with the Yupo paper, and you get 5 or 4 colours, plus the alcohol blending solution, of course, as well, which you need to use with your pearl, and you need to use with your alloys as well. The alcohol inks you just basically use with Surgical Spirit, which hopefully most of us have got at home. If not, you can get from your local chemist.
Yeah, and you can get a big bottle for like £5, so it's a really cost-effective way of just playing. So that is quite an interesting background, I feel. It's more sort of structured. Yeah. Because you've pounced. Make sure you turn your tool as you're pouncing, and you'll get quite a random. And you can see it's changing as it's blending out. Now, in terms of techniques, I mentioned about with the pure alcohol, the alcohol, the Surgical Spirit alcohol, you can do different things with it. You can put it in a mister.
Okay.
Don't ever do that with the alcohol blending, because you're not supposed to inhale that. So if you start spraying it around your room.
Right.
But with the Surgical Spirit, you can. So I've got some in a water brush here.
Water brush, yeah. Just mark it so you remember which one's got
Yeah, I just keep this in the same drawer as my alcohol things. I keep them all together so I know. You can use your paint brushes. You can put some alcohol in a little dish and think of it as water. And you can do effects, you can do dots, and it will kind of bleach out where you pop it.
Okay.
So, of course, with a brush, you've got quite a lot of control.
Yeah.
So if you want to start getting into art where maybe you're drawing flowers or you're doing different techniques, so you can see that's kind of bleached that out nicely. So you can use your brushes with it. The other thing you can do is use your splatter brush and literally splatter some alcohol on there, and that will bleach out.
Isn't it great? Such
lots
a reactive
of cool techniques.
product.
It is. Now the mister, because that gives a fine mist, you'll get a different sort of reaction with that. Let's make sure I'm pointing in the right direction. I don't soak us. That will really start to move it. So if you're not happy with it as it is, keep going, keep playing. Now I really like that now.
Yeah, I do too.
Because I feel that...
it's like you're looking into a Petri dish under a microscope or something.
Yeah, it's really cool. Now, of course, this can be a piece of art, or this can just be your background, because you can then come in and stamp on this if you're a card maker.
And what type of ink would you need on the stamp?
If you're going to stamp onto it, I'll grab one that's already dry, actually, and we'll do some stamping. So if you want to stamp on it, archival ink. Because archival ink is oil-based, it won't react with the alcohol.
Okay.
So you can stamp onto, let's do this red one I did earlier.
And that, to me, makes me think poppies.
It does look like poppies, doesn't it? That would be nice just to die cut, actually, with a poppy.
It's a stunning colour, it really is.
Now I've got some... the other thing... Well, I've got so many things to tell you about. Let's stamp something first, then I'll show you the other thing that just popped into my head. So, stamping you want archival ink. Now, even though archival ink is quite fast drying, we're stamping obviously onto quite a slick surface. So it's not going to dry like instantly like it would if you stamped on card with it. So bear that in mind. You can use your heat tool to sort of set it, but bear in mind, of course, the Yupo is plastic coated. If you go in with your heat tool on full blast, you're just going to kind of melt
the plastic, right, yeah.
So go in gently.
Maybe just have patience and let it dry naturally. Maybe
it
takes,
you can
20
also,
minutes?
Yeah, you can also heat emboss with it.
Oh, right.
But again, you've got to go gently with your heat tool so you don't affect. But just keep wafting it around. Just take your time with it.
And the Yupo's got a lovely finish to it. It really has. It
does. It's
smooth and...
It's very smooth.
It really kind of makes the colour of the alcohol ink pop.
It does. It does. You get that vibrancy with it. So I'm going to ink this up. And all I'm going to do is just put this to one side for the ink to dry.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just does take a few minutes because of the sleek surface. But yes, you can stamp on it. So these are great backgrounds. Really great for backgrounds. There we go. Look at that.
Oh, stunning.
Really stunning. Now, another thing that we've got on the show, which works really well if you're doing a card like this.
Where else do you get an intensity of colour like that other than alcohol ink, liquid ink? That's what we're talking about today. If I hold that up.
Yeah, mind the black ink, it'll still be a bit wet.
Look at that. It's just so vibrant. That's what you get with alcohol inks, which you don't get with watercolour, is the vibrancy. And of course, if you're using the puffer or you're using the discs, the felt discs as well, you're in control of it. I mean, my favourite techniques, I think it is the puffer without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I love it. And you can go either kind of full on vibrant like I've done there, or you can go on very wispy and delicate with sort of lighter colours. Got one
that
somewhere.
Looks almost like an atlas, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so that's more wispy. And when I've looked on some of the Facebook groups with really talented artists that use these, there are some beautiful pieces of art where they've kind of created flowers by just blowing out the ink to create really wispy petals. Now, isn't that lovely with the gold?
It's the sort of thing that you can maybe be quite abstract with at the start, and then maybe think, well, what about if I do this, and maybe do a quite a modern take on a flower or whatever it might be. But again, they're just so interesting. It's like it reminds me of like the logo for Art Attack from years ago.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, with the splatter. Now, you can see with that one, I've gone on quite violently with my hairblower and really blasted it out. You can go subtle or very dramatic.
And this is the first time we've actually had the Tim Holtz Ranger alcohol inks here today. The bottle is packed full. You're literally only using a couple of drops at a time for each project, filling up much larger sheets of the UPO paper. So, you know, these are really cost effective. They're going to last you a long, long time. They don't take up too much room. And this is the starter bundle for $39.99, which is going to give you all those different shapes of UPO paper. Does it say how many sheets you get of the UPO paper in the starter bundle? We'll see if we can find out. I know you are getting a mixture of the square, the A4 as well, which you can trim down if you want to. You get 20 sheets. 20 sheets, but if you trim them down, of course, you can make an awful lot more than that. Plus, you're going to get the blending felt tools, 2 adapters and 10 of the felt pads. And you're going to get 3 of the alcohol inks. You're going to get 1 of the alloys in the gold, and you're also going to get the smaller bottle of the alcohol blending ink that you use with the pearls and the alloys. Okay, so that's your starter kit for $39.99. But if, having said that, you're thinking, well, I've already got some blending tools and that sort of thing, and I want to use the blower, I don't necessarily want the blending pads and the blending tools, then you can choose any 3 of the alcohol inks for just $12.93. And there are quite a few colours to choose between. I've got the boards here to again show you. So let's just remind you of that. If you've seen the process and thinking to yourself, I'd like to have a go, that's the alcohol inks, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the, yeah.
So these are the colours that you can choose, any 3 for $12.93. So you've got all of these. Look at the vivid colours of them.
They're just stunning, aren't they? Really, really
Pink
vibrant.
sherbet, cool perry, amethyst, denim, botanical in the middle, aquamarine, sailboat blue, limeade is just so
gorgeous,
out there. I love it. Sunshine yellow, sunset orange, raspberry, and then the last one is crimson. Okay, so you can choose any 3 of those for $12.93, and a little bit goes a long, long way. Or you can choose, if you wanted 6, that would be $25.86 for 6 of them, which would be great value for money. And then we've also got, of course, the pearls. Now, the pearls is this one. Now, this you will need to use the alcohol blending solution with, either the big bottle we got on the show or the small one that's in the starter bundle. And this is going to give you a choice of any 2 or any 3 of these for $15.98. So you've got Splendour, Enchanted, Deception, Scorch, Radiant, Alchemy, Sublime, Envy, Opulent, Villainous, Celestial, and Tranquil. And if I just again angle them in the light, you can see that pearlescence.
Yeah, that lovely shimmer.
So £7.30 each, or any 3 for $15.98. That's almost 1 for free, isn't it?
It is, and you can see from the colours how well they work with the sort of, I don't want to say plain, but with the plain alcohol ink.
Yeah.
you can mix both together and you get a really lovely effect.
And you can do it yourself on the app or on the website. If you'd rather call the call centre and select 3 colours with them, you can do that. It's a free phone call number, 0800 001 4433. And then the other choice is the alloys. Now, they're the metallics, basically. You could choose any 2 of those for £12.47. They're £7.99 each, so you're getting a good £4 saving. So we've got these to choose from. There's 5 in total. Choose any 2, and that is the most popular at the moment, evidently. You've got rose, which is like a rose silver, you call it.
It's a rose silver rather than a rose gold, which is quite cool.
Alloy is the statue, is the bronzy finish.
Should we
Gilded
put those
is
on
the
a bit
gold.
of card, actually? Should we show everyone?
Foundry is the... what would foundry be? Is that like a mercury or...?
Yeah, they're both the sort of silver, but one's more of a sort of like
lighter
platinum silver.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then sterling at the end there. So any 2 of those for £12.47.
Should we put some of those on some cards?
Yeah,
because since my boards went missing, I think you need, if you want to choose, you're going to need to see them, aren't you? So I'm just going to put a drop of alcohol solution, and then we'll start with the gold, the gilded, and we'll pop that down so you can see. So I'm just going to put a couple of drops. Yeah, look at that. It is gorgeous, really rich.
Reminds me of gilding wax a little bit, the same sort of hue of gold to it.
It's a lovely, vibrant colour, isn't it? And then let's do, this is the statue, which is the more bronzy one. So I'll put a few drops of that. So yeah, that's like a bronze really, isn't it?
Definitely.
A bronze statue. Then we'll go with the rose. And yeah, this is a really unique colour actually, because you think of rose gold, don't you? But this is like rose silver. So you can see.
I see what you mean, yes it is.
It kind of has got more of a silver tone to it. I'll put them all down and then I'll give them a little blow about. And then let's pop. I don't want them running into each other. All right, then we've got sterling. Good shake.
And again, you can only use these on the Yupo paper, yeah?
On any slick surface, yeah. But you definitely want to be using them with the alcohol blending solution,
right?
Because you need that to sort of bind the sort of. Now this is the one that's really. This is foundry, and it's more of a yeah. You're right, mercury. Whereas that one's like silver.
Yeah.
And of course you can come in and move the colour around, and it kind of, particularly on top of a colour, you do get. Yeah, look at that one. Oh. And then there's the.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Around. It's stunning. Those two are almost a bit too dry. Let's pop a little bit more. But yeah, it's absolutely breathtakingly pretty.
And you do get surprisingly quite a lot in the bottle.
You do, because you're only using a couple of drops at a time.
It's 14 ml in there.
They're going to last. Well, I mean, I've had some of these for years in my stash. There we go.
And then you to us, we haven't done these before, have we?
No, we haven't. As far as I know, we haven't had alcohol inks on before. So that's your colour options for the alloys. So you can see them in real life. Now, the other thing we've got on the show that I was going to show you is the lift-off, because we didn't get a chance to look at this earlier.
Okay.
Let's pop that to one side. Now, if I come back to that card I started before, lift-off is exactly as it says. It's going to lift the alcohol ink off your surface. So with the ink pad, you can come in and stamp on it.
Yep.
And it will, almost like a bleached effect, it will lift the colour. Now, the re-inker, you can re-ink your ink pad with, obviously. But on its own, you can use it through a stencil to get that bleached effect.
Okay.
And actually, stamping and lifting off, of course, you're only really lifting off quite fine, detailed areas, depending on what stamp you use. I think you get a more dramatic effect through a stencil, actually. And on camera, I think it will show better. So I've got a stencil to show you this technique. So all I'm going to do is pop a bit of this re-inker on my glass mat. Just a little, tiny little bit, really.
Now, the Lift It ink pad and the refill is only £10.99, so...
And I'm going to use my felt pad. I've put a clean one on. And I'm going to pop my stencil over. and I'm just going to kind of smush it through, just in a little area.
Okay.
Just through the stencil, and then I'm going to lift that stencil up, and then I'm going to come in with a piece of kitchen towel. Let that sit for just a second, and then we're going to go over, and you'll see the colour.
Oh, okay, it's lifting it off.
So keep dabbing and keep sort of moving around your kitchen towel so you're not kind of moving the ink around, but it's just lifting that alcohol ink off. It's quite subtle.
Yeah, you can definitely see it though.
And that's why I think it kind of, you get a more noticeable effect through a stencil, I think, than stamping with it. But play around, and it kind of depends what stamp you use as well. And then once you feel you've kind of got it off, you can give it a good buff.
If I just lift that up to the camera.
You've got a lovely sort of...
you have a little look there at the camera.
Like a watermark, really, isn't it?
There you go. See? Isn't that amazing?
It's cool, isn't it?
Another effect that the lift off can create.
Another technique, yeah.
All stemming from alcohol inks from Tim Holtz and Ranger. If it's something that you've never tried before, this is exciting. It's new, it's vibrant, it's quite modern and quite contemporary. You'll get different results every time you use the alcohol inks, definitely. And today we've got pick and mixes of either the alloys or the pearlescent or the alcohol inks. And then we've also got a starter bundle that's been put together by Ranger for us as well, which gives you the applicator pads, it gives you the tools, it also gives you, of course, the Upo paper as well. And all of that is $39.99, and it's a good base to get started because you get, of course, the three core colours are the blue, the red and the yellow. Then you get the gold in there as well, and you get the alcohol blending solution too, which you do need for the alloy, which is the gold one.
Yeah.
And then you can maybe, what I tend to do is go for the starter bundle and then maybe choose 3 more colours.
Add in maybe a few more colours, yeah. Because you've got your sort of primaries there, haven't you, which is a really good starting point. Because, of course, they do, as they go onto your card, they do blend together and give you other colours. So having the primaries is a really good starting point because you can kind of mix, you know, from those you'll get a green effect when you put the blue and the yellow next to each other. So
now also the panels, which if you're thinking, okay, what am I going to make with these? What am I going to do with them when I've done my masterpiece? Well, these are going to give you Upo mounted boards. So you've got basically 3 of each of these shapes I'm about to show you. So they are perfect for coasters. Maybe you want to get a couple of sets of these. So you've got a set of 6 of the coasters.
Yeah.
Then you've got the different squares. You've got the 8x8, 6x6 and 4x4, all coated with the Upo. Then you've got this size, which is
your 5x7.
5x7s, kind of photograph size.
It's a nice size for displaying.
Exactly. And then finally, you've got the biggest one, which is the 8x10, the 5x7 and the 4x6. And so you're going to get basically 3, 6, 9, 12 panels pre-coated with the Upo that will take your alcohol inks and your alloys and your pearlescents brilliantly, okay? And that's only £16, $16.49 was it? $16.99 for all of that. Should be $20.45, so under £17, you've got all of those. That's what you're going to use now, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought we'll use one of those. I think we're ready for a masterpiece now. We've had a little practice.
Okay.
So let's do a bit of a rainbow.
Okay.
Because I've got the 5x7, so this is a nice sort of portrait size to maybe do a bit of a rainbow on. So I'm going to start off just with the alcohol inks, so I can just use my inexpensive surgical spirit rather than my blending solution. And I'm starting at the top with some of the crimson. So I'm just going to put a few dots of that just along the top, like so.
Could you actually paint it on if you wanted to?
Yes, you definitely could. As I say, I keep one set of paint brushes just for using with alcohol. And you can move the colour around with your brush if you want to be, you know, if you want to be quite precise. Okay. You don't always have to use the blower. Kind of depends what look you want. See, I like the sort of hard lines you get with the blower. And you can be quite precise with the blower as well. So that's my first colour. So that's quite nice.
Yep.
And where you come in with the air, it kind of moves it, and you get nice harsh lines.
It sort of reminds me of some of the patterns you sometimes see on modern ceramics, like on plates and things.
It does,
like that.
doesn't it? And of course you can tilt it and move the colour around if you want to.
So you can let it dribble if you want to.
You can let it dribble about. So let's come in with a yellow next. So I'm just going to add a bit more of this. Now this, you can see where the overspray is hitting the top. I'm getting all that separation, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So we'll have a bit of yellow, and I'm going to let that blend into the red a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Get a lovely orange.
Get a nice in between, yeah. We'll get some nice in between shades there. And I'm going to move some of that red down so that it mixes a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like so.
I'm thinking volcanoes and lava now.
It does look very sort of volcanic. Now at this point, if you want to add some pearls as you go, I quite like overlaying a similar pearl colour over the top.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that. So let's get, have I got a yellow pearl? Let's do a bit of yellow pearl. So because I need the blending solution for this, otherwise it won't stick, I can just add a few dots of that. Don't know where my small bottle's gone. So many bottles here. So I can just add a little bit of blending solution where I'm going to drop the pearl. So let's just put a bit there and a bit up there.
Right. The blending solution always goes down first.
Yes, if you're using the pearl. And then you can just drop it in and it will disperse beautifully. And then you can move it from there. Once you've just got a bit of alcohol blending solution, that will make sure that sort of binds to it. And then you can move it around.
Well, the big version of the blending solution is only £7.49. That's a whole 2-ounce bottle of it, if you know you want that. MAPQ61.
So let's add a little bit more. And I love the way that, look at the overspray. Let's go with a green next. So I'm going in just with alcohol ink now again.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll dot that over. This is botanical.
Okay.
And again, I'm going to do a bit of mixing it in. It'll blend nicely with that yellow. And you'll find that the pearlescent sort of spreads quite nicely all over, really. And got these lovely dramatic lines appearing. That's really pretty, isn't it? So green, let's go on to blue. I'm going to stick with just the alcohol inks at the moment, and we'll add a bit of more pearl in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want this overspray, I like it because I think it's really cool. You can just drop, put some of the alcohol just in a little drop bottle and drop it on. But I do like the, I like it to keep moving.
The colour is just electrifying. It really is, and the overall effect when it's dried is amazing. And if people come around to your house and they comment on your artwork that you've got hung on the wall, and you say, "Well, I did that."
I did that.
Really?
Yeah, and this is a good one as well. I think to do with kids, it's quite fun, isn't it?
It's the sort of thing that I'd be drawn to, and if I went to an art gallery or a shop that sold, original art or something, it's what I'd be tempted in getting.
I like this kind of abstract. Now I think we need some more pearls again, don't we? So let's find a bluey pearl. This is Tranquil. So I'm going to give it a shake to get those pearlescent powder moving. And then a few drops of alcohol blending solution just where I'm going to drop the blue in. Look at that. That's going to look lovely on the green.
It's so cool. It really is.
It's really cool, isn't it?
And this is one of the plaques, the hardcore art panel that you're going to be getting if you go for those. They were really affordable to get 12 of them for £16 odd.
They are. They really are. And of course, these backgrounds, if you are more of a sort of paper crafter, this would be a great background. You could put a stamped image, fuss and cut a stamped image, and just use this as a background. I'm kind of thinking of something like one of Tracy Hayes' characters or something like that would look cool.
It's making me think now, that's maybe the sea, that's maybe the ground or forest, and that's maybe a sunset or maybe even fire.
Yes.
Maybe a volcano erupting or something like that.
So we're going to come in at the bottom now. I'm going to give it a nice good bit of alcohol, and I'm coming in with a nice purple. And actually we could even go into pink, couldn't we? Purple then pink. Should we do it more? Let's do a bit of raspberry at the bottom and mix those two together a little bit. And then we'll add a little bit. We're going to come in at the end and we'll add some of the alloys. So that's really cool. And if you don't like anything at any point, you can always add a lot more alcohol and wipe it off.
Or move it around.
Really, or literally, you know, if you felt that purple was a bit too overpowering, add a bit more alcohol and blast it off the edge.
Right.
Like so, to lighten it up.
And if you do blast it off the edge, you just wipe it away with a tissue?
Just wipe it away with a tissue off your mat. I work on a glass mat because it's really easy to clean. I can just come in with a bit of hand sanitizer. But I like... And also when you do blast it off the edge, you get some quite cool lines forming. That looks like the sea, really, doesn't it?
You do. OK. Well, it's been a really exciting hour, and you've loved everything that we've shown you today, which is amazing. This is the second hour of the alcohol inks from Ranger through Tim Holtz, of course, that icon. Now, if you've never given alcohol inks a go, maybe you've got alcohol ink pens. Well, this is literally the neat ink in a bottle that you can just drip onto Yupo paper. We've got Yupo paper in the show where you can get lots of different sizes. You can trim it down to whatever size you want. And one side is kind of a matte finish and the other side is a smooth coated surface. That's the surface you put the alcohol ink onto and use, of course. Now, the rule is that with the alcohol ink, you just need surgical spirit to use with it. So most of us have got that, I'm sure, at home. If you haven't, you can get it from your local chemist or Boots in the high street or whatever. But with the others, the alloys and the pearlescent, you will need, of course, the alcohol blending solution that you get one small bottle of in the starter collection, or we do a larger bottle of it as well. It won't work without that, OK? So that's the starter kit, which is going to give you 3 colours of the alcohol ink. It's also going to give you the gold version of the alloy and the alcohol blending ink and the Yupo paper and your blending tools as well with the felt discs. So that is at $39.99, a great affordable way of really having so much fun with this. And that is CNPQ37. Now, the alcohol inks themselves, they're available on a 3 offer, any 3 for $12.93. We've also got the alcohol ink Pearl, any 3 for $15.98. And we've got the alcohol ink alloys, any 2 for £12.47. They're all on the website, so you can cherry pick which ones you want, whether you want 3s or 6s or whatever. And if you are a little bit kind of confused about the way to choose it on the website, just call the call centre and say, I want 3 of those or whatever, and they will sort it for you. 0800 001 4433. Sharon, thank you.
Thank you.
I've got the last hour with you, just you and me, until 9 o'clock tonight, because we've got a clearance hour. The prices and everything will be on the website for 1 hour only. At 9 o'clock, any deals, any prices that we're going to do will go back up. So you've got to take advantage of what we've got in the show. We've got 60 items to get through. I'll do my best to get through as many as possible. A lot of it's just show and tell. Take your chance. Get on the website. Can they shop ahead, Ben? Not yet, but when we join at 8 o'clock, when we go on live, everything will be on the website, OK? So it's a clearance show. It's going to be fast. It's going to be exciting and fun, and you're going to see some amazing things after a short break. Thank you.
Thank you.
The 1980s, best known for neon fashion, spandex, iconic music, mixtapes and the Walkman. Frankie told us to relax. Rubik's Cubes released. Puns, mullets, crimping. Standing up to change TV channels. But relax. Now you don't have to stand up to change TV channels. And we hope you will stay tuned. Because beyond the leg warmers and synthesizers, the 80s also brought us our leopard print-loving Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, who is turning 40 this month. And we are going to party like it's 1984. And it wouldn't be a party without you. So join us in celebration for Anne-Marie's birthday and deals you will not want to miss. You're gonna have a ruddy good time.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Pick one. I'm not a breakfast person. I've had coffee, a lot of coffee, but I do have my liquid all sorts. Invisibility, definitely. I just want to be nosy and find out what people are doing behind closed doors. That sounds weird, doesn't it? Cats. I've got a lovely cat, but she has a cat flap in the window where she can come into here as well. Oh, goodness, I can't sing. I won't do karaoke because I'm that bad. What do I put in a toaster? Bread. Rum and raisin. HobbyMaker. HobbyMaker, I see, when I see from HobbyMaker from the outside, I see it as a family. I see it as a really inclusive environment, and I feel that it's like a home. And I'm looking forward to seeing it from the inside.
Hiya, good evening everyone. It's our last live hour of the day. We're HobbyMaker. I'm Dave with you till 9 o'clock tonight, and this hour is going to be a bit fraught and fast. I apologise in advance because we've got about 60 items in the show that we need to get in. We'll do as many as we can. A lot of them are going to ridiculous prices because this is nothing short of a clearance, okay? Basically, our warehouse isn't very big. The guys in the warehouse told Liam, you've got to clear stock to make way for new deliveries that are coming in the next few weeks. So we have to make space. So a lot of these things are going to new lows, and the prices are only valid until 9 o'clock tonight. It's a 1 hour offer. It's not up to midnight. At 9 o'clock, anything left, prices will go back up. So we've got things for cricket lovers. We've got things for Sizzix lovers. We've got things for crayon lovers. We've got We Are Makers. We've got Caesar. We've got all sorts coming up. First thing I want to show you, though, is what's in this box. Now, this is going to take me a second or two to show you. This is a Cricut essential bundle, okay? Now, if you've got a Cricut machine, all of these things, if you haven't got them, you're going to need them. You've got the trimmer from Cricut. $69.95 is your discounted price. It should be $149.99. You're going to get 3 new cutting plates for your Cricut or cutting mats. You've got the light grip, you've got the standard grip, and you've got the strong grip, okay? You're also going to get your True Control knife, craft knife. You're going to get your basic tool sets. Now, if you go on our website, everything is loaded, or will be, as we go through the show, and all the prices will show as the lowest price, okay? So you've only got until 9 o'clock to check out these prices. You've got the scissors, you've got the smoothing tool, you've got your pickers, your tweezers and your lifter-upper tools there as well. You've got a roll of your transfer cricket tape, your transfer film. That's there. You get another roll of your Strong Bond Everyday Iron-On vinyl in red. You get another roll of your iron-on vinyl in black. Now that is 12 inches by 24 on both of those. All of that should be £145. At the moment, if you're quick, you can have the whole lot for $69.95. We're now at single figure stock on this. So cricket fans, cricket lovers, please get this as quickly as you can. It is under £70, and because it's over 50, it's on two-way split pay, okay? IQ 7191. IQ 7191 is your item number there. Now, next we've got, now this is right up my street, this actually. You know the Sizzix stamping platform? That is the award-winning Sizzix stamping platform, the one that becomes a fantastic stencil tool, as well as the stamp and spin tool that you can buy to go with it as well. This is the stamping platform itself, the award-winning stamping platform from Frankfurt's Craft Expo last year. This has got your grippy sticky mat inside it. You're also going to get an extra set of 5 of these. So basically you've got 6 of the grippy strippy mats. So these mean you don't have to use magnets anymore at all. It will grip onto your cardstock. It will grip onto everything, and it's not going to move around at all. You're going to get that. You're also going to get these, which are your stencil converters. So in other words, the stencils obviously fit onto the stencil template that's inside the box, but these are converters that will allow you to convert your existing stencils that aren't Sizzix to work with that tool. And as well as that, you're going to get your smooth cardstock. You've got how many sheets here? 60 sheets of Sizzix smooth cardstock, perfect for stamping as well. Today, it's $59.99. It should be $85.96. If you want to get that award-winning stamping platform, everybody's raving about it, everybody wants it, and there are going to be new tools in the future that will work with it, of course, as well. What a deal that is. That's also on split pay. Very limited on this. We've only literally got a handful of these. $29.99 today on split pay, $29.99 in 4 weeks' time. SGXC26. You hopefully know when you see these, you know what you want and you want to go for it. Okay, next we've got literally one of these. We haven't even taken it out of the box, haven't got enough time to do that. If you love your transfers, if you love your heat transfers, maybe you heat transfer onto bags, onto T-shirts and that sort of thing as well. Maybe you've seen the Caesar shows before. This reminds me of the T-shirt transfer machines that you used to go when you were a kid. You go to the T-shirt shop and you'd order a transfer, they'd do it for you while you waited. This is a professional heating press that delivers pressure. It's got a time and a temperature thermostatic control as well. So when you're transferring what you've cut in your vinyl onto your T-shirts or your bags or whatever, you can take advantage of the pressure and the accuracy of temperature. Now, we've only got one of these. It always sells at £420. It's on two-way split pay of $210, but the first person already, 4 or 5 of you want this. There's one, so I'm going to move on. I'll let you know when the person that gets and checks this out. Congratulations and good luck. Don't think that things have sold out. We just have to get as much in as we possibly can in this show. Now, number 4. Thank you to Kat, my floor manager, who's labelled everything for me. She's been a diamond, because otherwise I wouldn't have a clue where to go. Okay, now what you've got next for you is your Brother Calligraphy pen set, okay? Now, if you love the art of calligraphy, maybe you're great at writing, that sort of thing, this is, of course, a calligraphy pen set that can go into your Brother Scan and Cut and use in the drawing mode, or you can use it, of course, purely by hand. It's entirely up to you. So a calligraphy pen set should be $32.99. You have got all 4 of these with different designed nibs for just £29.99. There are loads of you shopping ahead, looking at what's on the website, looking at what's on the app. Take advantage. You can shop before me. If things sell out before I get there, I'll just skip on. So this hour is only these prices for this hour. At 9, they go back, okay, at the stroke of 9. MLB 8285. So for your scan and cut, so now you can draw in fancy styles and so on. There's different types of nib on here, basically. You've got a 3.5mm nib, a couple of those. I don't think I've got time to take them out, but basically you've got a grey, a red, a blue, and 2 blacks, of course, as well. If you want those for your brother scan and cut, $29.99 for all 4, down from £33 and a few pence. Okay, now number 5. This. Are you a fan of Eileen Hull? The lovely Eileen Hull visited us a few months ago. She came all the way from the States. People came to visit her here to say hi because they were big fans. What Eileen does is she brings you amazing Bigs dies. So these are going to go through your big shot machines. They're going to go through your Spellbinders Platinum machine, of course, as well. But these have got the concealed blades in them that basically create these shapes, which allow you then to make these boxes. Now, this particular die, let me just double check. Yeah, this should be $41.99. Today, it's gone down to $29.99 to make these 3D boxes. This could be a jewellery box, it could be a trinket box, it could be a key box by the side of your cabinet or bed or whatever. But this is going to give you all the panels that you can cut out from cardstock or grey board, because when it's a big die like this, it can cut through really solid materials without any trouble at all. $29.99 down from $41.99. Grab it if you want it, MLB285. When it's gone, it's gone. How many of these have we got? We've got about 12 of them. First 12 people through will get this at the reduced price. We're just clearing the decks, making way for new things in the next few weeks. Right, now, item number 6. Would you like a wavy blade for your cricket machine? It's basically a blade, sharp as you like, but it's got a slight curve to it. So when it's doing the cutting, it will give you a wavy edge. Now, this is $44.99. It's down to £29.99. If you've never or didn't even realise that a wavy blade was available for your cricket, you're going to get the housing, then the wavy blade tip as well. £29.99 saves you about £15 off the price. If you know that's something you'd like and you've never had one before, but you've got a cricket machine, it's only for cricket machines though, this, cricket branded, it's under £30, SI 7195. Right, now, Hemi. Sharon, who was here a few minutes ago, she is a real kind of an advocate for Hemi with the gouache paints and so on. Well, Hemi also bring amazing quality watercolour paint sets as well. What you've got here is a very clever, it's like an egg in its shape. But what you've got inside this egg, if you lift the lid, you've then got a palette of top Hemi quality watercolours. You see she's labelled it number 7 for me, bless her, so I know what's what. So you've got a water brush in there. You've probably seen these before on previous shows. You've got all of your watercolour paints in there as well, a mixing palette too, and it comes in this egg-shaped cartridge. You've got all these colours that you can see here, so white, lemon, yellow, dark red, sea blue, burnt amber, all of those, and it's a brilliant gift idea. Now, this should be $34.99. Today you can have a £5 off it, which more than covers your P&P for the whole day. This is $29.99 while stocks last. We've only got about 12 of these, I believe, as well. So all of these items that we've got in here, we can't justify spending much time on anything because everything is fairly low in stock. Shop ahead, lots of you are, at hobbymaker.com or on the app. You can see everything that's in the show as well. I believe all the prices have dropped, haven't they? Is that right? Yeah, they have all dropped. So all of the prices you see on the website, normally you see the high price until we drop it. We've dropped everything. But those prices are only accurate until 9 o'clock tonight. Oh, yeah. Have a look at the web. Yeah, let's have a look. So here it is. Everything is there. Is that heat press still there? Has anyone checked out on that yet? Because I know lots of you put it in your basket earlier on. That's everything. It's all there. It's the next person to check out on the heat press will get the last one that we have in stock. Maybe a long time before we get them back. We've got the Boyer crayons. We've got butterfly dies from Jenna Rushworth there, Bigs dies. So it's all there. There's 60 items. And there are some items that are already heading towards a sellout before we even get to them. If we do sell out before we get there, we won't even mention it. So shop on the web, have the telly on, have your app open, have the website open on your PC, and get those things that otherwise you're going to miss out on. And we've got thin knit dies from Sizzix at crazy prices, $11.99 for that floral wreath. Amazing. Okay, now what about stone resin? Now this is going to make you 2 coasters. You've got everything in here that you need to make this. You don't need expensive machinery or anything like that. You've basically got the resin, the powder, and, of course, everything that you need to mix it together. And you've got the silicone mask or the silicone mould, which creates the actual shape of the coaster. So you have got, for $14.99, the stone resin, looks like real stone, and it really, really does, the coaster starter kit. Everything you need to make wonderful coasters. Maybe you want to go for 2 of these, so you've got 4 coasters on a coffee table or something like that. Now, they would normally be $24.99 each. You don't need a kiln or anything like that. It just basically dries in air. You can, of course, add different patterns and colours to it, using, of course, the stirring, what do you call it, like the lollipop sticks, that sort of thing too. So everything you need to make 2 coasters, $24.99. Today it's $14.99, £10 off. Go for a couple of those if you want a set of 4, JR4623. This is all while stocks last, or until 9 o'clock. That was item number 8. Item number 9, Boya. You've got to do that when you say Boya. That's the law. Boya. Now, Boya crayons are incredible. You have got, I know we did a whole Boya crayon show on this, and I know Rosie is a massive fan of them. These are amazing. These are so user-friendly. Just start drawing with them. There's no rules. They're natural. They are also not going to come off on your fingers. They're very ergonomically designed, and they self-sharpen when you're using them as well. And the quality and the intensity of the quality of these Boya crayons is nothing short of magical. Now, these should be, they are a price because they're a top quality product. They really, really are. They are £62 normally and sold very, very well at that price. Look at the sort of art you can do with this, because this is just one of the black crayons, but because they're ergonomic, they're rather like the shape of the Crafter's Companion ink pads, the kind of like the comma. They're really, really ergonomic, and they're so brilliant to actually draw with and sketch with. And they self-sharpen as you go. You've got a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 in there. And you get a couple of the metallics as well, 3 metallics actually. You've got a gold, a silver, and a bronze in the bottom. And if I just show you, let me just show you the shape of them. Look at the shape of them, and you'll see they're just like a comma. So they sit in the palm of the hand brilliantly. You can use the wider surface area for larger jobs. You can, of course, do very precise, pointed artwork, but they don't come off on your fingers and hands at all. They're top quality designer crayons. Today you've got them at the sale price, clearance price of $49.99. See, some of these things that our team, like Andy and Scott and Liam, over the years, we've been here 2.5 years now, sometimes they go to trade fairs like in Frankfurt, they go abroad to America, source things that we have to literally import and have in our warehouse. Most of our great guests that come here actually send direct from their premises. They've got warehouses themselves, like Crafter's Companion and Hunky Dory. They dispatch straight away. But things that we choose to buy in ourselves are in our warehouse. We've got to make way for new things. We've got 5 left. The next 5 people to check out on this will be lucky. You're saving, what was it? £62 out of $49.99, so £12 off if you're quick. We've only got literally 5 left of those now. That was number 9, number 10. Okay, more dies. So this is a Biggs die. So again, it's suitable for all of you that have got your big shop machines and also the Spellbinders Platinum. This is a butterfly Biggs die. So this is going to cut fabric, it's going to cut grey board, it's going to cut all sorts of things. Jenna is the designer of this. Normally, the price of this would be $28.99. $28.99. Today, you've got this die for $19.99, and it will cut 2 butterflies in one go. Butterfly at the top, and then the larger butterfly at the bottom. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing like a plique and that sort of thing, perfect. If you're just adding maybe a felt butterfly onto a bag or onto a T-shirt or something like that, or indeed for home decor. $19.99, be quick if you want that one. KY1S30 is the item there. Now, number 11, this is so I don't get confused, been put in a bag for me because it's multiple dies here from Sizzix. Now, this normally will be $49.97. And what you've got here, you've got an amazing stencil, or stencil set. And these are the stencils that work on the stamping platform that I showed you a few minutes ago. Because what you've got here is a 1, 2, 3, 4-step stencil. So in other words, using stencil 1, choose a colour. Go to stencil 2, choose another colour, stencil 3, and you layer it using the stamping platform we showed you before, and you end up with this fantastic Winter Wishes finished image in all these different colourways. So that is the first thing that you're going to be getting. So that's a 4-part multi-layered stencil. You're also going to get this, which is your Winter Wishes die. So that's going to fit in the middle of that beautiful wreath beautifully. So there's your Winter Wishes, and it's the die for the actual wreath. and it's, of course, the die for the sentiment in the middle, all the other embellishments as well. That's in there from Jen Long. She's a designer. And then you've got your three-dimensional embossing folder. So it all ties in together beautifully with the winter wishes. Now, $34.99 is your price. Should have been $49.97. You've got nearly a £15 saving if you want to go for all of those three things. All similar, but all different techniques. Stenciling, embossing, and die cutting as well. There we go. We'll leave that there for you. US XC24. Number 12. This is going to fly. This is absolutely going to fly. Look at this. Normally $29.99. Today, Sizzix amazing designer cardstock. The pattern papers from Sizzix, $17.99, £12 off. And you've got a total of 80 sheets in here. Now, this has been sealed, so I'm not going to kind of be able to flip through it, but I'll flick through the bottom for you. There we go. Take a little look. There we go. Let me go back again. There we go. Look, double-sided papers. Fa la 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 la, that says. You've got funky colourways. Plain on the back, patterned on the front. 80 sheets. This is flying at $17.99. You know quality when it comes to Sizzix. It's just top quality and really funky patterns as well. So many of these in baskets now. Normally $29.99 today, just £17.99 for that is a wodge of paper. Keep coming through, check out your baskets, I'll let you know. We'll try and let you know if things sell out. Keeping a track of 60 items, it's a bit difficult. But UP1S16, if it says sold out, I'm sorry, we tried to warn you. Okay, number 13. Now, another crafting technique. This should be £31.99. This is a creative kit. So if you want to start a new hobby, macrame is fantastic. Now, this is your macrame dream catcher. Yeah. Suitable for a beginner. You've got all the elements inside it that you need. So here you've got your embroidery hoops and your various different hoops and rings and stuff that you connect with the yarn that you've got there as well. And it's got all the instructional techniques. You've even got, if you look here, you've actually got a little QR code which has got a full online tutorial. So it's like a free workshop of how to put it together. But to give the gift of a dream catcher, let the good dreams through, catch the bad ones, trap them, it's a fantastic idea. That should be $31.99. Today you've got it for £19.99. That is a saving of £12 off the price, okay? Right, now, the next products I've got for you, that's item 13. This is item 14. Now, bearing in mind how much you love the Sizzix pad, the pattern paper pad I showed you a few minutes ago, take a little look at this. This should be £22.99. You've got 20 different colourways in this Sizzix bundle, 20 colours, and you get 4 of each. So there's 80 sheets in total. It's called Services. GSM on this, you're looking at, where's the GSM? It's on the back here normally. 216. So £80 if you're in America. We can ship to America anything in the show, by the way, if you're watching these thinking, can I order it? Yes, you can, because it's coming from our warehouse direct to you, all of this. £80 in weight in America, 216 GSM. So many in baskets, $16.99. The next 11 people to check out will be lucky. None of these have got massive quantities. That's why we're quite quick on this show, because we've got a few of everything. We can't spend too much time on anything. It's just a case of grab what you want when we've got it. The website's your best friend for getting in quickly. Now, the next one. We've got 2, that's all. Now, Carla demonstrates this. I haven't got time to get it out to show you, but this is what they call the button press. Now, this is actually $109.99 normally. We've got it on a special tonight of $79.99. Basically, Americans call badges buttons. We call badges badges. So this is a badge creator. You can create a badge out of anything. You've got the metal backs. You've got, of course, the plastic domes on the front, and then you can choose what you actually want to cut to make into a badge. So you can keep on making loads and loads of badges. I'll take you around the back there so you can see exactly what you're going to be getting. They're really good fun. We've got 2 of them, that's all. And at $79.99, we've discounted that price massively. CK4614. Again, can't even have time to take it out the box. Good luck. Number 16. This is one of my favourite things from Stacey Park. Look at this. Stacey came over to join us in the UK last year, or this year. Was it this year? Yeah, it was this year. And this is one of my favourite things that she's done. This is a die set. It's called your season's greetings, but this is an amazing, like an exploding star. I mean, obviously she's done it in blues and greens there, but you can do this in all sorts of funky psychedelic colours if you wish to. But it's a fantastic panel and quite a contemporary Christmas, really. But it doesn't have to be Christmas. It's a star. So it could be, I don't know, a boy in your family that's passed a football test or something like that and is a star, or loves music and is performing as a star. But you can make it Christmas if you want to. We've got a few of these. It's $14.99 and it's down from $19.99, so 25% discount. We've got literally, how many of these have we got? 13. 13 available, and it's an instant card, really. But you paper piece with it so easily. It's so fun. So Stacey Park, from her, $14.99, 25% discount, QK1S15. 17. Now, this is brilliant for your quilters. So if you're a Sewing Street fan, or maybe you're just thinking, I like the shape of this. This is actually a tumbler. And what it gives you is the shape of like a terracotta pot or a vase, something like that. It's a big die as well, so this is going to do multiple layers of cotton and fabric if you want to use it like that. Turn it round the back, but you've got lots of ideas about layouts. Imagine that as a pattern quilt. How cool is that? And then you can, of course, use it as a plant pot as well if you want to. Cut it out of cardstock or grey card if you want to. But certainly from a fabric point of view, you've got the positive and the negative. You can make fantastic quilted patterns with that. $14.99, and that is down from $17.99, £3 off. LP1S36. Lots of you shopping ahead of us on the website. Number 18, over here. Now, why this is here, I don't know. I'll be honest, I do not know. This should be $44.99. Now, this was on one of our sister channels a little while ago. My dad, I'm thinking of my dad for this because he loves sitting and watching the wildlife out the window. Here you've got a bird feeder. Random, I know. Now, this should be $44.99. It used to be on our sister channel, Gems, I think. They had like a gardening special with one of the presenters that used to present it. And Amelia, that's right. She had her own kind of gardening brand and range. Yeah, the Flourish. It was Flourish, wasn't it? Yeah, Flourish, because we've actually got like a spade and a fork set in the show in a second as well. I know it's nothing to do with crafting, but if you want a bird feeder and you want one that's actually metal, and usually bird feeders are rather kind of ugly plastic things, or can be, $44.99 normally. It's yours today for £19.99. Yeah, feed the little fellas when they come in your garden. Really, really well made, actually. $19.99, and it's yours today. I know it's a bit random, but it's in the show. We're making clearance in our warehouse. That happened to slip through. Right, now number 19. This is another cricket, I think. Number 19. Is it cricket? Yeah. It's a cricket everything bundle. Right. There we go. Now, this has always been £129. And it's always sold incredibly quickly at that price as well. Now, we've got one of these. Really? This is all we've got. Now, it's a little bit like the first set we had in that you've got your tools. So you've got your picking tools, you've got your spatula, you've got your smoother, you've got your scissors there as well. You've got the cricket scorer, sorry, not scorer, your trimmer. So trimming all your vinyl, that sort of thing, perfect for that too. Then we go deeper into the box because this is literally a jamboree of, you've got Strong Bond adhesive foil in red and blue. You've got Strong Bond Everyday Iron-On in red. You're going to get black. You're going to get your transfer film. You're going to get your chalkboard vinyl in there as well. As well as that, you're going to get your dry erase vinyl. You're going to get your tube of your stencil vinyl, make your own stencils. Then you've got cricket cardstock. Then you've got a craft knife. Then you've got your scoring stylus. You've got, this just goes on and on, the glitter cardstock for your cricket cutter. What else is there? This is the box that keeps on giving. What's that under there? Can't see this. Oh, foil poster board. Yeah, you get loads of sheets of that as well. 10 sheets, 2 of each colour. Lovely, 20 sheets in total. There's your glitter card. Then we go on to replacement mats, your low tack, medium tack, high tack. And you've also got your cricket pens in there as well, your gel pens as well. So all of this, what should the price be on this one, Ben? It's always been a great deal at $129.99. We've got one. If you want it, it's in our warehouse now, but we only have one. You've got to be quick if you want it. Moving on. Sorry. Thanks, Kat. She's cursing me. Right. Now, what's next? Item 20. Okay, this is your Sizzix sculpting foam. So in other words, this is foam to make your flowers. So you can use your ball tools, you can use your heat tools as well. But yeah, all these foam sheets that you can see here should have been $14.99. Today you can have your flower forming foam, I suppose you'd call it, 5 sheets of it for just £11.99. So if you love making your flowers out of foam, you can die cut it. We've got about half an hour left of these deals. If I don't get through all 60 items, they're all on the website now for you, all at the drop prices, okay? Right, up to number 21. Now, this is going to fly. 14 dies. This has been flying. We saw this on a little preview when we looked at the website earlier on. This is from Sizzix, one of my favourites, actually, from Tim Holtz. It's the Funky Floral Wreath at $17.99. Tonight, all of those dies, and there are lots of them in there, are yours for just $11.99. What Tim does is he gives you all the elements separately, so you can build your wreath however you wish. $11.99 down from $17.99, £6 off, and 1 P&P per day with us every day, TB1S73. That's still available, but it's going quickly. Right, we've got more in baskets on that than we actually have stock, so I hope you get it. Now, permanent premium vinyl from Cricut. You've got, this is, how many sheets do we get here? Yes, 12, yeah, you get 12 by 12, it's rainbow, and you get 20 of them, I believe. And this is the PVP, so this is vinyl that you can cut, of course, on your Cricut machine and then turn into whatever you wish. So you get 20 sheets in there, different colourways. Can't open it, but there's lots in there. And it's all adhesive, of course, as well on the back. So 20 sheets of that, £1 a sheet it works out to. QR7182 is your item number. Right, there's the website. That's what it looks like. You get all those colours. Fantastic. And, yeah, run them through your Cricut. They'll cut like a dream. Single figure stock on that now at £19.99. Right, 23. More thinlits from Tim Holtz. Here we've got, look at this, to make your own little pockets. Now, this would be normally $25.99, and this, if you've got maybe, if you've got your fantastic memory books and journals, that sort of thing, scrapbooking, of course, as well, you've got these brilliant wallets into which you can put the tags. Now, that could be a gift tag, it could be a HobbyMaker gift card, anything like that. You've got your ticket dies as well. You've got also your little tag dies there too. So this is lovely. When you want to make journals and all those sort of things, really more interesting. So you've got things that you can open and things that you can turn over, things that have got tags on them. This is $17.99 and it's normally $25.99. So while we have the stock, this is in the warehouse ready to go. When it sells out, that will be it. Price goes up back to where it should be in half an hour at 9 o'clock. Now, I mentioned the button press earlier on, which is basically the badge maker. This is another aspect to it from American Crafts. This is from We Are Makers. These are basically, you get 14 puffy stickers. Now what these do, you can see on the back here, they work with the button press. You've got these plastic, they're like, I think they call them like plastic blisters, but basically they make puffy stickers, okay? So you can make a total of 14 of them. And they are $12.99 if you want those today, if you've already got the button press and you want to make some more puffy stickers and you're running out of them. So that should be normally $24.99, so that's half price virtually. Be quick if you want it. We've got 13 of those in stock, and that is it. Now, I mentioned before, what was the name of the presenter that did the gardening? Was it? Amelia. I met her a few times. I don't think she's here anymore, and that's probably why these are in the sale tonight in the clearance. Her passion was gardening. We have got stainless steel trowel and fork here. I know it's nothing to do with, well, it's hobbies. Gardening is hobby, so that qualifies. Yeah. $19.99 for stainless steel and wooden handle too. Really good quality. Yeah, they are really good quality, actually. And we literally have one of these left now. The next person to check out, I know it's frustrating if you miss something, JNQS29 is your item number. Should be $36.99, $19.99, a tenner each. And great, maybe Christmas gift idea. Right, now, 26. This is from Lisa Jones. Not Lisa Horton, she's not here yet. although her fantastic range is on our website if you want to check that out. Lisa's coming at the end of the month, can't wait to see her again. But this is Lisa Jones Designs, again from Sizzix. These are the geo frames and borders. $25.99. They today are $17.99. Apologies for the little tags, just so I know what number we're at. So you get a lot in there for your money, making fantastic kind of sunshines, quite Aztec-y these. Under £18, TY1S89 is your item number if you want that one. Next one, 27. This is from Jen Long. Already lots of you found this on the website. Happy birthday to you. $11.99 normally. Today, $7.99. Another great purchase from Sizzix. £4 off. Virtually paying your postage for the whole day. And it's nice to actually have that happy birthday to you. Normally it's just happy birthday, isn't it? So OC1S54. Right, following my list. Floral Rounds by Lisa Jones. If you loved that wreath earlier on, you're going to love this, because this is a little bit different but very, very popular. Lisa's done a great job with this because she's giving you the open artwork of the flowers. And then if you want to do paper piecing with that, it just lends itself to that brilliantly. This is normally $16.99. Today, you've got it for £9.99, purely because all the stock from Sizzix gets sent from our warehouse. We're making way for new things because we haven't got the biggest warehouse in the world. And that's why we're doing what we're doing tonight. Then we've got A4 cardstock. This is going to fly as well. $17.99. Yours today for $12.90. Now, obviously, this takes up quite a bit of space in our warehouse. Cardstock does. It's bulky. So if you want to get hold of this today, you've got 10 summer colours from Sizzix. Real bargains here. Yeah. You're looking at $17.99 down to £12.90. Purely because we need more space. And remember, $4.95 is your P&P. That's all you're paying. If you're watching us in America, yes, you can take advantage of these fantastic deals as well. And your shipping and handling is capped at $14.95. So everything in our warehouse we can ship to the USA, just to let you know. OK, so that's our surfaces cardstock. We've now got our Thinlits die, Tim Holtz, Mixed Media Madness. Should be $18.99. I remember this really well. Letters, funky letters of the alphabet. You've got your honeycomb, you've got the finger, need you. Then you've got, that reminds me of MASH, those numbers down the bottom there, the kind of TV series, yeah? So you're going to get all of that. 4 dies, so they're solid dies, but they cut out all the elements separately. Yours today for under £10. Anything Tim Holtz reduced just doesn't normally happen. So, yeah, $18.99 normally, down to £9.50. Again, great for your scrapbooking as well, because all those letters are completely separate, although it's one die. OK? Excellent. OK. Then what's next? We've got... Right, HobbyMaker Essentials. I think that's this. Yes, it is this. So this is 20 sheets of solid core card. A4 should be $7.99. That's a good price, isn't it? £3.20. That green is great. Great for a Christmas make, definitely. That sort of green is a perfect colour for Christmas. £3.20 for 20 sheets, and it's all 240 GSM. So grab that as an absolute must-have. Build your basket up, but don't... Actually, I said build your basket. I didn't mean that. Check your items out as you go, because if you put things in your basket and check out in one go at the end, a lot of what you've put in your basket will probably be sold out. So, you know, just check out as you go. I know it sometimes can be a little bit annoying. Maybe the phone call, you're thinking, oh, it's only your time it takes. The phone call's free. The call centre don't mind how many times you call, especially during a show like this. OK, now number 32. Now this is, if you were going for that coaster making kit we showed you a minute ago, obviously, if you're using it for hot mugs or anything like that, you don't want it to interfere with the actual the stone. It looks like real stone, but it's stone resin. So this is a wax sealant that will protect your stone and give it that bond, so you can put hot coffee mugs and anything like that on it. So if you're making your own stone resin coasters that we showed you in the earlier part of the show, this normally would be $12.99. Today, you can have it for £10.99. You basically, with a little cloth, it's like a solid wax. You just kind of coat it, and it then protects the resin. Okay. Then we go to some stamps. Visible Image, discounted. What? Mark, absolutely, yeah. Well, he's not here today, but I tell you what, because everything from Visible Image is in the warehouse, we're making and clearing stock. Now, this should be $18.99. This is the Visible Image somewhere in time stamps there. Today, you're going to get £4 off it. So if you love that kind of time-travelling aspect, that kind of steampunky look to it as well, you've got lovely sentiments, live in the now and make every moment count. Real visible image, love it to bits. Really quirky, really love that. That is in the sale, in the clearance for the next 23 minutes, £14.99. Lots of you putting that one in your baskets as well. More sculpting foam. More sculpting foam for your flowers. So again, if you've got floral dies that you love to die, cut the foam out of, sculpt it with the ball tools, get your heat gun out, that sort of thing. Foam is a really, really fantastic medium to use for making flowers. This should be normally a price of, I've lost it, $14.99 for 5 sheets. Today, $11.99, and you can get all those lovely colours you can see from Sizzix as well, so you know the quality is going to be absolutely superb. Right. More from Sizzix, I think so. Yep. This is another opportunity to build like a wreath or build a display. This is $21.99 any day of the week. It's the Buds and Branches from, have we got a designer on that one? No designer's name on that one. But these are the dies you're going to get up the top there. And then you've got the pattern on the front, or the finished picture on the front, that gives you an idea of what they think it should look like. But you can put the leaves and put the berries in whatever order, in whatever design you want to do. It's entirely up to you. Make them bushier, bigger, make them into wreaths and do round designs with them. £12.99 today is all this is, if you want it. Yeah, that is Buds and Branches down from $21.99, nearly half price, to £12.99. NQ1S. 38, yeah, NQ1S38. And next, Boyle crayons, more Boyle. Okay, now the big Boyle ones we showed you a few minutes ago, that was 20. Ben, my producer tonight, I said, I want some of these. Well, this is a great way of trying them if you've never used them before. Now, they should be $14.99 for 4, and you're going to get all 4 of them. You've got the orange, the blue, the green, and the black, for just £12.99. I'll tell you what, treat yourself to these while we've got the discounted price on. They are designer crayons without a shadow of a doubt. And then come back and maybe buy the bigger collection later. We've got less than 20 minutes on the show. I've still got about 24 things to go through, so I will do my best. Right, the Caterpillar coordinating dies. Let's over here show you that one. Okay. Ooh, visible image. Okay, these are basically dies. So we don't have the stamps. So there's just dies here. Okay, so maybe if you've got the stamp set, this is the die set that goes with it. You know whether you want them or not, I'll move on. But $10.99 for the Caterpillar dies, XT2348. Now the next one, from Eileen Hull. Now this is the die, I said to you that she's very, very famous for making journal dies that make fantastic journals and books and things like that. What this die does is it makes the spines to go in the middle, that you attach your papers to. So that will give you all the score lines. It cuts them perfectly and gives you all the score lines that when you fold it, it makes that spine for the inside of your journal. This normally is a very, very popular item, and it is always popular. Where are we? I've lost it now. Right, this is the book binding and label by Eileen Hull. It's $23.99. It's £14.99 tonight. If you want to make your books, that's what you need. That product number is MO1S70. Now, more cardstock. Oh, hang on. No, number 39. Ocean Critters by Sizzix. Ocean Critters. So you got your own crab, designer crab. How cool is that? And you've got your coral. Should be $13.99 tonight. All the elements that allow you to use Sizzix cardstock to build up your creature, to colour your creature. That's what Sizzix cards and Sizzix dies often do, and that's how you use them. And you end up with these amazing three-dimensional characters. $9.99 for that today. For the next few of you, there's 11 available of this. Everything's in kind of low double-figure stock or single-figure stock, all of this. MO1S70. Then we've got some cardstock. Okay. It's difficult to keep up with where we are. Okay, we've got 40 sheets of festive pearl and glitter. A4, this is your price. We've got literally a handful of these. There are 6 of them at $19.99, and that's going to give you all that you can see there. So you've got the pearlescent and the glitter, pearlescent and glitter in the red and the green, the 2 most traditional colours for a traditional Christmas. £19.99. The next few people will be lucky on that one. Then we go to our opulent cardstock, charcoal, 50 sheets of charcoal. Look, always $19.99. How many have we got of this? We've got 6. Okay, but look at what you've got. You've got all of the kind of monotone colours, or monochrome colours, but you've got it in brushed metal, you've got it in pearl, you've got it in mirror, you've got it in non-shed glitter as well. You've got all of those sheets in there for that price of 50 sheets for £19.99. £19.99, be quick if you want it. Now, visible image again. This is again the dies, which won't make much sense if you haven't got the stamps. But if you have got the stamps, you'll want the dies to go with them. £10.99, the Poinsettia Grunge dies on their own, £9.99. But as I say, if you haven't got the stamps, you probably won't want them. But if you have got the stamps and you want them, there they are. You know if you want them or not. IK2371. Next item sold out. So cricket, that's gone. Thank you if you ordered that. So then we go from that to 44. Ah, hang on. Now this is your mixed media. I've got to take this out of the box. I really must. This should have been $32.99. Look at this. Sizzix band on it as well. This is, you can always rely on Sizzix to up the ante, to make it even more luxurious. Look at this. A very, very, very good quality, superb crafting mat. If you want that today, I've not seen this one before actually. Really lovely, lovely palette over there for doing your mixing, a little crevice area where you can put your brushes and your paints, and that's all your pens, of course, as well. And when you're moving it around, it's all Sizzix branded. You've got this silicone band that can go around it if you're putting it on the move as well. But this is thicker than the average silicone mat. It really is. $19.99. What should the price normally be on that one? That's $32.99, I can tell. It's a really top quality silicone mat. I've not seen that before until today, but we've got a few of those left. Treat yourself to that. You can feel the quality straight away at just £19.99. Next, number 45. More from Tim Holtz. Again, this is going to be a firm favourite if you're into your journaling, if you're into your scrapbooking, of course, as well. All the elements that you can see here are individual dies from Tim Holtz. And you've got, how many of these? 54 dies in here. They should be $25.99. Today you can get all of them for just $17.99, £8 saved. So you've got your dies to make your dividers, you've got your dies to make your panels, you've got your dies to make your little frames, of course, as well. All of that, 54 dies in there. If you're a journaler, you're in seventh heaven with this, and at £17.99, you really cannot go wrong. NR1SO2. Number 46, here we go. We've got our Premier Dye ink from Stacey Park. This is called Carbon Copy, so this basically is a black ink pad from Stacey, if you would like yours. Premium dye ink. That's a saving of £1 down to £6.99. Sorry if I'm going a bit quick, but if you have a little look on our website and look on the app, you can see everything. You can see everything that's available in this show, okay? And everything's got the drop price on it. Now, this is another stencil set. This should be $21.99. Is it a stencil set? Yes, it is. Stamps and stencil, okay. So this is basically a two-part stencil that will fit on the stamping platform, and you've also got your stamps that will stamp what you've embossed, basically. And it's a modern-day Christmas tree. Absolutely lovely. Make your own multiple Christmas tree scene there as well. This is, again, from Stacey Park. It's £19.50. If you want that, that's a discounted price. Framelets. Now, these are really lovely, actually, because you can make your own labels and make your own little Christmas tags as well. It should be $14.99. Today, it's $11.99 if you're quick. So it's a combination of fancy dies that will cut out the outlines. You've got your label dies there as well, round tags, and you've got various different stamps and dies to decorate them with as well. So that today, yours for £11.99. So that's number 48. 49. Now, this is going to fly. Number 49. Okay, I can say it's going to fly. We've got two of them. We've only got two. Okay, now this should be $19.99. Today, $13.99. But look, you're going to get your gold in your glitter. You've got your mirror finish. You've got your matte finish. All the different shades of precious metal that you can think of. The brush metal effect there as well. The pearl. Next couple of these. Yeah, we've got more people want this in baskets. We'll leave it with you. It's going to sell out any second now. Number 50. We're going to get it. We're going to do it. We're going to do this. Now, this is the yellow curry from Stacey Park. This is another dye-based ink pad from Stacey. My favourite colour is yellow. Actually, I quite like a curry too. So this is your yellow curry ink pad, premium dye ink pad from Stacey. We're taking £1 off this as well, down to $6.99. It's in our warehouse. It will be in your craft room in the next few days. If you want that, add it to your order. 51. We've got the same colour in cardstock, HobbyMaker's Essentials. So this is 20 sheets, 240 GSM, and it's all yellow core as well. Yellow, bright yellow cardstock. If yellow's a colour you can find a use for, you can have it today for $3.99. It's down in price. It should be, normally, $7.99. Yeah, it's called Daffodil, this one. So $7.99 down to £3.99 is your price there. And we've got 13 of those available as well. 52, mason jars. Everyone loves a mason jar. Lots of people are having fancy cocktails and that sort of thing in mason jars. It's one of the in things at the moment. So if you want to put mason jars on your cards, this should be $13.99 today. You can have the mason jar die from Sizzix for £11.99. It could be a jam jar. It could be a cocktail jar. It could be you can turn it into a fantastic shaker card. That would be lovely. $11.99 KM1S17. More Tim Holtz. Now this one is called, okay, this one is called your Media Marks. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's called Media Marks. So this is, again, I mean, I love Tim's stuff because he's a bit random sometimes, very, very clever. But here you've got, you know, all sorts of squiggles and wiggles and different shapes like raindrops and so on, which when you look at it, you can think, well, where am I going to use that? But when you want to add a bit of texture, a bit of interest, Tim's the guy to come up with the unusual. These are all separate dies, and just to prove a point, I've got a little bit of time now because we're near the end of the show. Let me just take this out. Every Ranger die set and Tim Holtz die set comes in its own plastic wallet. So bearing in mind there are usually numerous dies in that collection, you're never going to lose them then, okay? So just keep them in there, and you're going to get all of those for that price of £9, just to have a little quirky extra detail on a junk journal page or whatever you're making, you know, diaries, that sort of thing, planners, anything like that, you can use these, but also on your cardstock too. £9, that one, that's down. And then we've got 2 more items. I think we're done then, aren't we? Oh no, we've got a few more. 54, this is from Visible Image. Now this is great. Do you know someone you can relate to with this? Dancing in the rain, the last couple of days we've been having. Don't let the rain dull your sparkle. So you've got that. Yeah, Ben's saying, no, I never will. I can't imagine that, Ben, ever. There, you've got the sentiment, you've got the pouring rain, you've got the lady with the umbrella having a bit of a boogie. There we go. I love that. $9.99. I've not seen that one before. $9.99 for that one. That's going to go quickly. Have we got... Is there... There's 13 of those. So all the stock's about 12, 13 of everything, isn't it? We've got 11 minutes to go before the prices on all of these go up. This is another Visible Image, and this is a poinsettia. This is actually quite standard for Visible Image. Normally Visible Image are quite out there, but this is just kind of a beautiful poinsettia. But there is the Visible Image twist in that you've got the font and the writing on some of the petals as well. And we had the poinsettia die, actually, is that the die that works with this? Ah, that makes sense. We should have teamed it up. I didn't realise. So the die that we had earlier, check to see if it's still available. If it is, that works with this stamp set, okay? And you've got poinsettia, Merry Christmas, Happy. So you get 2 different sizes of poinsettia. But if you want the dies, we had those earlier in the show. They match with that. You'll see them on the website. It's all there. Next, ice cream. Ice cream. Now, again, Visible Image. But this is beautiful. Ice cream, life is better with... You're the coolest. Have a chilled day. Comb, congratulations. Should be $12.99. Not today. You get the whole lot for £9.99. PN2320. Have we got many of those, I wonder? 12. Yeah, it's all about the same level of stock, isn't it? Number 59 next. Everything feels better after a cuppa. Again, Visible Image. This is your afternoon tea. You deserve cake. So maybe you do like kind of charity fundraising events for, you know, lots of charities have coffee mornings and afternoon teas and that sort of thing. Look at what you've got here. All individually done. There we go. And that is $9.99. Price is down from $12.99. We've got 12 of those, and then that's it. If there's any left at 9 o'clock when we end this show, well, actually what happens is we end the show about 3 minutes to 9, and then at 9 o'clock the next show begins. At 9 the prices go back up. Ben, our producer, will push the button to end the deals at 9 o'clock. Now, shaker domes. We've got only one of these left, so loads of you have ordered these during the show. You found them. The £4.99 shaker domes, HZ1S78. The next one of you to check out will be lucky. It's the last item. You've got 6 of the shaker domes with the adhesive already on the back there for £4.99. Oh no, we've still got 2 more things. Yeah, 56 and 57. And then we're done. Okay. Premium dye ink, Stacey Park, orange pop. So we've had the black. Was it the black? We had the yellow. Yeah. And the curry, that's right, curry yellow and black. And now we've got the orange. Now, bearing in mind Halloween, not that far away, an orange pop from Stacey Park, premium dye ink. There you go. If you fancy that, that's down by £1 to £6.99. And then finally, the premium dye re-inker. Now, if you bought Plum Crazy from Stacey as a colour, this is, I know it's a bit random, this is a bottle of re-inking ink for Plum Crazy. And £5.99 normally. No, hang on. Is that in the show? Well, what item number is that? 57. Oh, it's here. I've gone out of order, sorry. £4.99 down from £5.99. So if you've got Plum Crazy, all you need to do is pop that into your order, and then you can just keep re-inking it as and when you need it, because all ink pads do run out, obviously. AE195. 1E95. Okay, now if you have a look at the website, let's go to the website and we'll see what's still available, and we'll look at the menu for tomorrow, of course, as well. If you go to the website, you can see everything that's in this show, because the prices will go up in about 7 minutes' time, or 6.5 minutes' time, at 9 o'clock tonight. So is there still one of the heat press? Oh, we had 4 people with it in their baskets. We need one of you to check out. If you wanted it and you thought, oh, it's gone, pointless trying, there's one available. We've got some of the blades still available as well. We've got the storage box by Eileen Hull still available. That's going quickly. But all these stocks, a lot of them are just double figure stock. We're down to single figures in most things. And I know lots of you jumped ahead of me. And you can, of course, just have a little look on the website. But do quickly, because magically those prices at 9 o'clock will go back up to where they should be. I didn't think we'd get through all 60 items in the show, I'll be honest with you. I think we've done all right, yeah. Hopefully you've kept up and we haven't driven you too insane going too quick. But remember, you can always look at our HobbyMaker shows on YouTube. If you just scan that QR code down there with your phone, that will take you to our YouTube channel, and you can watch back all the shows we've ever done, right back to day 1, where Sarah and myself opened the channel 2.5 years ago. So all of the fantastic shows will be there and will stay there on our YouTube channel. So that QR code takes you there. Okay, let's have a little look ahead then to what's coming up tomorrow. I've got